transmigrated as the villain bound to the emotion harvest system, conquering the Loli heroine and making her my maid. Chapter 1, The Loli Heroine, The System Awakens. Ding! Detected that their host has conquered the heroine. System activated. Early morning, the sun rose. Synthesized electronic voice echoed in his mind. Jiang Che groggily opened his eyes. After a brief moment of confusion, he quickly processed the flood of new information in his mind, and his expression soon turned peculiar. A system. Reborn into this world, Jiang Che had unlocked his past life memories at the age of 10, shattering the illusion of infancy. Since then, his life had been smooth sailing. In the beginning, he had eagerly awaited the arrival of a system. But after so many years without even a whisper of one, he had long given up hope. After all, given his current status and position, a system was nothing more than a cherry on top, hardly necessary. Yet now, after a single night's sleep, the system had miraculously awakened. Wait! Conquered the heroine. Recalling the system's earlier notification, Jiang Che instinctively glanced at the delicate figure lying beside him and fell into deep thought. The little Loli possessed a flawless, porcelain-like face, snowy skin that seemed to glow, delicate brows like distant mountains, and lips as red as cherries paired with pearly white teeth. Her cheeks were tinged with a faint blush, and she lay sprawled inelegantly across the soft bed, her sleeping visage breathtakingly beautiful. Adorable beyond words, her appearance was enough to captivate any Lolican. Liu Mingxi, the second daughter of the Liu family in Linjiang City, was also Jiang Che's devoted admirer. Since childhood, she had been his little shadow, sticking to him like glue. The two could be considered childhood sweethearts, and over the years, the little Loli had grown deeply attached to him. Jiang Che remembered there had indeed been a promise between them. If Liu Mingxi could rely on her own efforts to get into Linjiang University, he would agree to be her boyfriend. At the time, he had thought it nothing more than an empty promise. After all, her grades were only average, and getting into Linjiang University through sheer effort seemed unrealistic. Yet, against all odds, Liu Mingxi had actually scored an impressive 675 points and was admitted to Linjiang University on her own merit. Once she became a freshman there, Jiang Che had naturally rekindled their connection. They went on dates, watched movies, and eventually, after some half-hearted resistance, things escalated. Faced with the little Loli's burning affection, Jiang Che had responded in kind. He was no saint, after all. Really, who could resist a sweet, clingy little Loli whose eyes held nothing but adoration for you? Even if she was as flat as a board, Jiang Che didn't mind in the slightest. Small is cute too. Recalling the passion of the previous night, Jiang Che licked his lips. He pulled the blanket over Liu Mingxi, dressed himself, and quietly slipped out of bed. Walking to the floor-to-ceiling window, he gazed at the scenery outside while communicating with the system in his mind. System, introduce yourself. What can you do? Answering host, this system is called the emotion harvest system. As long as the host harvests the emotions and desires of protagonists and heroines, you will gain emotion points. Emotion points can be used for draws. Harvest protagonists. Are you saying I'm the villain? Yes, host. You are the ultimate villain. Hearing the system's response, Jiang Che froze. Thinking about his current identity, his expression turned strange. His grandfather, stationed in the imperial capital, was one of the few remaining living legends, a pillar of the nation, his influence vast, with disciples spread across the country. His father governed Jiangsu province, a heavyweight among regional leaders, wielding immense power. His mother was the eldest daughter of the Qin family, one of the four great clans of the imperial capital, and presided over a conglomerate worth trillions. His sister, Jiang Wantang, was a prodigy exceptionally gifted in martial arts, well versed in music, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, wine, flowers, and tea. 7 years ago, she had left to train in the mountains and had only just returned. Yes, this world had ancient martial arts masters. As the sole direct line heir of the Jiang family, Jiang Che was naturally privy to secrets unknown to ordinary people. But martial training was grueling, practicing through the hottest summers and coldest winters. Given his mediocre aptitude, Jiang Che had little interest in it. Reborn into this life, he simply wanted to live freely and enjoy himself. With his background, whether he pursued politics or business, the sky was the limit. Originally, Jiang Che's grand ambition had been to inherit the family's political resources after graduating, keep a few mistresses, and climb step by step to the top, just like his predecessors. But now, it seemed he could set that ambition aside for the time being. System, is there only one protagonist in this world, or are there multiple sons of destiny running around? Shaking off his scattered thoughts, Jiang Che pressed further. Answering host, the host currently resides in a world fused from countless urban novels. You are destined to encounter all kinds of sons of destiny, such as the Special Forces King returning to the country, the Dragon King coming back to find his wife and daughter living in a doghouse, the Azura son-in-law, the retired war god with 5 stunningly beautiful sisters, the divine doctor descending the mountain with 18 marriage contracts, kicked out by my master's wife I roam the flower city. The check-in tycoon, the mad dragon released from prison, reborn to confess to the school beauty, the perfect male god. Or protagonists like the mind-reading hero, the villain role-playing for plot progression, the villainous loyal underling, and other villainous protagonists. According to the trajectory of fate, even if their host does not provoke these sons of destiny, they will inevitably take turns targeting you. The Jiang family's existence already blocks their path to advancement. The Jiang family is the ultimate boss of Jiangsu province. Jiang Che. After the system's explanation, Jiang Che finally understood. He had been puzzled earlier with his status. How could some measly son of destiny possibly suppress him? Turns out, the Jiang family had been besieged by these so-called protagonists, and while they hadn't been completely toppled, they had still fallen from grace. In that case, what was there to hesitate about? To ensure his luxurious lifestyle continued, these sons of destiny had no right to exist. In his past life, Jiang Che had died at just 21, an ordinary college student whose greatest joy had been reading web novels on Fanxia novel website. He was no stranger to the tropes the system mentioned: villain role-playing, mind-reading protagonists. In the same trade, there is always competition. If he encountered a villainous protagonist, Jiang Che wouldn't show mercy either. System, is there a newbie gift pack? After calming his thoughts, Jiang Che raised a brow and asked. Yes, host. Would you like to open the newbie gift pack? Chapter 2, I'm feeling really fired up right now. Open it. Ding! Newbie gift pack successfully opened. Host has been awarded 10 draw attempts. Would you like to proceed immediately? Reminder, host is currently in the newbie protection period, greatly increasing the odds of obtaining high-tier rewards. Draw. Without hesitation, Jiang Che made his choice. If the system said so, why hesitate? Congratulations, host has obtained 1S rank bodyguard peak transformation realm. Congratulations, host has obtained mastery of 18 languages. Congratulations, host has obtained max level charisma. Congratulations, host has obtained Destiny Villain Aura. Destiny Villain Aura ignores protagonist's luck protection, immunity to IQ reduction effects, can directly kill sons of destiny. Congratulations, host has obtained peak Bright Force cultivation. Martial cultivation tiers: Bright Force, Dark Force, Transformation Force, Dan Force, Gang Force. Congratulations, host has obtained 10 Centennial Ice Mountain Snow Lotuses. Congratulations, host has obtained 9 Yang Divine Technique. Congratulations, host has obtained Treading Snow Without a Trace. Congratulations, host has obtained God Tier Piano Skill. Skill levels: Beginner, Intermediate, Advanced, Master, Grandmaster, God Tier. Congratulations, host has obtained Epic Reward Chilean Kidneys. Chilean Kidneys, no explanation needed. Those who tried it know. Looking at the rewards from the draw, Jiang Che couldn't suppress the grin on his face. His heart was practically bursting with excitement. Peak Bright Force cultivation. Centennial Ice Mountain Snow Lotuses. 9 Yang Divine Technique. Chilean Kidneys. An S-rank bodyguard. Every single one was a treasure. System, infuse me with the cultivation. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Che gave the order. Acknowledged. As the system's voice faded, Jiang Che instantly felt a surge of pure, immense energy flood his body. It flowed through his limbs, coursing along his meridians and acupoints, before finally gathering in his dantian, the energy center in his lower abdomen. This energy was transforming his body, making him feel as if he were soaking in a warm spring, utterly comfortable, without the slightest discomfort. And as the Chilean kidneys fully integrated, a faint heat pulsed from his waist, sweeping away all traces of fatigue. In his current state, he could easily keep going for another full day and night without issue. By the time the cultivation fusion was complete, Jiang Che's physique had undergone a dramatic transformation. His 8-pack abs were now faintly visible, his muscles perfectly defined, radiating power. Paired with his already handsome face, he was practically a heartthrob capable of charming countless beauties. System, open my status panel. Standing before the floor-length mirror, Jiang Che admired his new and improved body before nodding in satisfaction. Host, Jiang Che. Identity, Destiny's ultimate villain, Lin Jiang's top young master. Age, 21. Charisma, 99 max 100. Who but the esteemed readers could possibly have max charisma? Cultivation, peak bright force. Techniques, 9 Yang divine technique, treading snow without a trace. Skills, mastery of 18 languages, God tier piano skill, advanced tea art, advanced investment skills, advanced management skills. Items, 10 Centennial Ice Mountain Snow Lotuses. Personal wealth, 13.66 billion. Emotion points, 10,086. After reviewing his stats, Jiang Che fell into thought. The 10,086 emotion points had all been contributed by the little Loli, Liu Mingxi, the previous night. According to the system, 10,000 emotion points allowed for 1 draw, and a 10 draw guaranteed at least 1 gold tier reward. At this rate, improving his cultivation wouldn't be too difficult. System, explain the Centennial Ice Mountain Snow Lotus. Focusing inward, Jiang Che examined the 10 snow lotuses quietly resting in his system storage. His interest peaked. The Centennial Ice Mountain Snow Lotus is a spiritual herb that blooms in the desolate far north. It takes 10 years to form a bud and a full century to fully blossom. Its uses are boundless. Whether used in medicine, alchemy, or healing, its effects are extraordinary. It can revive the dead, regenerate flesh, and cure all manner of incurable ailments. It can refine youth preservation pills for eternal beauty, marrow cleansing pills to enhance martial talent and physique, and even life extension pills that add 10 years to one's lifespan. Extend someone's life by 10 years. Jiang Che was genuinely shocked by the system's explanation. Damn, these snow lotuses are ridiculously overpowered. The moment he learned of their effects, Jiang Che's first thought was of his grandfather, Jiangguo. As one of the nation's few living legends, Jiangguo was already 86 years old, frail with age. Though he still held a high-ranking position, time was inevitably catching up to him. But if he could refine 2 life extension pills, won't that give the old man another 20 years? A full century of life? And if the old man remained in power for another 2 decades? System, can you refine pills for me? Affirmative, host. Each pill refinement costs 1,000 emotion points. Refine 2 life extension pills, 3 marrow cleansing pills, and 5 youth preservation pills for me. After a brief consideration, Jiang Che quickly made his decision. The 2 life extension pills and 1 marrow cleansing pill would go to his grandfather. The remaining 2 marrow cleansing pills would be for his sister and Liu Mingxi. With the system now in play, he didn't need to slave away at martial training. He could always take a marrow cleansing pill later when he had spares. All my achievements are the result of my own hard work. Deep Blue. Add stats. Ding. 10,000 emotion points consumed. Refinement in progress. Though he just spent a hefty sum of emotion points, Jiang Che didn't feel the slightest regret. If he could farm 10,000 points in a single night from the little lowly Liu Mingxi, then gathering more wouldn't be an issue. Almost instantly, 10 golden pills, exuding an ethereal fragrance, appeared in his system storage. The blazing sunlight streamed through the windows of the presidential suite as Liu Mingxi let out a soft, adorable murmur, her big, watery eyes fluttering open. Recalling everything that had happened the night before, a faint blush spread across her delicate little face. Finally got Big Brother Tilder. So happy. Turning her head, she saw Jiang Che sitting by the bed, gazing at her with an amused smile. Big Brother, hug Tilder. She stretched out her slender arms, blinking her big eyes repeatedly, her adorable face dimpling with a sweet smile. Mingxi, Big Brother is feeling really fired up right now. Instead of responding, Jiang Che smirked, his eyes lingering on the white-stockinged little Loli before him. Chapter 3, Little Lolita Returns, Rejuvenating Pill. 2.5 hours later. After taking another shower and getting dressed, Jiang Che took the little Lolita out of the presidential suite. Before leaving, Liu Mingxi took out a pair of scissors from somewhere and carefully cut off the red plum blossom in the corner of the bed sheet and put it away. In the elevator, Jiang Che handed Liu Mingxi a marrow cleansing pill and a youth preserving pill respectively. "Brother, is this candy? It smells so good, Tilda." Looking at the two pills in her hand, Liu Mingxi's big watery eyes blinked and her long and narrow eyelashes trembled slightly. She raised her youthful, tender, and slightly chubby face and looked at Jiang Che, asking in a baby voice. Liu Mingxi is about 1.55 meters tall, with a petite figure. Her slender legs are wrapped in knee-length white stockings and black leather shoes. She wore a pink Lolita dress and her long black hair was tied into two ponytails. This cute look can definitely win over all the Lolita lovers. Jiang Che is a Loli control, a queen control, a mature woman control, and a wife control. The little Lolita's cute posture naturally made him very moved. Reaching out and touching Liu Mingxi's little head, Jiang Che explained with a smile. "This isn't some candy, it's the legendary elixir. A pill called the marrow cleansing pill. After taking it, it can cleanse the tendons and marrow, and enhance physical fitness. The other one is called Zhuyang pill. After taking it, you can stay young forever, look young and beautiful. Eternal youth and beauty." After hearing Jiang Che's answer, Liu Mingxi's eyes lit up instantly. He pretended to swallow both pills directly into his stomach. From the age of 99 to the youngest who can just walk, no woman can remain calm in the face of the temptation of eternal youth. Liu Mingxi had just opened her cherry lips when she was quickly stopped by Jiang Che. Facing Liu Mingxi's puzzled look, Jiang Che explained. "You should use these two pills in the bathroom after you get home." Jiang Che knew that after taking the marrow cleansing pill, one would usually experience diarrhea through their pores. "If I take it now, the little girl will probably be too embarrassed to see me in the future." "Yeah, I'll listen to you, brother Tilda." Although Liu Mingxi was puzzled by Jiang Che's proposal, she did not ask any further questions and nodded with a smile. She leaned back slightly and nestled naturally in Jiang Che's arms. Breathing in the fragrance of Jiang Che, Liu Mingxi couldn't hide the smile in her eyes. Her eyelashes curved into crescent shapes, and she began to imagine the beautiful life she would have with her brother in the future. Naturally, the little Loli had no doubts about Jiang Che's words. She has always had 100% trust in Jiang Che. Liu Mingxi is overjoyed, emotional value plus 6,666. Liu Mingxi is overjoyed, mood value plus 9,999. Liu Mingxi loves you deeply, emotion value plus 13,141. All their way in silence. With a ding sound, the elevator reached the first floor, and Jiang Che took the little Loli and left the Yunhai Hotel directly. When we got outside, a dozen tall, serious bodyguards in suits and sunglasses were standing solemnly. Seeing Jiang Che and Liu Mingxi appear, all the bodyguards bowed and shouted in unison. "Master!" These are naturally Jiang Che's accompanying bodyguard team, and each of them is a top-notch martial arts master. The leader among them, Lin Qiang, is a man in his 40s who has reached the peak of Hua Jin and is one of the Jiang family's Deadpools. Jiang Che is not the kind of person who is too flamboyant, but as the only legitimate grandson of the Jiang family, Jiang Che's safety is related to the entire Jiang family. Therefore, Jiang Chenju and Qin Mengxian have always been very concerned about Jiang Che's security. Seeing the scene at the entrance of Yunhai Hotel, passers-by pointed and whispered, and turned their eyes here. I secretly wondered which family this young man belonged to as he was traveling in such a high-profile manner. Jiang Che had long been accustomed to this and had become accustomed to being the center of attention. He looked at the little Lolita with white silk stockings beside him with a normal expression and extended an invitation with a smile. "Mingxi, do you want to go home with your brother?" If possible, Jiang Che would naturally not refuse to live with the little Loli for a long time. "Forget it, brother, maybe next time. My sister just called me several times and is waiting for me at home." Liu Mingxi was about to agree directly, but then her sister Liu Yinxuan's cold and pretty face quickly appeared in her mind. She shrank her neck and shook her head slightly. She actually wanted to move directly into Jiang Che's Qingting Villa and start a shameless and wonderful life with her good brother. But it was obvious that her sister would never agree to it. "Then keep in touch when you have time. I will take you out to play when I have time." Although Jiang Che felt regretful, he didn't say much. Jiang Che was very familiar with Liu Mingxi's situation, so he naturally knew why the little girl was afraid of Liu Yinxuan, who was cold and aloof and was known as the leader of the for beautiful female CEOs in Linjiang. Okay, bye, brother Tilda. Liu Mingxi stood on tiptoe and waited until Jiang Che bent down, then gently placed a kiss on the side of the man's face, like a dragonfly touching the water, and separated in an instant. Then she waved at Jiang Che, swung her twin ponytails, and headed towards a direction not far away. There were also a dozen female bodyguards with solemn faces waiting. As Liu Mingxi is the second daughter of the Liu family, Liu Yinshuang naturally attaches great importance to the safety of her younger sister. Like Jiang Che, Liu Mingxi has a group of female bodyguards to protect her safety every time she travels. After Liu Mingxi got into the car, Jiang Che also got into a Rolls-Royce Phantom surrounded by a group of bodyguards. The Audi A8 led the way, followed by the Land Rover Range Rover, and the convoy headed towards Qingting Villa where Jiang Che lived. Jinshu Villa. This is the suburb of Linjiang City. It is located in a remote area with the fragrance of flowers and the singing of birds. The environment is pleasant. It is the gathering place of all the senior executives of the Liu family. Liu Yinshuang and Liu Mingxi, as the eldest and second daughters of the Liu family, naturally live here. Unlike the Jiang family, the Liu family is a family business with a market value of hundreds of billions and is one of the 6 major families in Linjiang. After returning to Jinshu Villa, we stopped in front of a villa in the center. After getting off the car, Liu Mingxi hummed a little tune and walked slowly and leisurely into the villa with a strange posture. As she walked along, maids passing by kept greeting Liu Mingxi. Hello, second miss. Meet the second miss. After entering the hall, Liu Mingxi couldn't wait to return to the room to check out the miraculous effects of the 2 pills given to her by her good brother. As she reached the stairwell, an extremely cold voice sounded behind her. Where are you going? Liu Mingxi turned her head stiffly, a forced smile appeared on her face, and she greeted weakly. Sister Tilda. Chapter 4, Cold and Beautiful CEO Liu Yinshuang. Seeing her sister's cold look, Liu Mingxi shrank her neck in fear. 5 years ago, after her parents died in a car accident, Liu Yinshuang directly took on the roles of sister and mother. It can be said that Liu Mingxi was raised by her sister Liu Yinshuang. Liu Yinshuang is a well-known IC CEO in Linjiang City. He is cold, aloof, and serious. He is also extremely strict in teaching Liu Mingxi on a daily basis. Therefore, the little girl is afraid of her sister from the bottom of her heart. Were you with Jiang Che last night? Looking at her sister, who was obviously different from usual, Liu Yinshuang frowned slightly, was silent for a while, and then slowly asked. His pair of almond-shaped eyes narrowed slightly, and his gaze moved back and forth between Liu Mingxi's eyebrows and legs. Seeing that Liu Mingxi's walking posture was quite strange and there was a hint of feminine charm between her eyebrows, Liu Yinshuang had a rough guess in her mind. Although she has never had any experience in this area, she has age and experience after all, and is not a naive person who knows nothing. Moreover, she had long known that her sister was extremely obsessed with Jiang Che, the eldest son of the Jiang family, to the point where she could not extricate herself. Liu Mingxi did not return home all night last night and her cell phone was turned off. It was only from her bodyguard that she learned that her good sister and Jiang Che had been in and out of the Yunhai Hotel together. Originally Liu Yinshuang still had some luck in her heart, but now seeing her sister's appearance, her heart sank completely. The company has been busy these days, and she often works overtime until late at night and rarely goes home. Unexpectedly, her good sister took the opportunity to send her out completely. Liu Yinshuang clenched her fists unconsciously, feeling depressed and angry. You can imagine how she felt as she watched helplessly as the cabbages she had raised for 18 years were sold to Jiang Che. Liu Yinshuang had no aversion to Jiang Che. After all, Jiang Che had enjoyed a very good reputation in the circle over the years. He kept himself clean and had never been involved in any scandals like those other rich second generations. But her sister just turned 18 this year, asshole. Your wonderful life has just begun, but you are just handing over such an important thing. Yes, sister. Mingxi was with her brother the whole night last night, Tilda. And Mingxi and her brother have already accomplished something good, Tilda. Sister will definitely bless her younger sister, right? Liu Mingxi's big watery eyes rolled around, and she blinked slightly as she spoke in a coquettish voice. Seeing that her sister didn't lose her temper immediately, she knew that there was still room for negotiation on this matter. Besides, she has already confessed herself, so what if her sister doesn't agree? Anyway, she has completely decided on her brother in this life and will never be separated from him. She had known for a long time that her elder sister would definitely stop her from giving it away for free, so the little Loli acted without prior consent. Liu Yinxuan. Liu Yinxuan rubbed her eyebrows in annoyance, feeling speechless and having a headache. How could such a smart person like her have such a naive and love-brained sister? The easier it is to get, the less it is cherished. Doesn't this silly sister even understand this simple and common truth? Or is it that her love for Jiang Che is enough to make her do anything? But my sister has just turned 18. Does she really understand what love is? Now that things have come to this, what else can she do? Although Liu Yinxuan has always been strict in teaching Liu Mingxi, she still loves her sister very much. Fortunately, Jiang Che is not that kind of playboy or romantic young man. Otherwise, she would have nowhere to cry. Before school starts, you should stay home and reflect on your actions. You're not allowed to go anywhere. I'll have bodyguards watch you 24 hours a day. After saying this coldly, Liu Yinxuan temporarily put aside the messy thoughts in her mind, turned around and went upstairs to the study to deal with work. As the president of the entire Liu group, Liu Yinxuan has endless documents to deal with every day and a lot of tasks to do, so he doesn't have much time to argue with his sister. You can't hit or scold them. Moreover, the little girl has become immune to her current cold attitude and is not afraid at all. The only solution Liu Yinxuan could think of now was to temporarily put the little girl under house arrest and let her calm down for a few days. Ha, sister is such a bad guy tilde. Liu Mingxi made a face at Liu Yinxuan's back and gladly accepted the punishment. There is only half a month left before school starts, so she can certainly wait. Jiang Che is also a student at Linjiang University, so she will have plenty of opportunities to date her brother. Fantasizing about the wonderful campus life in the future, the little Lolita in white silk hummed a little tune and then returned to her room. After returning to the room, according to Jiang Che's instructions, Liu Mingxi first went to the bathroom, and then swallowed the marrow cleansing pill and the anti-aging pill. Before, Liu Mingxi didn't quite understand why her good brother kept emphasizing that she should take the marrow cleansing pill in the bathroom, but now she understood. The marrow cleansing pill melted in her mouth and the medicinal effect began to take effect. Layers of stains soon appeared on her skin. After washing up, Liu Mingxi put on a white long dress and stood in front of the floor-length mirror, looking at her face and figure in the mirror. She was satisfied no matter how she looked at herself. Liu Mingxi has always been very confident about her appearance. After all, when she was in high school, she was known as the cutest Loli school beauty and had countless suitors. Now, after taking the anti-aging pill, my skin has been nourished and looks fairer and more delicate, sparkling and moisturized, like snow crystal. The effect is much better than those high-end cosmetics. After noticing the changes in himself, Liu Mingxi became a little excited. Lying on the soft big bed, swinging her white silk legs, she started chatting with Jiang Che on her phone, and couldn't wait to share the good news with him. Brother, this anti-aging pill is truly amazing. My skin is so much whiter now. I won't need any makeup anymore. Hee, thank you brother, more tilde. As long as you like it. I like it, Mingxi likes it so much tilde. Brother, my sister already knows about what happened between us. She has grounded me and will not let me go out until school starts. I won't be able to see my brother for another half month, sob. It's okay, it's only half a month, it will be quick. By the way, brother, do you still have the elixir called the rejuvenating pill? If I give my sister a rejuvenating pill, I guess she won't stop us from doing this. After typing these words, Liu Mingxi stared at the phone screen nervously, quietly waiting for Jiang Che's reply. When she saw such a good thing, the first person she thought of was naturally her sister Liu Yinxuan. Moreover, she really wanted to use the rejuvenating pill as a bargaining chip in exchange for her sister's consent. When the time comes, if my sister is happy and lifts my house arrest, won't I be able to see my brother every day? Maybe there will be a chance to move directly to my brother's Qingting villa and live there permanently. Imagining the beautiful future life of herself and Jiang Che, Liu Mingxi couldn't help but smile foolishly. As for whether his sister would refuse, she hadn't thought about it at all. Liu Mingxi didn't think her sister could resist the temptation of the rejuvenating pill. Chapter 5, the S-level bodyguard arrives and is given the name Xiaoyi. No more for now, I'll save one for you next time. Okay, thank you brother, Trojan tilde. Qingting villa lobby. Jiang Che leaned on the sofa, finished chatting with the little Lolita, and looked a little emotional. What a cute little guy. Liu Mingxi is a typical sweet and well-behaved Loli. She always obeys me and can provide a lot of emotional value. Jiang Che naturally likes this little Loli very much. Jiang Che was not surprised at all that Liu Yinxuan would put Liu Mingxi under house arrest. After all, when he just returned to the villa, he had already received a lot of emotional points contributed by Liu Yinxuan from the system. It's just right, I can take advantage of this time to meet the protagonists. While Jiang Che was thinking about something, the system prompt sound suddenly rang in his mind. Host, the S-level bodyguard has arrived and is now outside the villa. Already arrived. Jiang Che's eyes lit up and he quickly stood up from his seat and headed towards the gate of the villa. Although he has Lin Qiang, a bodyguard at the peak of Huajin, who would complain about having too many masters. I just don't know whether the bodyguard provided by the system is a man or a woman. If it is a woman, it is better, so that she can protect herself closely. Although he has now reached the peak of Ming Jin cultivation, he has never dealt with those protagonists and does not know their backgrounds. Naturally, Jiang Che has to take precautions before anything happens. Arriving outside the villa, Jiang Che quickly spotted a very conspicuous figure in the crowd. It was a girl in a purple dress. Lin Qiang and a group of bodyguards surrounded her. Everyone's face was filled with solemnity, as if they were facing a great enemy. Master, this person is extremely dangerous. You'd better not go over there. It's better to be careful. Seeing Jiang Che walking straight towards the purple-clothed girl not far away, Lin Qiang's face was full of nervousness. He reminded her and followed Jiang Che closely. No problem. Jiang Che waved his hand, walked to the purple girl, and looked at her quietly. The girl was wrapped in a purple long skirt, with a petite figure, slender long legs wrapped in over-the-knee black stockings, and small leather shoes on her feet. The girl has a pretty face, with skin as white as cream, red lips and white teeth, delicate features and a full three-dimensional sense. His eyes were purple and his gaze was cold, like a pool of cold spring water, without any emotion. Her purple hair was draped over her shoulders, fluttering in the wind, with a few strands of hair hanging down in front of her forehead. She looked like a queen, but she was actually a little girl who was just over 1.5 meters tall. Lowly body, mature lady style. The first time Jiang Che saw the girl, many memories popped up in his mind, including her various origins. The girl comes from a killer organization called Shadow in the Dark World. She is taciturn and cold in character. She has been undergoing extremely cruel and harsh training since she was a child. Her cultivation at the peak of Huajin has made her career as a killer smooth sailing, and she has almost never been defeated over the years. She looks like a high school student of 15 or 16, but her actual age is older than mine. She is already 23 years old this year. When she saw Jiang Che appear, the girl knelt on one knee and expressed her sincerity without saying a word. The group of bodyguards around looked at each other in confusion, having never expected such a turn of events. Get up. Jiang Che gently helped the girl up and was not surprised by this situation. After receiving all the information about the girl's background, he naturally knew her situation. Due to a training session when she was a child, her vocal cords were damaged and she has not spoken for many years. Do you have a name? Jiang Che asked curiously, looking at the girl in front of him. In the memory transmitted to him by the system, it was only said that the purple-haired little Lolita in front of him was code-named Zero, and there was no specific name. The girl shook her head slightly without saying a word. Then you can call me Xiao Yi from now on, how about that? Jiang Che thought for a moment and continued. Seeing the purple-haired little Lolita in front of him, Jiang Che inexplicably thought of an anime character from his previous life, Xiao Siming. She is also a petite Loli, has the same purple hair and purple eyes, likes to wear purple clothes, has the same silent personality, and doesn't say a word. Apart from the different appearance, the girl in front of him was almost no different from the Xiao Siming in Jiang Che's impression. Xiao Siming has an oval face and willow-shaped eyebrows, while the little Loli in front of her has a delicate face that belongs to a Westerner, with three-dimensional and deep features, which is very recognizable. The little girl nodded slightly, her purple pupils not fluctuating at all, and she gladly accepted Jiang Che's proposal. After receiving the system's memory infusion, the little Lolita had already regarded Jiang Che in front of her as her master whom she would follow for the rest of her life and be loyal to until death. Even if Jiang Che asked her to die now, she would not hesitate at all. Xiaoyi will be my personal bodyguard from now on, don't worry, just go down. Jiang Che dismissed all the bodyguards around him, and then took Xiaoyi back to the manor. Since he was an S-level bodyguard provided by the system, Jiang Che had no doubt about Xiaoyi's loyalty. Out of curiosity, Jiang Che cast a detection spell on the purple-haired little Loli beside him. Character, Xiaoyi. Cultivation, Peak of Transformation. Charm, 97. Identity, Shadow Organization's first killer, host's Maid. Abilities, Advanced Disguise, Grandmaster Level Assassination, Advanced Hacking Skills. Loyalty, 100. Is this really the full loyalty? Jiang Che seemed to be thinking about something. He turned around and used the detection technique on each of his bodyguards. Lin Qiang has the highest loyalty to himself, which is 94 points. After all, he is the Deadpool trained by his family for many years, so Jiang Che is not surprised by Lin Qiang's high loyalty. Except for Lin Qiang, the loyalty of the other dozen or so bodyguards is also in the range of 80 to 90, which is already an extremely high number. Since Xiaoyi is so loyal to him and has so many skills, he can completely trust her with confidence. With his cultivation at the peak of Hua Jin, he is more than qualified to be his personal bodyguard. After all, according to the system, this is just the early stage of the development of the Destiny trajectory line. There will not be any overly powerful protagonists appearing in Linjiang City. At most, they will be martial artists with the same Hua Jin level as Xiaoyi. Chapter 6 Daily Life of the Crown Prince of Jiangju. Qingting Villa covers an area of approximately 100,000 square meters. It was a birthday gift given to Jiang Che by his mother Qin Mengxian when he turned 18. The villa is located in the suburbs of Linjiang City, with birds singing and flowers blooming, quiet and pleasant environment, and a variety of single-family villas, swimming pools, gardens, and woods. There is a shooting range for shooting practice, a horse farm, a golf course, etc. in the back mountain. There is even a private airport that can take off at any time. It can be said that it has everything. When choosing the site, Qin Mengxian directly spent tens of billions to build Qingting Villa. It is no exaggeration to say that it is the most expensive, best spec, and most luxurious villa in the entire Linjiang city. Spending 10 billion just to build a villa, even the people from the 6 major families would not dare to do such a thing. After all, this is really outrageous and too wasteful. But as the queen of business, Qin Mengxian controls the Starry Sky Group with a market value of trillions of dollars, so she naturally doesn't care much about the 10 billion. After all, she gave Jiang Che and Jiang Wantang 1 billion in pocket money every month. 10 billion is just the pocket money for the brother and sister for a year. In her words, didn't I build the company so big just to let my children enjoy life? Why keep money if you don't spend it? As the leading chaebol in Jiangsu province, Xingqiang Group is also among the top 3 in the entire Longhua. Its subsidiaries are involved in real estate, education, entertainment and film and television, electronic technology, new energy, hotel chains, hospitals, games, biopharmaceuticals, aerospace and other aspects. It can be said that all the people in Jiangsu province, from birth to death, are inseparable from the Xingqiang Group. Xingqiang Group alone accounts for 70% of the GDP of Linjiang City. After going to college, Jiang Che moved out of the Jiang family and came to Qingting Villa to live permanently. In addition to Jiang Che, there are hundreds of maids living here, who are responsible for taking care of Jiang Che's daily life. As for bodyguards like Lin Qiang and the security guards of the villa, they live in the villa complex outside the villa and are responsible for security work. Young master. Meet the master. As he walked along, maids passing by kept greeting Jiang Che with great enthusiasm. There were even some brave little maids who deliberately bent down so that Jiang Che could see the beautiful scenery, and kept winking at Jiang Che. Each of these maids is very beautiful. In the eyes of ordinary people, they are goddesses. They are sent here after careful selection and layers of screening. The starting monthly salary is 100,000 yuan, with 13 insurances and 8 funds, a year-end bonus of 500,000 yuan, and free food and accommodation. My daily work just involves watering the flowers, raising fish, and cleaning, which is extremely leisurely. If Jiang Che happened to notice her, she could instantly cross the social ladder and become a phoenix. Therefore, countless people come to Qingting Villa every year to apply for maid positions. After entering the villa, Jiang Che asked the maid to arrange Xiaoyi's room next to his own. After dinner was ready, Jiang Che took Xiaoyi directly to the dining table and started eating. "Why don't you eat? Is the food not to your liking?" Seeing Xiaoyi just standing quietly in front of him without any movement, Jiang Che raised his eyebrows and asked curiously. Logically speaking, people like Xiaoyi shouldn't be picky about food. After all, for a killer like her, it is common to sleep in the open air while carrying out missions, so being able to have a full meal is considered good enough. Xiaoyi shook her head slightly, a ripple flashed in her purple pupils, and she glanced at the maids standing beside her. "You are different from them. You are my personal bodyguard, so you are naturally qualified to have dinner with me." Jiang Che understood the meaning in Xiaoyi's eyes and gave direct instructions. Although Xiaoyi is nominally just his subordinate and personal bodyguard. But Jiang Che didn't just regard her as a bodyguard. Xiaoyi is so beautiful and loyal to him, so he naturally has some thoughts in his mind and wants to eat this delicious little Loli. However, Xiaoyi just arrived at Qingting Villa today. There is still a long time to come, so he is not in a hurry. Although the system has only been awakened for a day, Jiang Che's mentality has undergone a huge change. In the past, his goal was to enter politics and climb to the top step by step like his father. Now, he just wants to quietly be the crown prince of Jiangju, live a free life, suppress the sun of destiny, conquer various stunning heroines, and enjoy a good life. When Xiaoyi heard Jiang Che speak, she didn't hesitate at all. He sat down instantly, picked up his chopsticks and started stuffing rice into his mouth. The little face is chubby, like a cute little hamster. Xiaoyi is a Westerner. She seldom used chopsticks before and mostly used a knife and fork when eating. Therefore, his movements were a bit clumsy and there were many grains of rice at the corners of his mouth. "Don't just eat rice, eat vegetables too." Seeing Xiaoyi's look, Jiang Che was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, and gave a look to the maid beside him. The maid understood immediately, picked up a tissue, wiped the rice grains from the corner of Xiaoyi's mouth, and looked at Xiaoyi with undisguised envy in her eyes. These maids all have their own work meals, but have never eaten at the same table with the young master. The little Loli in purple in front of her had just arrived and was able to sit down and have dinner with the young master. She knew with her toes that the relationship between the two must be complicated. Xiaoyi did as she was told and started picking up food to eat again. Her movements were meticulous and her face expressionless, as if she was carrying out a mission. Seeing this, Jiang Che shook his head helplessly. Xiaoyi's cold personality obviously cannot be easily changed overnight, and Jiang Che does not expect too much. After dinner, Jiang Che went straight back to his room. After washing up, I lay comfortably on the 10-meter bed and played with my mobile phone. After chatting with Liu Mingxi for a while, Jiang Che soon fell into a deep sleep. The next day, early morning. After washing up and getting dressed, Jiang Che pushed open the door. Just when I was about to go downstairs to eat, I saw a purple figure standing at the door. It was Xiaoyi. "You haven't slept all night and have been guarding here the whole time." Noticing the very obvious dark circles under Xiaoyi's eyes, Jiang Che raised his eyebrows and asked in surprise. Xiaoyi nodded silently, still expressionless. She had already regarded Jiang Che as her master, so naturally she had to protect his safety. Therefore, even though she knew that nothing unexpected would happen in Qingting Villa, Xiaoyi still silently guarded outside Jiang Che's room all night. "You guy." Jiang Che shook his head with amusement, feeling a little touched in his heart, and reached out to touch Xiaoyi's head. Xiaoyi's body stiffened slightly, and a hint of unnaturalness flashed across her face, but she did not reject Jiang Che's action. Like a docile kitten, its little head kept rubbing against Jiang Che's palm. But it was obvious that Xiaoyi had no experience in flirting with others, and her actions looked a little funny. "Okay, now come downstairs with me to eat, and then go get some sleep. I'm going out soon, you don't have to come with me today." Jiang Che withdrew his hand and smiled faintly. Xiaoyi shook her head slightly, stretched out her little hand and held the corner of Jiang Che's clothes. Her meaning was obvious. "That's an order. Besides, I'm just going home. I won't be in any danger." Jiang Che naturally knew what Xiaoyi was worried about, and patiently explained it to her. Chapter 7 Fairy Sister Jiang Wantang. After breakfast, Xiaoyi went upstairs to rest, while Jiang Che drove a Pagani Zonda in the garage, then drove out of Qingting Villa and headed towards Genting Manor. Last night, his mother contacted him and told him that his grandfather had returned from the capital and would rest at home for 3 to 5 days, so she asked him to go home. Jiang Che naturally wouldn't refuse. After all, he had prepared a generous gift for his family. The Pagani was speeding on the road, and no car dared to approach within 10 meters. After all, if they were to get even a scratch on a supercar of this level, they wouldn't be able to live the rest of their lives. Moreover, looking at the license plate Jiang 8.99999, even a fool would know that the person in the car must be no ordinary person. The journey was smooth, and about an hour later, Jiang Che finally returned to Genting Manor. After parking the car, Jiang Che went straight towards their villa hall. There, my parents were already waiting for me. "Hello, master. Welcome home, master." As he walked along, maids passing by kept greeting Jiang Che. Jiang Che smiled and nodded in response, then quickly entered the hall. "Wow, master actually smiled at me, woo. The young master seems to have become more handsome again, he. I really envy those maids who can work at Qingting Villa. It must be a pleasure to see the young master's gorgeous face every day. I can't take it anymore, sister, help me get it, I need to go to the bathroom. Dad, Mom, Grandpa, sister, I'm back." After entering their hall, Jiang Che quickly noticed the people sitting around the sofa and chatting, and greeted them with a smile. "Hey, you bastard son, you're back, come and sit down." When Qin Mengxian heard Jiang Che's voice, her eyes lit up and she patted the sofa beside her to signal. "Mom, I'm not a jerk." Jiang Che complained and took the seat next to his mother. Seeing that Jiang Che dared to refute, Qin Mengxian became a little angry. She stretched out her delicate hand and grabbed Jiang Che's ear, speaking in a bad mood. "You still have the nerve to say that? Do you know when was the last time you went home? It's been 54 days. You haven't come home to see me for 2 months. Are you planning a rebellion?" Qin Mengxian glared at her beloved son fiercely, her hands moving more vigorously and her expression furious. At this moment, Qin Mengxian no longer had the image of an iceberg president that she presented to outsiders, and her tone was full of resentment. Qin Mengxian has a plump figure. As a wealthy lady, she has always taken good care of herself. She looks like a young woman in her early 30s, not old at all, and there is not a single wrinkle on her face. He. Jiang Che chuckled twice and didn't refute anything further. Before, during the summer vacation, he had been traveling around the country, enjoying the beautiful scenery. He only recently returned to Linjiang City. If I think about it carefully, I haven't been home for a long time. Jiang Chenju, who was sitting opposite, watched their fighting mother and son with a smile, but did not say anything to stop them. He also enjoyed this warm family atmosphere. Although the Jiang family is the richest family in Jiangsu province, they have been passed down from generation to generation for 3 generations and do not have any so-called rules of wealthy families. The family members get along with each other like ordinary people on a daily basis, which is very natural. "Little brother, do you have martial arts skills?" Jiang Wantang, who had been silent all this time, suddenly asked, her beautiful eyes looking directly at Jiang Che with a hint of inquiry. Jiang Wantang has delicate facial features, black hair like a waterfall, phoenix eyes, long eyebrows, red lips, white teeth, a high nose bridge, and thin, delicate and tender lips. She is tall, about 1.75 meters tall, and is wearing a Chanel-style dress, looking elegant, dignified, noble and cool. She is as graceful as a startled swan and as elegant as a flying dragon. She is truly the most beautiful woman in the world. As the eldest sister in Crazy Dragon comes down the mountain, the school beauty goddess's personal bodyguard, my 7 senior sisters are all gorgeous. Jiang Wantang is the white moonlight in the protagonist Lin Yi's heart that he cannot get. Needless to say, her beauty is natural. Jiang Wantang's talent in martial arts was extremely good. At such a young age, he had already reached the peak of Dan Jin cultivation. Naturally, he could easily notice the difference in Jiang Che. "Yes, sister, I have already reached the peak of Ming Jin martial arts cultivation." Jiang Che nodded with a smile, not deliberately hiding the matter. In front of Jiang Wantang, he had no need to hide anything at all. Looking at the familiar elder sister in front of him, Jiang Che remained calm, communicated with the system, and directly used a detection technique on Jiang Wantang. Character, Jiang Wantang. Identity, the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, the most talented woman in Linjiang. Age, 26. Charm, 99. Cultivation, peak Danjin. Skills, Grandmaster level music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, Grandmaster level poetry, wine and tea, advanced investment skills, advanced business management. Related plot: the Supreme Phoenix Emperor, the crazy dragon descends the mountain, the school beauty goddess's personal bodyguard, my 7 senior sisters are peerless. After checking Jiang Wantang's attribute panel, Jiang Che was secretly amazed. The charm value is as high as 99 points, which is on par with myself. Jiang Che has seen many beauties over the years, but in terms of appearance and temperament, no one can compare with his fairy sister. A 26-year-old Danjin peak warrior. So terrifying. You must know that the path of martial arts is a step-by-step process that tests a martial artist's aptitude and understanding. Even if an ordinary warrior starts practicing standing meditation at the age of 6, it will be difficult for him to reach such a high level in his entire life. Even for those who are blessed with good fortune, it is not easy to cultivate to the peak of Danjin before the age of 30. From this, we can see how incredible Jiang Wantang's martial arts talent is. Now he is only half a step away from becoming the legendary Gangjin Grand Master. Jiang Wantang completed his university studies early at the age of 19 and was taken to the mountains by his master to practice. It has been exactly 7 years since then. System: I want to accept the plot about Jiang Wantang. Jiang Che immersed himself in the matter and communicated directly with the system in his mind. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win every battle. Since we want to suppress these sons of luck, it is very necessary to know the plot about them in advance. This way, it will be easier for you to plan. Ding, deduct 2000 emotion points, start indoctrination. As the system's prompt sounded, Jiang Che's mind was like a fleeting glance, and a lot of plot introductions suddenly appeared in his mind. After accepting the plot indoctrination, Jiang Che looked at Jiang Wantang with a strange expression. This guy. Did I accidentally discover something remarkable? Chapter 8, The Supreme Phoenix Emperor, The Mystery of Jiang Wantang's Life Experience. Jiang Wantang is not her biological sister. Upon hearing this news, Jiang Che was completely stunned. This is too outrageous. If Jiang Che had not received Jiang Wantang's storyline about the Supreme Phoenix Emperor from the system, he might never have known Jiang Wantang's true identity. Regarding Jiang Wantang's identity, there is a relatively detailed introduction in the plot of The Supreme Phoenix Emperor. 25 years ago, Jiang Chenju and Qin Mengxian were newlyweds and loved each other dearly. The young Qin Mengxian did not want to get pregnant and have a baby too early, but wanted to experience the feeling of being a mother, so she wanted to adopt an orphan with Jiang Chenju, and Jiang Chenju readily agreed. The next day, it was snowing heavily. The two went out for a walk and met an abandoned baby who was abandoned in the snow and wind at Wutong Mountain near Linjiang City. The abandoned baby was only a few months old, with a piece of ancient glazed jade hanging around his neck. Cameras were not common in those days, unlike today. Jiang Chenju and Qin Mengxian searched for the baby girl's family but to no avail, so they decided to adopt her. She had just come up with the idea of adopting a child, and the next day she met this baby girl by chance. This made Qin Mengxian think for a moment that it was God's arrangement. The baby girl was named Jiang Wantang and grew up slowly in the Jiang family. The two have always claimed that Jiang Wantang is their biological daughter. Apart from Jiang Chenju and Qin Mengxian, only Jiang Jiangguo knew about this matter. Because Jiang Wantang was Qin Mengshuan's first child, she loved him no less than Jiang Che, and she truly treated them equally. As for Jiang Wantang's identity, I can only say that she is awesome, with full buffs and the script of the destined heroine. She is even more awesome than those so-called sons of destiny. The reincarnation of the Empress, born supreme. In the later part of the plot of The Supreme Phoenix Emperor, Jiang Wantang has completely grown up and can stand on his own and become the top powerhouse of Blue Star. After Jiang Jiangguo slowly died of old age, the Jiang family was suppressed and targeted by many fully developed sons of destiny and hostile forces. It was also because of Jiang Wantang's existence that the Jiang family, this huge entity, did not collapse and was able to continue. Little brother, what's wrong with you? Seeing Jiang Che staring at her in a daze, Jiang Wantang frowned slightly and spoke hesitantly. He. Nothing, I just thought of something else. Jiang Che shook his head and spoke vaguely, quickly making himself accept this fact. So many years have passed, and it doesn't matter whether Jiang Wantang is my mother's biological daughter or not. She will always be my sister. The sister who always loves and cares for herself. What's more, his elder sister has the role of the supreme heroine. No matter which plot is related to her, she will never do anything ungrateful to the Jiang family. Instead, she has always tried her best to ensure the continuation of the Jiang family. Naturally, Jiang Che has no resentment towards her. The relationship of these 20 years cannot be faked. Jiang Che clearly remembers every detail of growing up with his sister. Although my sister has been learning skills in the mountains for the past 7 years and rarely returns home, Fengming Mountain is not isolated from the world. Jiang Che and Jiang Wantang had also been in contact through their cell phones, so naturally they had a deep relationship. Jiang Che had long known that she had 6 junior sisters and 1 junior brother. Before the system awakened, Jiang Che didn't think much about it. Now that I think about it carefully, I feel that it is full of routines. Asshole son, don't you dislike martial arts training? How did you suddenly gain the power of Ming Jin? Tell me the truth, have you been secretly practicing some evil technique to replenish your yin and yang? Qin Mengxian narrowed her eyes slightly, looking solemnly at her precious son. She naturally knew all about Jiang Che's situation. She knew that Jiang Che did not have much talent in martial arts and could be said to be a complete loser, and he had no interest in practicing martial arts. I haven't seen him for 2 months, but now he suddenly has reached the peak of Ming Jin cultivation. It's weird no matter how you look at it. After he finished speaking, Jiang Chenju and Jiang Jiangguo also looked at Jiang Che with inquiring and curious eyes. Mom, am I the kind of person you said I was? Jiang Che was speechless at his mother's wild imagination, and he didn't bother to worry about how she addressed him. Various routines from online novels quickly emerged in Jiang Che's mind, and he started to speak. Here's what happened. Haven't I been traveling around the country before? I once went to Wudang Mountain and met an old immortal there. Grandson, are you saying that you met a magical old Taoist priest in Wudang Mountain? He said he had a connection with you, so he used elixirs to help you improve your cultivation and even taught you 2 techniques. After listening to Jiang Che's explanation, Jiang Jiangguo was thoughtful and almost believed it. Having held a high position for many years, Jiang Jiangguo has extremely rich insights and naturally knows some things that ordinary people will never know. Some hermits do like to live in seclusion in deep mountains and forests to practice, under the pretext of staying away from worldly troubles. After all, isn't Jiang Wantang a very ready-made example? So that's how it is. You bastard son, you're incredibly lucky. Qin Mengxian's brows gradually relaxed and she let out a clicking sound. Qin Mengxian has always doted on Jiang Che. Now that she knew Jiang Che was not practicing any evil skills that could help one quickly improve their cultivation, she stopped worrying about it. Yes, that's it. And I came back this time, but I brought gifts for you all. Jiang Che said this, and handed the various pills he had prepared in advance to several people, and gave a brief explanation. Xiao Che, are you saying that after taking these 2 pills, I can live 20 more years? Jiang Jiangguo looked at the longevity pill in his hand, which was shining with golden light and emitting endless fragrance, and his tone was full of suspicion. Although he knew that his eldest grandson had had a miraculous encounter and met a hermit, he was still skeptical about the effectiveness of the longevity elixir. A pill can extend a person's life by 10 years? Even with his knowledge, he had never heard of this so-called longevity elixir before. Of course it's true, Grandpa, why don't you try it and know? Grandpa, are you afraid that your grandson will harm you? Jiang Che nodded and joked with a smile. You grandson? Jiang Jiangguo cursed with a smile, then without hesitation, swallowed the 2 pills into his stomach and began to chew them. Of course, he also knew that Jiang Che was joking with him. How tragic would it be if you lived your whole life and couldn't even trust your own grandson? As the pill entered his mouth, Jiang Jiangguo's transformation occurred almost instantly. It was visible to the naked eye that the wrinkles on his face had all disappeared, his white hair had turned black again, and his whole spirit had improved by more than 10 levels. Jiang Jiangguo sat on the sofa, feeling relaxed and comfortable all over. He felt so good. He felt as if he had suddenly returned to his peak form. Just as the eldest grandson said, he looked 20 years younger. This. Jiang Chenju looked at his father in confusion. Although he had expected it, he was still shocked by the huge change in Jiang Jiangguo. It's amazing, it's really amazing. So, my dear son, can this anti-aging pill really keep your mother young and beautiful? Qin Mengxian's eyes lit up, her breathing became a little rapid, and her hands were trembling slightly. After witnessing the changes in her father-in-law with her own eyes, she no longer had any doubts about Jiang Che's words. Chapter 9, their whole family is the protagonist, and I am the only villain. Nature is real. As long as you take this anti-aging pill, even if you are in your 70s or 80s, you will still look as young as you do now. But the rejuvenating pill will expel impurities from the body after taking it, so it's better to use it in the bathroom. Jiang Che paused as he spoke, looked at the marrow cleansing pill placed in front of Jiang Wantang, and continued. The marrow cleansing pill can cleanse the tendons and marrow, improve a person's physical fitness, and enhance martial arts talent. Sister, after you take it, maybe you will be able to break through their bottleneck in one fell swoop and completely step into the martial arts realm of the Gangjin Grandmaster. Thank you, Xiao Che. Jiang Wantang's eyes were curved and she spoke softly. Her eyebrows were curved into crescent shapes and she seemed to be very pleased. The elixir cleansing marrow pill can change a warrior's talents and qualifications. She had only seen it in some ancient books before. Now seeing the real marrow cleansing pill placed before her, her heart was naturally moved, and the look she gave Jiang Che became more gentle and full of doting. Regardless of whether this marrow cleansing pill has any effect on her, she truly feels her brother's kindness. Jiang Wantang is overjoyed, mood value plus 9,999. Jiang Jiangwo is very happy, his mood is plus 9,999. Jiang Chenju feels relieved, emotional value plus 6,666. Qin Mengxian is overjoyed, emotional value plus 5,555. Jiang Che was stunned for a moment when he heard the system prompt sound suddenly ringing in his mind, and then his expression became a little strange. The system said that it could only harvest the emotions of the protagonist and the heroine. The stronger the luck aura of the protagonist and heroine is, the more emotional points they can harvest. Jiang Wantang is the destined heroine, Jiang Che already knows it, and he is not surprised that he can harvest her emotions. But what about Dad, Mom and Grandpa? With a suspicious attitude, Jiang Che used some detection skills on the three people respectively. Character, Jiang Jiangwo. Age, 86. Charm, 93. Cultivation, none. Skill, Grandmaster level controlling technique. Plot, a life of glory. Character, Jiang Chenju. Age, 49. Charm, 95. Cultivation, none. Plot, rise to prominence. Character, Qin Mengxian. Age, 46. Charm, 97. Cultivation, initial stage of Gangjin. Plot, a happy life, I am spoiled by my husband. After checking the attribute panels of several people, Jiang Che's mouth twitched and he was speechless. Damn it, it turns out that except for myself who is the destined villain, all the other members of this family are destined to be the lucky protagonists. What am I? Good things can bring out evil. Har har har. Okay. A unicorn has appeared in my Jiang family. Jiang Jiangwo laughed out loud, his face flushed, and he looked full of energy. He didn't look old at all, and didn't look like an 86-year-old man at all. Jiang Jiangwo is in a really good mood now, better than ever before. My body has become younger, and my grandchildren are becoming more and more outstanding. He has already arranged his son's career, and his daughter-in-law's group is growing bigger and bigger, and will soon become the number one in Longhua. The entire Jiang family is thriving and flourishing, so how could he not be in a good mood? Yes, Xiao Che is indeed getting better and better. Jiang Chenju also agreed and spoke with a smile, looking at Jiang Che with more and more satisfaction. The food is ready in the kitchen, let's eat and talk at the same time. Qin Mengxian said this and directly invited everyone to come to the dining table and sit down. At the dinner table, everyone was happy and the atmosphere was harmonious. Jiang Che, his grandson and his two grandsons were drinking and chatting happily, while Jiang Wantang and Qin Mengxian were talking in low voices. By the way, Xiao Che, do you have a girlfriend recently? When will you bring him home? When will you get married and have children? After eating and drinking, Qin Mengxian seemed to suddenly remember something and asked suddenly. Qin Mengxian was satisfied with her precious son in every way, but she had never heard that Jiang Che had a girlfriend over the years, so she couldn't help feeling a little anxious. After all, guys in their early 20s are at the peak of their vitality. But her precious son, who has such good conditions, never has a girlfriend, so she naturally feels suspicious. Could it be that his son has some unspeakable secret? In an instant, Qin Mingshuan's mind was filled with ideas. Yes, you know this person too. It's the second young lady of the Liu family, Liu Mingxi. Jiang Che drank another glass of wine and said casually. If he knew what his mother was thinking, he would definitely be in tears. Food, sex, and nature are part of human nature. How could he have never had a girlfriend? In the outside world, he has many titles, such as Lin Jiang's #1 young master, Lin Jiang's #1 philanthropist, gentle and elegant Mr. Jiang, elegant senior Jiang, god of the investment world. It can be said that Jiang Che's life so far has been completely spotless. Over the years, Jiang Che has always paid special attention to his reputation and taken good care of his reputation in order to pave the way for his future entry into politics, so he has not acted too ostentatiously. But now it seems that there is no need for this at all. The second young lady of the Liu family, is she the little girl who followed you around when you were little? It can be considered as just barely worthy of your status. Qin Mengxian was thoughtful and put aside many of her inner speculations. She also had some impression of Liu Mingxi. When Jiang Che was young, that little girl often came to visit their home. Although the Liu family is one of the 6 major families in Linjiang City, it is nothing in Qin Mingshuan's eyes. Since you already have a girlfriend, you should quickly give the Jiang family some children. Grandpa, I have also arranged a marriage for you in the imperial capital. When the opportunity is right, you two can meet in person. Jiang Jiangwo took over the conversation with a kind face. He never thought of letting Jiang Che be like his son Jiang Chenju, a couple for life. As the eldest grandson of the Jiang family for 3 generations, the glorious and arduous task of expanding the Jiang family naturally fell to Jiang Che. I'll follow Grandpa's instructions. Jiang Che agreed with a smile and did not refuse. Since it was a marriage arranged by his own grandfather, the other party could not be too bad. At the very least, she would be someone of equal status to himself, and it was very likely that she would be some unknown heroine. Of course Jiang Che would not refuse this. As for heroines, the more the better, the better. Anyway, he has never been a lovesick person. Chapter 10 Lingxiao Capital, targeting the protagonist. Stayed in Yundingshan Villa for one night. The next day, early morning. After breakfast, Jiang Che said goodbye to his family and drove away from Genting Highlands. After learning about the story of the Soldier King's bodyguard from Liu Mingxi, Jiang Che couldn't wait to meet this so-called Soldier King protagonist. According to the plot, the current Soldier King Xiao Chen has just returned to Linjiang City. He does not have much power at all, and his cultivation is only at the late Ming Jin level, which is slightly inferior to himself. It's best to use this guy for training. Xiao Chen is the leader of a group called Wolffang Mercenary Group in a small country in Black Continent. They do almost all kinds of evil in Black Continent. The business of the Wolffang Mercenary Group includes buying and selling black slaves, trafficking human organs, assassinating leaders of small countries in Black Africa, and smuggling arms. How could such a person become the protagonist? Jiang Che said he didn't understand. Apart from the slave trade, what else did Xiao Chen do that was worthy of being shot 800 times? This guy is not a good person to begin with, so Jiang Che will not feel any psychological burden in killing him. After all, he is not a saintly bitch. It was just killing one person, he had done that before. Since these sons of destiny will eventually target the Jiang family in turn according to the development of the destiny trajectory, Jiang Che will naturally not show any mercy. Being kind to your enemies is being cruel to yourself. As for the mad dragon coming down the mountain, according to the plot, it will take some time for Lin Yi to go down the mountain. Jiang Che has plenty of time to arrange things, and he will give him a big gift when the time comes. After leaving Genting Villa, Jiang Che did not return directly to Qingting Villa, but went directly to Lingxiao Capital in the city center. The Progarnizonder sped along the road, with cars giving way wherever it passed. About an hour later, Jiang Che finally arrived in front of the Lingxiao Capital building. Hello, President Jiang. After entering the building, Jiang Che was greeted by employees passing by. Some female employees even had peach blossoms in their eyes, legs together, full of poetry. Jiang Che smiled and nodded, then entered the CEO's exclusive elevator and went straight to the 26th floor. Lingxiao Capital is an investment company under Jiang Che's name. After he became an adult, his mother gave Jiang Che 500 million yuan in pocket money every month. Apart from daily eating, drinking and entertainment, there will naturally be some left over. Jiang Che saved up some pocket money for a few months and casually opened an investment company. After 3 years of development, Lingxiao Capital has become a leading presence in Linjiang City. It is huge in scale, with a market value of hundreds of billions, and has controlling stakes in many famous companies in Linjiang City. It is precisely because of his actions over the past 3 years that Jiang Che was given the title of God of Investment. In fact, these are just empty reputations. The main reason why Lingxiao Capital has been managed in an orderly manner over the years is because Jiang Che was able to obtain inside information from his father Jiang Chenju. If you are one step ahead in everything, it will be hard not to make money. If you stand on the right spot, even a pig can take off. After a ding sound, when the elevator reached the top floor, Jiang Che gave an order and then went straight towards the office. Sitting in the spacious boss chair, Jiang Che tapped the table with his hands, waiting quietly. About 10 minutes later, there was a knock on the door, and Jiang Che said casually, "Enter." The office door was slowly opened, and a tall man in a suit, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, who looked like a gentleman with a bad figure at first glance, walked in. "Mr. Jiang, this is the project plan you requested regarding investing in Lanzi Group," the man said, offering with both hands and respectfully handing the document over to the desk. "Xiaohan N.A. How long have you been working at the company?" Jiang Che didn't open the file to check it immediately. He tapped the table lightly with his fingers and suddenly asked a question without any context. "This. Mr. Jiang, I have been at Lingxiao Capital for 1 year, 3 months and 24 days. Han Yang spoke cautiously, secretly observing Jiang Che's expression, and suddenly a lot of nervousness emerged in his heart. Generally speaking, if your boss talks to you like this, you are probably in trouble. You may be demoted or fired directly. Of course, nothing is absolute. It is also possible that your boss recognizes your contributions and wants to promote you." Because Han Yang was unsure of what Jiang Che was thinking, he felt a little nervous, fearing that Jiang Che would fire him if he got upset. After all, as Jiang Che's secretary, his monthly salary starts at 100,000 yuan, and he is provided with 5 insurances and 1 fund, housing, and various benefits. If he was really fired by Jiang Che, he would never be able to find such a good job in his life. 1 year, 3 months and 24 days. You remember it so clearly. Have you ever considered changing jobs? Jiang Che raised his eyebrows and continued speaking. Han Yang graduated with a master's degree from Oxford University and is a returnee with real talent. When he first came to Lingxiao Capital to apply for a job, Jiang Che saw that he was smart and hardworking, so he made him his secretary, responsible for helping him deal with some unimportant documents. His work ability was quite good. "Mr. Jiang, what do you mean?" Han Yang was stunned for a moment and asked tentatively. "The marketing department is still short of a manager, you go. Also, please help me hire a new secretary. The salary and benefits remain the same. The requirement is female, bachelor's degree, over 1.68 meters tall, with regular facial features and no tattoos." Jiang Che took out the investment plan and flipped through it casually, then answered without even looking up. Jiang Che said he also wanted to try out being the boss's secretary. What if you happen to meet a wild heroine? Secretary is responsible for work. "Okay, Mr. Jiang, I understand." Han Yang took a deep breath, suppressed his excitement, and his voice trembled slightly. This immense wealth has finally come to him. Thank you, parents, thank you, motherland, thank you, President Jiang. Han Yang naturally understood the implication of Jiang Che's words. Knowing that his young and promising boss wanted to play some office games, he certainly wouldn't be stupid enough to expose it directly. Regular facial features. What kind of woman is considered to have regular facial features? Of course, the more beautiful the better. Han Yang secretly made up his mind that he would personally check the secretary recruitment this time and would definitely live up to President Jiang's kindness. Notify Lanzi Group that I will be meeting with their president tomorrow to discuss investment projects in detail. After finishing reading the contents of the investment plan, Jiang Che began to give instructions. The plan to invest in Lanzi Group was submitted by the Asset Management Department a month ago, but everyone had different opinions and kept arguing, so the plan was delayed and he had to make the decision. Okay, Mr. Jiang, I'll arrange it right away. Han Yang nodded slightly, made a cup of coffee for Jiang Che, and then left the office to arrange related matters. After Han Yang left, Jiang Che took out all the documents that had been accumulated over the past 2 months and began to carefully review and approve them. Chapter 11. Boy, you are ready to die. Lanzi Group, President's Office. Ling Qingqiu was busy dealing with the group's documents when the phone on his desk suddenly rang. Ling Qingqiu frowned slightly. Although she was a little unhappy about being suddenly interrupted from her thoughts, she did not hesitate at all and answered the phone. The people who knew her office phone number were at least some bosses with a net worth of over 100 million yuan. They might have some cooperation projects to discuss with her, so Ling Qingqiu naturally did not dare to neglect them. Due to the joint suppression and targeting by its peers, and the stagnation of its recent product research, Lanzi Group's capital chain is on the verge of breaking, and it has reached a critical moment of life and death. Therefore, Ling Qingqiu would never miss any opportunity at this time. Hello, I'm Ling Qingqiu, the president of Lanzi Group. What? Ling Xiao Capital wants to invest in Lanzi Group. Upon hearing this good news suddenly, Ling Qingqiu stood up from his seat excitedly. Okay then, I'll be waiting at Yushin Food Court at 12 noon tomorrow. Okay, thank you. Call. After taking a deep breath to calm his disordered breathing and hanging up the phone, Ling Qingqiu finally suppressed his excitement and sent a message to his secretary Li Yangran to come to his office. About 5 minutes later, there was a knock on the door. Enter. After getting Ling Qingqiu's permission, a tall, delicate-looking person dressed in a black hip skirt and dressed like a secretary entered the office. Boss, you're looking for me. Li Yangran placed a stack of documents on Ling Qingqiu's desk and waited quietly for his instructions. Li Yangran wore a beige shirt, her slender legs were wrapped in black stockings, and she wore high heels, looking like an urban white-collar worker. Although her appearance is slightly inferior to Ling Qingqiu, she can still be called a peerless beauty. Outside the door, Xiao Chen, who was leaning against the wall, saw Li Yangran enter the office. He quickly leaned his ear against the wall and listened attentively, trying to eavesdrop on the conversation between the two women. Xiao Chen is 24 years old this year. After graduating from high school at the age of 18, he went abroad to work hard and became a mercenary by chance. With his extraordinary courage and good luck, he has been doing very well abroad in recent years and has established his own mercenary group. Because he was tired of living on the edge of a knife, Xiao Chen returned to Longhua and returned to Linjiang City, the city that he cared about so much. After returning to China, Xiao Chen originally planned to go back to the orphanage to look for his childhood sweetheart. By chance, Xiao Chen met Ling Qingqiu and fell in love with her at first sight. He had already regarded Ling Qingqiu as his woman in his heart, so he came to Lanzi Group to apply for Ling Qingqiu's bodyguard. Although Xiao Chen has been trying to show himself in various ways these days, Ling Qingqiu is, as his name suggests, with a cold personality and is an out-and-out workaholic, so Xiao Chen has not found any suitable opportunities. However, Xiao Chen was not discouraged by this. Ling Qingqiu's cold aura that kept people at a distance instead aroused his inner desire to conquer her. After all, the colder the iceberg, the more sense of accomplishment you will feel when conquering it. Moreover, when Xiao Chen heard that Lanzi Group had recently encountered some problems with its capital chain, he knew that his chance to show his ability had come. As long as he invests in Lanzi Group and helps it revive, why would he worry about not gaining the favor of Ling Qingqiu, the workaholic? Over the years, he has earned a considerable fortune by assassinating leaders of small countries in Africa and selling arms and slaves. There are still billions of dollars. It is not difficult for him to help the Lanzi Group revive. But Xiao Chen also knew the principle of helping others in need, so he did not choose to take action at the first time, but quietly waited for a suitable opportunity. Wait until the group reaches a critical moment before raising funds. This way, it will be more unforgettable for Ling Qingqiu. There are many beautiful women in Lanzi Group, and Ling Qingqiu's secretary Li Yangran is also a stunning beauty, so Xiao Chen naturally covets her. He had long considered Lanzi Group as the base for his future harem, and had imagined it countless times in his mind. Only children make choices, so of course Xiao Chen wants them all. In Xiao Chen's heart, whether it is Ling Qingqiu or Li Yangran, they are already his women, and will eventually surrender to his 6-centimeter spear. Cancel all your plans for tomorrow and come with me to Yushin restaurant at noon tomorrow. After taking a look at Li Yangran, Ling Qingqiu gave the order in a low voice. Going to Yushin restaurant. Could it be possible that the president has already secured financing? Hearing Ling Qingqiu say this, Li Yangran instantly knew what her boss was thinking, and her tone was slightly surprised. After graduating from university, she came to Lanzi Group to work as Ling Qingqing's secretary. After working there for 3 years, Li Yangran naturally knew Ling Qingqiu very well. In the past, Ling Qingqiu would choose this place to have dinner with company bosses when discussing cooperation. Outside the door, Xiao Chen suddenly became nervous after hearing the news, and many bad premonitions emerged in his heart. Yes, Ling Xiao Capital just called. Their chairman will discuss with me tomorrow about investing in Lanzi Group. You will come with me then. When mentioning this matter, Ling Qingqiu's lips curled up slightly, and a smile appeared on her pretty face. The chairman of Ling Xiao Capital is Jiang Che, the so-called god of investment. Li Yangran blinked, obviously very familiar with Jiang Che's name. After all, Jiang Che's achievements in the past 3 years were too dazzling and had already caused a stir in the upper-class society, so she had naturally heard about it. It is said that any project invested by this god of investment almost never suffers losses. In just 3 years, he grew Ling Xiao Capital from a small company with a market value of 5 billion to a large enterprise with a market value of 100 billion, so he was given the title of God of Investment. That's him. With Ling Xiao Capital joining the game, if this partnership goes through, the group will be able to revive instantly. Ling Qingqiu nodded heavily, his expression more solemn than ever before. She knew in her heart that this was her only chance at the moment. No matter what, Ling Qingqiu will hold onto it firmly. Okay, President. I'll go and make arrangements for tomorrow. Li Yangran nodded slightly, then walked out of the president's office with elegant steps, wearing black stockings. Outside the door, Xiao Chen, who had overheard the entire conversation between the two women, had a completely gloomy expression on his face. His body was shaking slightly with anger, and he punched the wall of the corridor heavily, causing a deep crack to appear on the wall. Originally, Xiao Chen was planning to take direct action to save the collapsing Lanzi Group in 3 days, but he didn't expect that Cheng Yao Jin would appear halfway. Damn it, no matter who the boss of Ling Xiao Capital is, Xiao Chen will definitely kill him. Tomorrow he must find a way to go to the dinner with Ling Qingqiu. You actually dared to disrupt Blood Wolf's plan, boy, you are destined to die. Chapter 12, Early Dark Power, Shadow Guard. Ling Qingqiu is grateful to you, emotion value plus 999. Li Yangran is curious about you, emotion value plus 999. Xiao Chen is incompetent and furious, emotion value plus 999. Xiao Chen's plasmolysis, emotional value plus 3,399. After processing the pile of documents at Ling Xiao Capital, Jiang Che drove directly back to Qingting Villa. As soon as I returned, a system prompt sounded in my mind. After accepting the plot of The Cold and Beautiful CEO's Personal Soldier, Jiang Che knew Xiao Chen's plan clearly and naturally knew why this guy was so angry. With a secret laugh, Jiang Che gave instructions directly to the system. System, give me 5 draws. Over the past 2 days, he has accumulated more than 50,000 points of emotion value. Now he is still in the novice protection period, and the probability of obtaining epic rewards has greatly increased. Jiang Che naturally will not miss it. Deduct 50,000 emotion points and start the lottery. Congratulations to their host for obtaining God-level hacking skills. Congratulations to their host for obtaining a cultivation level-up card. X1 can increase martial arts cultivation by 1 small realm, only available to the host. Congratulations to their host for obtaining 10 Shadow Guards. The Deadpools of the Dark Knight, absolutely loyal to their host, their cultivation level increases with the host's level, and they are always 1 level lower than the host. Congratulations to their host for obtaining a Golden Desert Eagle X1 unlimited bullets, for their host's use only. Congratulations host. After checking out the various prizes won in this lottery, Jiang Che couldn't hide the smile on his face. These are all very practical and good things, so cool. System, summon Shadow Guard, use the Cultivation Enhancement card. Ding, the Cultivation Level Improvement card was used successfully. As the system's prompt sounded, Jiang Che felt a sudden surge of warmth in his lower abdomen, flowing through his limbs and 8 extraordinary meridians. Under the influence of this force, the shackles between the peak of Ming Jin and An Jin were instantly broken. Energy flowed back to his Dantian, and Jiang Che's martial arts skills also directly broke through to the initial stage of dark energy. Jiang Che waved his hand casually, and suddenly there were bursts of breaking sounds in the air, as shocking as thunder. There is a very obvious difference between Ming Jin warriors and An Jin warriors. Ming Jin is a process of constantly tempering the body and condensing true energy. Once the true qi is successfully condensed, the cultivation level will naturally break through to the dark energy realm. A dark energy warrior can mobilize the true energy in his dantian and condense it into his hands and legs, making every strike have a powerful effect. Combined with the 9-yang divine art that Jiang Che practiced, even the most ordinary moves would be more powerful and domineering, and he could easily break stones and cut iron like mud with his bare hands. A martial artist with Hua Jin can release his true energy, pluck flowers and leaves, and kill people invisibly. With the system by his side, as long as he keeps harvesting the emotional values of the protagonist and the heroine, it is only a matter of time before Jiang Che breaks through to their Hua Jin level. Moreover, this time is destined not to be too long. System, view my properties panel. Host, Jiang Che. Identity, destined villain, Lin Jian's number 1 young master. Age, 21. Charisma, 99. Cultivation, initial stage of dark power. Kung Fu, 9-yang magic, and treading on snow without leaking. Skills, proficient in 18 languages, God-level piano skills, God-level hacking skills, advanced art, advanced investment capabilities, advanced management skills. Item, gold desert eagle. Personal wealth, 13.66 billion. Emotional value, 3366. Meet the master. After checking his own attribute panel, Jiang Che turned his gaze towards the 10 figures kneeling on one knee not far away. Look up. Jiang Che spoke calmly. Swish. As Jiang Che finished speaking, the 10 people all raised their heads and looked at him with burning eyes, their eyes full of undisguised admiration and fanaticism. You will live in Qingtingviller from now on. If anything comes up, I will instruct you to handle it. After checking everyone's appearance, Jiang Che smiled with satisfaction and continued giving instructions. I have to say that the dog system is very considerate to me. These 10 shadow guards are all women, there are no men, and their looks are all around 70 points. They are absolutely loyal to me, and their cultivation level improves as I improve myself. Isn't this the team that will allow me to control the entire Linjiang team in the future? If there is any dirty work that you are not convenient to do yourself, you can hand it over to these shadow guards. I will obey the master's order. Everyone shouted in unison again, their movements in unison. Jiang Che. The master's decree. This inexplicable sense of déjà vu. Go down, and let the maid arrange accommodation for you. From now on, you can call me young master or master. There's no need to address me as master. Jiang Che's eyelids twitched, and he waved his hand, dismissing the 10 shadow guards. Master or something, if Jiang Che was playing games with Liu Mingxi or Xiaoyi, he naturally wouldn't mind adding some fun. But he always felt a little weird being called master seriously by such a group of women. Yes, sir. The women accepted the order and then bowed and left. Jiang Che casually called a maid and asked her to arrange accommodation for these 10 people and distribute various weapons and daily necessities. Qingtingviller is vast, and it can easily accommodate not only these 10 shadow secret guards, but even 1,000 more can be accommodated. After settling the 10 shadow guards, Jiang Che continued walking towards the villa where he lived. After walking across the lawn and before entering, Jiang Che saw a figure in purple standing silently in front of the villa. It was Xiaoyi. Seeing Jiang Che return, Xiaoyi took small steps and quickly came to Jiang Che's side without saying a word. How long have you been waiting for me here today? Jiang Che raised his eyebrows and asked curiously. Xiaoyi stretched out 8 fingers and silently answered Jiang Che's question. From now on, when I'm not at home, you don't have to wait for me at the door all the time. Just live your life as usual. Take this technique and practice it. Jiang Che said this and handed a copy of Treading Snow Without Trace, copied from the system, to Xiaoyi. In the future, he was destined to confront various chosen ones, and it was impossible for him to keep Xiaoyi by his side forever, so naturally he had to find something for this cold girl to do. According to the system's rating system, the martial arts in this world can be roughly divided into 4 levels: Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Huang. Treading on snow without leaking is a martial art ranked at the lower level of the heavenly stage, and it is also a very rare light skill in this world. Once one's cultivation breaks through to Danjin and cultivates the skill of walking on snow without leaving a trace to the perfect realm, one can completely achieve the state of leaving a sound like a passing goose, walking on snow without leaving a trace, and walking 3,000 miles a day is no problem. If a Danjin warrior has not practiced Qinggong, it is impossible to achieve this. Xiaoyi took it with both hands, then knelt on one knee, clasped her hands together, and expressed her loyalty. Xiaoyi has a cold personality, cannot speak, and is not good at expressing herself, so she can only express her gratitude in this way. Get up and go eat. Jiang Che reached out and helped the little Lolita up, and then they walked into the villa hall together. Chapter 13, Taking Xiaoyi, Loli is really different. After dinner, the sky gradually darkened. Jiang Che invited Xiaoyi to go upstairs with him and returned to his room. After washing up, Jiang Che took out his cell phone and contacted Liu Mingxi, saying some free sweet words, and once again harvested thousands of emotional points from the little Loli. As the second daughter of the Liu family, Liu Mingxi has lived a life of luxury since childhood and has a simple and lovely personality. For a little Loli like this, you only need to provide some emotional value to make her fall deeper and deeper. After finishing his chat with Liu Mingxi, Jiang Che waved to Xiaoyi, who was standing quietly beside him. When Xiaoyi walked in front of him, Jiang Che hugged the purple-haired little Loli into his arms and put his arms around her slender and delicate waist that could be held in one hand. He buried his head in Xiaoyi's purple hair and sniffed the fragrance of the girl's hair. Because of years of martial arts training, Xiaoyi's body is very flexible. Although she is just a petite little Loli, her figure is of golden proportions. Her legs are straight and slender, white and delicate, with plump thighs and slender calves. Wrapped in knee-length black stockings, she looks even more pure and charming. Being held in Jiang Che's arms, Xiaoyi still had no expression on her face, with no ripples in her heart. She lay softly on her back in Jiang Che's arms. "Baby, you are such a soft, sweet, fragrant little cake tilder." Jiang Che leaned close to Xiaoyi's ear and spoke softly, feeling deeply moved. Sure enough, the little Loli should be like a kitten, held in the arms and caressed by her owner. Xiaoyi's face froze. Obviously she didn't expect Jiang Che to suddenly say such a thing, but then she quickly returned to normal. If Jiang Che hadn't been paying attention to Xiaoyi's expression changes, he might not have noticed it. Ding, Xiaoyi is panicking, emotion value plus 3,344. Listening to the system's real-time report, Jiang Che laughed inwardly. Jiang Che had already anticipated Xiaoyi's role as the heroine. After all, with Xiaoyi's angelic beauty and peerless appearance, which is rare in the world, how could she be just an ordinary passerby in this integrated novel world? However, the system did not list any plot introduction about Xiaoyi, so Jiang Che did not know which book Xiaoyi belonged to. Of course, none of this matters to Jiang Che. It's getting late, Xiaoyi, it's time to go to bed. There is a secret sorrow and hidden hatred, and at this time silence is better than words. Xiaoyi's heart is filled with emotion, emotional value plus 4,455. Xiaoyi's emotions surge, emotional value plus 6,666. The next day, early morning. I have to go out to discuss business with someone today, so you can rest at home first. If you are bored, you can practice walking on snow without leaving any trace. Jiang Che looked at her tenderly and placed a gentle kiss on Xiaoyi's blushing face. Last night, Jiang Che really just wanted to hug the soft and sweet little Loli and fall asleep peacefully. However, Brother Yuncharn expressed strong protest against this. With some reluctance, Xiaoyi completed the transformation from a girl to a woman. Although this happened a bit abruptly, Jiang Che did not feel too much regret. Xiaoyi was already on his list, but the time was just brought forward. Since Xiaoyi has become his woman now, it would be inappropriate to ask her to do something too dangerous. Maybe in the future I can let her train the shadow guards for me in the villa, which can also be regarded as giving this quiet and cold little Loli something to do. After all, as the top killer of Shadow, Xiaoyi has been practicing hard since childhood and possesses master-level assassination skills. It is natural for her to teach those Shadow secret guards. Xiaoyi raised her eyes to look at Jiang Che and nodded silently as a response. There was a hint of different color in her eyes as she looked at Jiang Che. She had anticipated this kind of thing when she arrived at Jingting Villa yesterday and did not feel it was anything abrupt. After all, she had already regarded Jiang Che as her master who needed to be protected for her entire life, and naturally believed that everything she had belonged to him. So good. I'll be with you when I get back in the evening. Jiang Che pinched Xiaoyi's tender little face, smiled gently, took the quilt from the side to cover the little girl, and left the room directly. After Jiang Che left, Xiaoyi exhaled, turned over, curled up her petite body, and soon fell into a deep sleep. Loli is indeed different. After going downstairs, Jiang Che smacked his lips, savoring the memory, feeling emotional. Xiaoyi's aura of being the heroine is much stronger than Liu Mingxi's. He harvested more than 20,000 emotional points from the little Loli last night. Shaking his head and putting aside the messy thoughts in his mind, Jiang Che looked down at the Vatran Constantine on his wrist. It was almost noon, and the time agreed with Ling Qingqiu was approaching. It was time for him to meet this protagonist, the Soldier King. Jiang Che found 3 bodyguards in the middle stage of Ming Jin and drove a Ferrari LaFerrari directly towards Yushin restaurant. Before setting off, Jiang Che had already given the 3 bodyguards task targets. Today, he would trick Xiao Chen and harvest a wave of emotional points. Lanzi Group, President's Office. After finishing their work at hand, Ling Qingqiu glanced at the time and found that it was already 10:40, and it was almost time for the appointment with Lingxiao Capital. After getting up from the boss chair, Ling Qingqiu walked straight to the lounge with her beautiful legs in black stockings, intending to put on some light makeup first so that she could meet Jiang Che in the best possible manner. After packing up, Ling Qingqiu found Li Yangran and took her out of the Lanzi Group building. On their way, Ling Qingqiu looked back at Li Yangran, who was holding the documents, his face serious and his tone quite solemn. Yangran, today's cooperation cannot be wrong. After we meet, you must show enough respect to Mr. Jiang. Li Yangran has worked diligently and with outstanding abilities over the past 3 years, and Ling Qingqiu values her very much. However, today's cooperation negotiations are of vital importance and are related to the survival of the entire Lanzi Group, so Ling Qingqiu gave special instructions. If the cooperation can be successfully reached today, with the financing from Lingxiao Capital, Lanzi Group can be revived in an instant. On the contrary, if Jiang Che's investment cannot be obtained, the building will collapse in an instant. After all, Lanzi Group's capital chain is about to break, and it has long been on the verge of life and death. Don't worry, President. Yangran understands. Li Yangran nodded heavily, knowing what she should do without Ling Qingqiu saying anything more. At the security department of Lanzi Group, Xiao Chen's eyes lit up when he saw Ling Qingqiu and Li Yangran appear, and he hurriedly trotted over to greet them. Chapter 14, A Strong Woman is Afraid of a Clinging Man, Xiao Chen's Plan. Qingqiu, I heard that you are going to discuss cooperation with someone today. Let me go with you, it will also better ensure your safety. Xiao Chen walked up to Ling Qingqiu and spoke with a grin on his face. Looking at Ling Qingqiu, who was wearing delicate light makeup in front of him, a hint of hidden greed flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes, and he swallowed unconsciously. Ling Qingqiu was already a peerless beauty with a natural beauty. Now that she was dressed up carefully, she exuded an indescribable charm from the inside out. Xiao Chen was almost bewitched to the point of becoming mentally retarded. During all these years in Heizhou, where had he ever seen such a beauty? In that kind of ghost place, there are only black girls with thick arms and fat waists. Over the years, Xiao Chen has indeed played with many women, but they were all black girls, and he only ate coarse food. He has never had the chance to eat the finest food like Ling Qingqiu. Call me President Ling. If you don't want to be fired, change your words immediately. Ling Qingqiu frowned slightly and looked at Xiao Chen with cold eyes. A trace of disgust flashed across her beautiful eyes, and she was very dissatisfied in her heart. Xiao Chen has been in Lanzi Group for 7 days. Whenever he gets the chance, he will show his courtesy to her. How could Ling Qingqiu not understand his thoughts? If it weren't for the fact that this guy actually had some real skills, could fight 10 people at once, and was proficient in fighting, she would have fired this bodyguard with no sense of boundaries long ago. In the past, she did think about firing Xiao Chen, but in the end she had to give up for various inexplicable reasons. Thinking about it now, Ling Qingqiu is still puzzled. What she didn't know was that this was entirely due to Xiao Chen's halo as the protagonist. If she really fired Xiao Chen so casually, how would the plot develop? Okay, President Ling, let me go with you. After all, those men out there all have ulterior motives. If I'm not by your side, I'm afraid something bad will happen to you. Facing Ling Qingqiu's cold gaze, Xiao Chen decisively changed his words and tried to persuade her earnestly. He knew that this was a prelude to Ling Qingqiu's outburst, and if he continued to act on his own, it would most likely backfire. Xiao Chen's main strategy when picking up girls is to be persistent and not to be naive. As the saying goes, a strong woman is afraid of being clingy. Xiao Chen firmly believed that as long as he could persevere, he would be able to completely win the heart of this cold and beautiful president one day. Originally, the crisis facing Lanzi Group was a good opportunity. As long as he can stand up at the critical moment, turn the tide and save the Lanzi group from danger, he will definitely leave a very deep impression on Ling Qingqiu. But man proposes, God disposes. Before he could even take action, Lanzi Group inexplicably received cooperation negotiations from Ling Xiao Capital. Xiao Chen was naturally very unhappy that his good thing was ruined, so he wanted to follow Ling Qingqiu and developed a strong murderous intention towards Jiang Che, a person he had never met before. If possible, he also wanted to secretly sabotage the negotiations and then take further action. No need, just take good care of your gate. Ling Qingqiu glanced at Xiao Chen, his tone as cold as ever. He was too lazy to say anything more to this guy and directly took Li Yangran towards the parking lot not far away. Today's cooperation negotiations are extremely important to her, so Ling Qingqiu naturally would not bring any questionable people with her. What's more, Jiang Che has always had a very good reputation in the upper circles of Linjiang City. Gentle, modest, well-mannered, elegant, a financial tycoon, an investment expert, and a lover of charity. These are all synonyms for Jiang Che. A man's reputation is like the shadow of a tree. Although Ling Qingqiu had never had any contact with the number one young master of Linjiang before, it did not prevent her from having a natural liking for Jiang Che. Compared to Jiang Che, Ling Qingqiu felt that Xiao Chen, a guy with no sense of boundaries, was not a good person. After arriving at the parking lot, Ling Qingqiu handed the car keys to Li Yangran, and then got into the back seat of the Maserati president. Accompanied by a roar, the Maserati president galloped away into the distance like a wild horse. What an ungrateful woman. But I like it. Looking at the Maserati's receding figure, Xiao Chen licked his lips excitedly. Ling Qingqiu's cold temperament that kept people at a distance did not make Xiao Chen retreat at all. Instead, it further aroused his inner desire to conquer. Seeing that the Maserati was about to disappear from sight, Xiao Chen no longer hesitated. He walked quickly to the 28-story minivan he had bought from the used car market for 2,000 yuan, started in third gear, and followed. Yushin Restaurant. After Li Yangran parked the car, Ling Qingqiu took her straight into the restaurant lobby. Seeing Ling Qingqiu enter, many guests around were unconsciously attracted to him. Ling Qingqiu had long been accustomed to this kind of attention. His expression was calm and he glanced around. A fat, bald middle-aged man in a suit trotted up to her. He was the manager of Yushin Restaurant. President Ling, your box is ready. Please come this way. The manager had a fawning smile on his face, and he was servile and nodding constantly. Ling Qingqiu nodded slightly, and under the respectful guidance of the restaurant manager, went straight to the private room upstairs. After Ling Qingqiu left, the diners on the first floor began to whisper. What kind of status is this woman? She even has to smile apologetically to greet the manager. Hiss, this woman is really pretty. If I were to marry a woman like this, I would be willing to drive a luxury car and live in a villa. That's hilarious, bro. You always pee without a mirror, right? With your appearance, President Ling would never be interested in you even if he were blind. President Ling. Could she be Ling Qingqiu, one of the foremost beautiful CEOs in Linjiang City? At 11:50, after parking the car, Jiang Che entered the lobby of Yushin Restaurant with his 3 bodyguards. Jiang Che's appearance also unsurprisingly attracted the attention of everyone present. Some women even had shining eyes, legs together, full of poetry, looking at Jiang Che with extremely passionate eyes, wishing they could pounce on him on the spot. Some people recognized Jiang Che's identity and couldn't wait to come forward to greet him and chat with him, while others were afraid of Jiang Che's identity and didn't dare to come forward easily. Hello, Mr. Jiang, I'm the president of Changtian Technology Company, my name is Wang Daily. Hello, Mr. Jiang, I am. The 3 bodyguards who accompanied him directly stopped all those who came forward to make friends with him and kept them outside, so no one could get close to Jiang Che. Although the 3 bodyguards Jiang Che brought with him this time were only at the middle stage of Ming Jin cultivation, not as good as the protagonist Xiao Chen in Soldier King, it was naturally easy for them to stop these ordinary people who were not warriors. Jiang Che had a smile on his face that made people feel like spring breeze. He nodded slightly to everyone and, surrounded by 3 bodyguards, went straight up the stairs and headed towards the VIP box on the 2nd floor. A true villain will never have the word villain written on his face. He will only hide behind the scenes and make calculations, and when necessary, he will deal a heavy blow to his opponent and kill him with one blow. Besides, Jiang Che has already established the character of a noble young master for so many years, so he will naturally continue to maintain it. Chapter 15 on the importance of personality. After arriving at the box, Jiang Che pushed the door open and walked in. He looked around and soon found two figures sitting in the box. Seeing this situation, Jiang Che was slightly stunned. Originally, Jiang Che thought that Ling Qingqiu would bring the protagonist Xiao Chen with him when he came to discuss cooperation with him this time. Now it seems that the situation is a little different. Xiao Chen did not come with Ling Qingqiu, but her personal secretary Li Yangran came with him. Although he was a little surprised inside, Jiang Che remained calm on the surface. He smiled, stretched out his hand and made a little joke. "I've heard a lot about you, President Ling. Am I late?" Looking at Ling Qingqiu in front of him, a hint of surprise flashed in Jiang Che's eyes. In the past, Jiang Che had only seen Ling Qingqiu's photos in some newspapers and weeklies. Today was the first time he met Ling Qingqiu. Ling Qingqiu lives up to her name. At first glance, she gives people the impression of an icy beauty with a cold temperament. She was wearing a perfectly fitted suit that highlighted her tall, graceful, and exquisite curves, willow waist and plump hips, and her long, beautiful legs wrapped in black stockings and high heels. She has delicate facial features, skin as white as snow and as smooth as a baby's, a high nose bridge, eyebrows as dark as distant ink, red lips and white teeth, and a standard oval face. She is the kind of ice goddess who makes you fall in love with her at first sight and unforgettable once you see her. I can only say that Ling Qingqiu is worthy of being the heroine of The Soldier King's Bodyguard, and her appearance is really very attractive. Li Yangran next to her is also a rare and peerless beauty, with bright eyes, white teeth, lips like red clouds, face like peach blossoms, regular and soft features, and exquisite makeup on her face. In terms of appearance, Li Yangran is slightly inferior to Ling Qingqiu, but her figure is much fuller and plumper than Ling Qingqiu, and her pair of breasts are enough to stand out from the crowd. A woman whose toes are invisible when she looks down is the most beautiful woman in the world. This is exactly the type of woman like Li Yangran. Li Yangran sat upright, her beautiful legs in black stockings slightly apart, her thighs full of flesh, a plump type of beauty. No. Mr. Jiang arrived just in time. I just arrived too. Ling Qingqiu took over the conversation and stretched out her slender hand to shake hands with Jiang Che. Just like Jiang Che was amazed when he first saw Ling Qingqiu was also a little amazed by Jiang Che. Although she had heard of this number one young master of Linjiang before, Ling Qingqiu was still shocked by Jiang Che's amazing looks after they actually met. She never thought that a man could be so good looking. This face is so perfect that it looks like a work of art carefully carved by God, without even the slightest flaw. Even she, who believed she had no feelings for any man, felt a little moved when she saw Jiang Che. This doesn't mean that she fell in love with Jiang Che at first sight, it's just an instinctive appreciation for beautiful things. Men like beautiful women, and why don't women like handsome men? People are visually oriented, and having a good-looking appearance can make you popular in any occasion. It was obvious that Ling Qingqiu had a very good first impression of Jiang Che. Li Yangran, who was standing by, was also looking at Jiang Che curiously, with an inexplicable look flashing in her eyes. Ling Qingqiu is filled with amazement, emotional value plus 999. Li Yangran becomes curious, emotional value plus 888. After shaking hands, the two men sat down separately. After placing their respective orders, Jiang Che and Ling Qingqiu chatted idly while using their detection skills without making a sound. Character, Ling Qingqiu. Identity, President of Lanzi Group. Age, 29. Charm, 97. Cultivation, none. Plot, Tiger General retires, my 5 sisters are stunningly beautiful. Character, Li Yangran. Occupation, Secretary to the President of Lanzi Group. Age, 25. Charm, 92. Cultivation, none. Plot, the miracle doctor descends the mountain, starting with 18 marriage certificates. After checking the character panels of Ling Qingqiu and Li Yangran, Jiang Che's expression became a little strange. Wow, these two women actually have completely different plot lines. One is the god of war tiger, and the other is the miracle doctor who came down the mountain. So, what is Xiao Chen, the king of soldiers? Even if he had not intervened, according to the trajectory of the destiny plot line, Xiao Chen would probably never be able to win the beauty in the end. Whether it was the returning god of war or the miraculous doctor who came down the mountain, it was easy for them to capture him, the leader of a small mercenary group. Therefore, in order to prevent Xiao Chen from suffering too much humiliation, he had to accept these two women reluctantly. After all, Jiang Che was not afraid at all, whether it was the miracle doctor or Tiger Marshal. Since President Ling didn't bring any bodyguards with him, you all should leave as well. After the food was served, Jiang Che winked at the bodyguards behind him, indicating that they should act according to the plan. After the three bodyguards left, Ling Qingqiu opened a bottle of high-end red wine, poured a glass for Jiang Che himself, and said softly, "Mr. Jiang, how about we eat and talk at the same time?" Although Jiang Che in front of him was much younger than himself, Ling Qingqiu did not dare to look down on him in the slightest. Instead, he treated him with extreme respect. Jiang Che is well known and is known as the investment god of Linjiang. As an out-and-out workaholic, Ling Qingqiu naturally admires Jiang Che, a man who can create business miracles many times. After all, she didn't know the inside story of Lingxiao Capital, and she didn't know that Jiang Che was able to do so well because he had a good father. Of course, that's what I meant. Jiang Che nodded with a smile, and clinked glasses with Ling Qingqiu in an elegant manner. "Boss Jiang, I've done it. Please do as you please." Ling Qingqiu said this and drank the red wine in the glass in one gulp. Having been in business for many years, Ling Qingqiu naturally knew all the social etiquette at dinner parties. Although it was Lingxiao Capital that took the initiative to invest in her Lanzi group, she was asking for help after all, and the initiative was not in her own hands. At this time, it is still necessary to take the initiative to show goodwill and lower your posture, so as to satisfy the other party's subtle sense of superiority. Only by making Jiang Che happy can the financing problem be completely solved. Therefore, Ling Qingqiu did not ask Jiang Che directly for his endorsement of the investment plan, but drank glass after glass of red wine. Anyway, she brought Li Yangran with her today, and the other party had not drunk a drop of alcohol. Moreover, Jiang Che had a good reputation, was gentle and modest, and was a gentleman. Ling Qingqiu was not afraid that any accidents would happen after she got drunk. That was Jiang Che. If any other man had come today, Ling Qingqiu would never have used such a method to solicit investment and would have just discussed the matter at hand. After all, those other men don't have as many good reputations as Jiang Che. At this moment, the role of a perfect personality is reflected. Chapter 16, No Business is Without Fraud, Xiao Chen falls into the trap. After 3 glasses of red wine, Ling Qingqiu's pretty face began to blush slightly, like a red apple, very tempting. "Please." Jiang Che didn't hesitate and drank the red wine in the glass in one gulp. He could guess most of Ling Qingqiu's thoughts. According to normal logic, the products recently developed by Lanzi Group have made no progress, and its capital chain is about to break. It is on the decline. Such a company is not worth investing in at all. But Jiang Che knew clearly how great the future potential of Lanzi Group was, and that it was destined to become one of the famous companies in Linjiang. In the plot, Xiao Chen raised 1 billion yuan for the dying Lanzi Group and obtained 10% of the shares. He subsequently received a tenfold return and slowly laundered the black money from overseas through the Lanzi Group. Even if he didn't raise funds today, Xiao Chen would definitely continue to show up later. Lanzi Group must invest in it, but Jiang Che is not a bootlicker like Xiao Chen. He is first and foremost a businessman, and he will naturally strive to maximize profits. To do this, Xiao Chen's cooperation is needed. Therefore, seeing that Ling Qingqiu was reluctant to mention the planned financing, Jiang Che naturally remained calm. After parking the 28 Hands noodle shop in front of Yushin restaurant, Xiao Chen got out of the car in a hurry and walked straight into the restaurant. "Hello, sir, would you like to have dinner? How many of you are there?" Seeing Xiao Chen looking around in the restaurant as if looking for someone, a waiter walked up to Xiao Chen with a smile on his face. Although Xiao Chen's attire did not look like he could afford to eat in such a high-end restaurant, the waiter had good professional ethics and did not directly mock Xiao Chen. "I'm here to find Ling Qingqiu. Where is she now?" Xiao Chen spoke in a deep voice, his expression looking a little grim. For some reason, he always had a bad feeling in his heart, as if something bad was going to happen. President Ling is in the VIP room on the 3rd floor. Although she was a little puzzled by Xiao Chen's question, she didn't think much about it. After getting the answer he wanted, Xiao Chen did not stop and quickly went to the 3rd floor. After going up to the 3rd floor and searching for a while, Xiao Chen quickly found the VIP box that the waiter mentioned. Just as he was about to enter, he was stopped by three big men in black at the door. "Boy, our master is in here discussing cooperation with CEO Leng. No outsiders are allowed to enter." The leading black-clad man glanced at Xiao Chen and spoke in a cold voice, leaving no room for doubt. Before coming, Jiang Che had already arranged today's task with them, which was to stop this unprepossessing young man, mock him, and then get beaten up by him. Although they felt puzzled by their young master's outrageous request, as the Jiang family's trained Deadpools, they always obeyed Jiang Che's orders unconditionally and did as he said. "I'm Ling Qingqiu's personal bodyguard, let me in." Xiao Chen looked at the three black-clothed men in front of him with cold eyes, and his fists clenched unconsciously. These three guys looked like ordinary people, but they didn't look like any serious people. Xiao Chen naturally thought that the CEO of Ling Xiao Capital, who was negotiating cooperation with Ling Qingqiu, must not be a good person either. "Even if you are the king of heaven, don't even think about entering this door today. After 3 rounds of wine, the dishes have 5 flavors." Jiang Che vaguely heard a quarrel coming from outside the door, and knew that Xiao Chen had arrived. Without further ado, he took out the investment plan he had prepared in advance, handed it to Ling Qingqiu, and said with a smile, "President Ling, this is the investment endorsement, take a look first. If there is no problem, we can sign it now." The sound insulation of the box was extremely good, and Ling Qingqiu and Li Yangran did not notice anything unusual. But as a warrior in the early stage of dark energy, Jiang Che has sharp ears and eyes, so he can easily detect these subtle movements. "Good." Hearing Jiang Che mention the serious matter, Ling Qingqiu shook his dizzy head, forced himself to calm down, and began to check the contract handed over by Jiang Che word by word. "Mr. Jiang, you want to acquire 15% of Lanzi Group's shares by raising 1 billion. After finishing the check, Ling Qingqiu frowned slightly, feeling a little conflicted. Even though the Lanzi Group is now at a critical moment of collapse, its stock price will not collapse as long as the group is not bankrupt. According to the market value, 15% of Lanzi Group's shares are worth at least 1.5 billion, but Jiang Che only gave 1 billion, which is obviously taking advantage of the situation. If Jiang Che had proposed a lower purchase price, Ling Qingqiu would have rejected it without hesitation. But it just so happens that this 1 billion yuan of funds can revitalize the capital chain of Lanzi Group, which makes Ling Qingqiu feel caught between the lines and therefore very hesitant. That's right, President Ling should be aware of the current situation of Lanzi Group. Investment is risky. I am sincere enough to offer 1 billion to acquire 15% of the shares. Of course, if President Ling doesn't want to, you can definitely consider it." Jiang Che nodded and spoke calmly. "Thank you, President Jiang, for your understanding." Ling Qingqiu took a deep breath, sat down again, and began to ponder, thinking about various outcomes. Seeing Ling Qingqiu still hesitant, Jiang Che understood that it was time for him to take action. Jiang Che placed his hands on the round dining table, channeling the inner qi within his body and unleashing his hidden energy. In an instant, the whole table began to shake slightly. The goblet in front of Ling Qingqiu accidentally slipped and the wine spilled instantly, all over her dress. "R!" Ling Qingqiu was startled by this sudden situation and screamed subconsciously. Li Yangran, who was standing by, was quick to grab a napkin and began to wipe the wine off Ling Qingqiu's shirt. Outside the door, Xiao Chen saw that the 3 big men in front of him refused to give in, and he was already angry. Now he heard Ling Qingqiu's scream coming from the box. He subconsciously thought that Ling Qingqiu had suffered something bad, and countless speculations arose in his mind. Xiao Chen could no longer control his anger and shouted loudly, "Get out of my way!" Xiao Chen threw a hook with his left hand and swept his right leg across with such force that he was unstoppable. In a flash, the 3 big men in black were knocked away by Xiao Chen and lay on the ground wailing. Many passers-by saw this scene and pointed and talked about it. Some enthusiastic people even called the police directly. Xiao Chen ignored this and kicked open the door of the box. Bang! After seeing the situation in the box, Xiao Chen was stunned for a moment, looking confused. Why are things a little different from what he expected? Chapter 17 Ling Qingqiu and Xiao Chen break up, the Soldier King is in jail. President Qingling, are you okay? Although the scene before him was different from what he had expected and did not allow him to directly play the heroic role of saving the damsel in distress, Xiao Chen did not think much about it. He looked at Ling Qingqiu and asked with concern, "What can I do?" "Xiao Chen, why are you here?" you're following me? Seeing Xiao Chen raise this question, Ling Qingqiu felt puzzled. She frowned slightly and asked, I told this guy not to follow me, why did he still come? Since Xiao Chen could appear here, he must have been following me all the way. With speculation in his heart, Ling Qingqiu became more and more disgusted with Xiao Chen. Ling Qingqiu feels disgust towards Xiao Chen, emotion value plus 3,344. I just happened to be passing by, that's right. Noticing the undisguised disgust in Ling Qingqiu's eyes, Xiao Chen was speechless and stammered. Although he was indeed following Ling Qingqiu all the way, how could he admit such a thing? I just happened to be passing by. Do you think I look like a fool? Xiao Chen, you're fired. You don't need to come to work at Lanzi Group tomorrow. Ling Qingqiu sneered, his tone mocking, and directly sentenced Xiao Chen to death. Her inner patience with Xiao Chen had already reached its limit. Now, seeing Xiao Chen running in regardless of the occasion and interrupting the cooperation negotiations between her and Jiang Che, Ling Qingqiu could no longer tolerate it. Although Xiao Chen's skills are indeed very good, Ling Qingqiu will not indulge him blindly. Now it seems that Xiao Chen is a man with no emotional intelligence and a brain. She had admired this guy before, but she was really blind. Ling Qingqiu is extremely disgusted with Xiao Chen, emotional value plus 4,455. Xiao Chen is stunned, emotional value plus 2,233. No, Qingqiu, please listen to my explanation. Xiao Chen wanted to defend himself, but Ling Qingqiu ignored him and looked at Jiang Che beside him with an apologetic tone. Mr. Jiang, I'm really sorry about what happened today. How about we find another time to discuss cooperation? She had originally wanted to agree to the cooperation with Lingxiao Capital, but the sudden appearance of Xiao Chen dampened her interest. Ling Qingqiu was too embarrassed to mention the financing matter again. Before Jiang Che could answer, 3 big men in black clothes with bruised faces and noses appeared at the door of the box. They complained to Jiang Che, looking miserable. What's going on? Jiang Che's face darkened and he asked in a pretentious manner. It's him? Master, we were standing guard outside the door the whole time, and this guy came over and beat us up without any explanation. Master, you are not a good thing. You must have forced President Ling in the box. Master, you have to make the decision for us. The big man in black who was in the lead started to cry, tears and snot streaming down his face. His acting was superb, and he pointed at Xiao Chen who was standing next to Ling Qingqiu. President Ling, I need an explanation. Jiang Che didn't even look at Xiao Chen, but turned to question Ling Qingqiu, his voice cold and lacking the previous enthusiasm. If it weren't for Mr. Jiang, I wouldn't have thought things would develop to this extent. Ling Qingqiu was stunned and hurriedly defended herself. She felt more and more disgusted with Xiao Chen, the reckless man, and was furious. Xiao Chen, this bastard, actually dared to hit Jiang Che's people. Beating a dog depends on its owner. These 3 bodyguards are all Jiang Che's men. If we beat them, wouldn't that be a slap in Jiang Che's face? At this point, let alone discussing cooperation, Jiang Che was showing leniency that her Lanzi Group would not face retaliation from Lingxiao Capital. Although the market value of Lanzi Group is hundreds of billions, it is not enough compared to Lingxiao Capital. Not to mention, Jiang Che has the Jiang family standing behind him. She had completely offended Jiang Che, and there would be no place for her in the entire Jiangsu province or even the entire Long Kingdom. Xiao Chen, this idiot, didn't know Jiang Che's terrifying identity, but she, Ling Qingqiu, was at least an upper-class figure in Linjiang City. How could she not know Jiang Che's identity as the Crown Prince of Jiangsu? Qingqiu, what are you explaining to him? Don't worry about the financing issue, I can help you solve it. Xiao Chen looked disdainful and forcibly interrupted Ling Qingqiu's explanation. Just shut up. Ling Qingqiu was so angry that he was fuming, veins popped out on his forehead, and he slapped Xiao Chen in the face. Bang! The crisp sound echoed in the room, showing how much force Ling Qingqiu used. He was so angry that he even cursed. If the law allowed it, Ling Qingqiu would have wanted to shoot Xiao Chen, the loser, to death. He is incapable of accomplishing anything but is always capable of causing trouble. Even when facing death, he still talks stubbornly. How could she have felt any admiration for such a brainless idiot before? Xiao Chen was stunned by Ling Qingqiu's slap, his face full of confusion. Xiao Chen doubts his life, emotional value plus 3,344. Just at this moment, several policemen appeared at the door of the box. The middle-aged policeman in the lead was stunned when he saw Jiang Che, and after he reacted, he hurried forward to greet him. "Mr. Jiang, I'm Wang Mu, the captain of the Criminal Police Brigade of the West City Branch. We received a report from the public that there was a fight here. Are you okay?" As he spoke, Wang Mu carefully observed Jiang Che's expression. His heart was in turmoil and he was extremely nervous. If this gentleman makes the slightest mistake in the west of the city, not only him, but also his immediate boss's immediate boss will be dismissed from his post. Fine. Hello, comrade. I was just discussing cooperation with Ling Qingqiu, the president of Lanzi Group, when this person injured my bodyguard and barged in without explanation. Jiang Che shook his head and roughly explained the situation to Wang Mu. Just be happy that you're okay, and leave the rest to us. After hearing Jiang Che's answer, Wang Mu breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead. He turned around and looked at Xiao Chen, who was standing beside him, and gave orders to the two men behind him in a cold tone. Take away. The matter was simple and clear. It was the most common gang fight. This kind of thing can be big or small. The most important thing is the attitude of the person involved. Wang Mu keenly realized that this was a good opportunity for him to improve himself, and naturally wanted to perform well in front of Jiang Che. Since the matter involves Jiang Che, this young man in front of him will never be able to get out in his lifetime. Watching the two policemen handcuffing him, Xiao Chen wanted to break free, but after hesitating several times, he gave up this unrealistic idea. Resisting arrest is a felony in Dragon Country, and he doesn't want to be wanted. This was just a simple fight, and the most he would have to do was pay money, and Xiao Chen was not short of money. Therefore, Xiao Chen didn't think there was anything wrong. Besides, he has some connections there, so Xiao Chen is completely confident that he will be safe this time. Before being taken away, Xiao Chen stared at Jiang Che with cold eyes. He clenched his fists in anger, his face flushed, and he wished he could kill this bastard on the spot. Now he has come to his senses a little bit. All of this was a trap set in advance, the purpose of which was to get him into the police station. Otherwise, how could the police arrive here in less than 10 minutes? Moreover, those three big men in black each possessed the strength of the middle stage of Ming Jin. Even if they were no match for me, it was impossible for them to be beaten so miserably by me. It was obvious that they were just acting. Chapter 18. Don't miss the good girls, don't let the bad girls go. After Xiao Chen was taken away by three policemen, Ling Qingqiu took a deep breath, calmed his somewhat disordered breathing, and then forced himself to calm down. He looked at Jiang Che standing beside him and spoke cautiously. Mr. Jiang, what do you think about the cooperation? Ling Qingqiu no longer cares about Jiang Che's exorbitant demands. As long as she can continue to cooperate with Ling Xiao Capital, she will be grateful. Originally, Ling Qingqiu still had some confidence in her heart, but after being destroyed by that bastard Xiao Chen, she had lost her confidence long ago. Now she was extremely nervous when facing Jiang Che. Let's talk about this later. The most important thing now is to send the injured to the hospital. What do you think, President Ling? Jiang Che was vague, neither explicitly refusing nor agreeing. What I mean is, you can talk about cooperation, but you don't have enough chips. After saying that, Jiang Che didn't stay any longer. He looked at Li Yangran meaningfully, and then left with his three bodyguards. Mr. Jiang, take care. Ling Qingqiu shouted at Jiang Che's back, and after Jiang Che's figure disappeared, he collapsed on the seat, his face full of despair and his mind was confused. Boss, I think there might be a chance for this to turn around. Although President Jiang didn't agree, he didn't refuse either. I guess it's just because we don't have enough chips, so he has this attitude. Seeing Ling Qingqiu's extremely decadent look, Li Yangran couldn't help but speak to comfort him. Those who are involved are often confused, while those who are not involved can see things more clearly. Ling Qingqiu had already drunk quite a bit of wine, so his mind was a little unclear. In addition, he was furious with Xiao Chen's actions, so his thoughts became even more confused. That's why he didn't hear the implication of Jiang Che's words at first. A word can wake a dreamer up. After hearing Li Yanran's analysis, Ling Qingqiu regained his composure and began to think seriously, nodding heavily. Yangran, you are right. Although this investment was interrupted by that idiot Xiao Chen, Mr. Jiang didn't explicitly refuse it just now, which means there's still room for improvement. So, what do you think Mr. Jiang wants as leverage? More shares. Ling Qingqiu looked at his secretary, wanting to hear his answer. This. I think so. Li Yangran was vague and did not express her own opinion. She just followed Ling Qingqiu's words. In fact, what Li Yangran wanted to say was that Jiang Che was targeting you. But considering that Ling Qingqiu now felt a certain degree of guilt towards Jiang Che, Li Yangran didn't say anything because she was afraid that the other party wouldn't believe her. As one of the foremost beautiful female CEOs in Linjiang City, Ling Qingqiu is well known for her beauty and has countless suitors, including some from wealthy families. Although Jiang Che had been polite and gentle, and had not shown any intention towards Ling Qingqiu, Li Yangran always felt that this man had ill intentions towards her, the cold and beautiful CEO. There is no reason, it's just a woman's intuition. Is that so? Then let's go back to the company now, draft a new contract, and then pay a visit to Lingxiao capital. We must let President Jiang see our sincerity. Ling Qingqiu took a deep breath and calmly made his arrangements to Li Yangran, intending to save this cooperation negotiation. After leaving Yushin restaurant, Jiang Che called Lin Qiang over and asked him to take the 3 injured bodyguards to the hospital for an injury assessment report. Then he took out a bank card from his pocket and gave instructions. There's 3 million in this card. It's your reward for the beating you received. The password is 6 zeros. 1 million for each of you 3. Go to the hospital and have the doctor forge a medical report for you. Then, Qiangzi, take the company's lawyer to sue Xiao Chen. If this guy wants to settle privately, he'll have to pay 1 billion yuan in settlement fees. If you don't intend to reconcile, then send him to jail. Jiang Che knew that Xiao Chen now had 1 billion renminbi that had been laundered, which was the capital he planned to use to save the Lanzi group. But as long as I am here, Xiao Chen will never have this opportunity. As for whether the 1 billion in compensation is legal, it doesn't matter at all. Lingxiao Capital has a top-notch team of lawyers and holds a powerful weapon like the injury assessment report. Isn't it easy for them to capture Xiao Chen? If Xiao Chen does not agree to reconcile, he will have to spend the rest of his life in prison. Based on Jiang Che's understanding of a protagonist like Xiao Chen, this guy would definitely not be willing to spend his entire life in prison. In the end, even if he was extremely reluctant, he had to pay out the 1 billion yuan. 1 billion. After hearing Jiang Che's instructions, Lin Qiang and the 3 bodyguards looked at each other, all a little surprised by Jiang Che's appetite. Although they felt that Xiao Chen would never agree to such an unreasonable request, they did not say much and just took the order and left. That's right. Jiang Che stopped the people who were about to leave and continued giving instructions. If Xiao Chen agrees to reconcile, he must stay in the police station for 7 days. Understood, master. After parting with Lin Qiang and the others, Jiang Che did not go anywhere, but went straight back to Qingting Villa. Xiaoyi had just been taken by him, and now was the time when she needed his company. Jiang Che naturally knew this simple truth and planned to go back and spend more time with this purple-haired little Loli. As for Ling Qingqiu and Li Yangran, Ling Qingqiu will definitely come to Jiang Che tomorrow at the latest, and he is completely confident of victory. By then, the negotiation power will be in his hands, and he can easily control Ling Qingqiu, right? Li Yangran's words. Jiang Che has plenty of ways to control the other party. Although Li Yangran had some flaws in her character, Jiang Che had no intention of letting her go. Don't miss the good girls, and don't let the bad girls go. What's more, Li Yangran has a plump figure and is very fertile, which is really eye-catching. Chapter 19, Law Enforcement is warm and batons are powerful. After leaving Yushin restaurant, following Jiang Che's instructions, Lin Qiang drove a Maybach and took 3 injured bodyguards straight to the direction of Linjiang City First People's Hospital. At this moment, in the detention room of the West City branch. Name: Xiao Chen. Age: 24. Gender: male. Place of origin: I'm a native of Linjiang City. I'm an orphan and grew up in an orphanage. Xiao Chen answered the questions raised by the police officer honestly. Although he felt a lot of dissatisfaction in his heart, he did not dare to show it at this moment. After all, his identity really cannot withstand investigation. This fight was just a small matter. If the police were to follow the clues and find out his identity as the leader of the Wolf Fang mercenary group, he would really be unable to lead in this life. Tell me, why did you want to hurt someone intentionally? What's the motive? Wang Mu narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Xiao Chen in front of him with scrutiny. Just now, the lawyer from Lingxiao Capital came over with 3 injury assessment reports in his hands. The report showed that the 3 black-clad bodyguards beaten by Xiao Chen had multiple fractures on their bodies and were all second-degree serious injuries. With this evidence, it would be completely easy to send Xiao Chen in. I didn't mean to hurt anyone, they insulted me first. Besides, I controlled the strength of my blows so that it was impossible to hurt them. Xiao Chen spoke with conviction and force. Although he doesn't have much brains, he is not a complete reckless man. How could he really beat those 3 guys half to death in public? No intention to hurt anyone. Take a good look at this. Wang Mu sneered and threw the 3 injury assessment reports directly at Xiao Chen's face. Xiao Chen took a closer look and instantly became furious, almost fainting from anger. Damn, second-degree serious injury? Could I, by using only 30% of my strength, injure a warrior in the middle stage of Ming Jin so seriously? When did I become so powerful? Slander, this is blatant slander. Slander. They slandered me. I want to apply for a lawyer to defend me. Xiao Chen yelled loudly, his face flushed with anger, and he actually broke free from the handcuffs and stood up from the chair. Seeing this situation, Wang Mu's eyes narrowed and he instantly realized the seriousness of the matter. People in his line of work are naturally aware of the existence of warriors, but they just rarely encounter them. If a warrior breaks the law, he must naturally bear legal responsibility. But ordinary means are simply unable to suppress this group of warriors, so the police station already has a mature system for dealing with warriors. Wang Mu took a few steps back without changing his expression and left the room. Xiao Chen had not yet realized the seriousness of the matter and was still shouting loudly. When Wang Mu returned again, he brought 2 more police officers in, then calmly turned off the law enforcement recorder and signaled to his subordinates with his eyes. The 3 of them exchanged glances, and at the same time, they swung their 100,000-volt electric batons and hit Xiao Chen on the head. R. In an instant, Xiao Chen's extremely shrill wails echoed in the interrogation room, but soon died down. After Wang Mu moved Xiao Chen to a new interrogation room specially designed for martial artists, he slapped Xiao Chen a few times, and Xiao Chen quickly regained consciousness. Xiao Chen looked extremely miserable at this moment. His hair was burnt black and stood up on end. His face was as black as charcoal and his eyes were bloodshot, which was very creepy. Boy, are you willing to tell the truth now? Don't think we can't deal with you just because you're a warrior. Wang Mu sneered and raised the electric baton in his hand to signal. Although they were just ordinary people without any cultivation, they were holding special electric batons with a power of 100,000 volts and were no less powerful than Xiao Chen. This is in the police station. If Xiao Chen really dares to act recklessly, there are plenty of ways to subdue him. I said. Xiao Chen was really scared. These ruthless guys attacked him with a 100,000-volt electric baton without saying a word. Did they think he was an Iron Man? Even an Iron Man can't withstand such torture. If this happened a few more times, Xiao Chen was really afraid that he would be stuck here today. He finally realized that these guys in front of him clearly wanted to force a confession under torture. Now all he can do is cooperate honestly, and then find an opportunity to contact a lawyer and his connections. Otherwise, he might never be able to get out of here. I am the bodyguard of Ling Qingqiu, the president of Lanzi Group. I followed her secretly because... Xiao Chen confessed the fact that he followed Ling Qingqiu, but he refused to admit that he had severely injured the 3 men in black. It's not like he doesn't know the law at all, and he won't take the blame. Once you sign the confession and admission of guilt, it's really over. Since you don't intend to tell the truth, then reflect on yourself here. After collecting the confession provided by Xiao Chen, Wang Mu pretended to leave with his 2 subordinates. Wait a minute, I need to make a phone call. Looking at the departing backs of Wang Mu and others, Xiao Chen quickly put forward his request. Of course, it's your right. Wang Mu didn't say much and just returned the phone to Xiao Chen. After getting the phone, Xiao Chen finally felt completely relieved. He made a call and stated his request. It was originally just a trivial matter, but the person on the other side was unwilling to help Xiao Chen no matter what. After making several calls in a row, the final result was the same, which made Xiao Chen doubt his life. It's obviously just a small matter, why are these big guys avoiding me? Could it be that the background of the boss of Lingxiao Capital is even more surprising than he imagined, so that none of his connections dare to offend him? At this moment, Xiao Chen fully realized the seriousness of the matter and felt a lot of panic in his heart. If he was really sent in like this, he would never be able to get out in his lifetime. I want to reconcile with the other party. Taking a deep breath and forcing himself to calm down, Xiao Chen spoke in a deep voice. At this point, no one is willing to rescue him, so he can only accept his defeat. Please ask Ling Qingqiu to bail me out. Xiao Chen had thought about it, but when he just made a phone call, he found that he had already been blocked by Ling Qingqiu. As for other friends, he had only been back in China for 7 days. During this time, he had been staying at the Lanzi group and following Ling Qingqiu around. He hadn't even been back to the orphanage. How could he have any other friends? Yes, the other party requires you to pay 1 billion for medical expenses. If you can accept this, this matter can be settled privately. How many? 1 billion. Why doesn't he just go rob? When Xiao Chen heard this, his eyes widened, and he instantly shouted, his entire defense breaking down. Damn it, even if he beat up the King of Heaven, he wouldn't have to pay 1 billion in medical expenses. Moreover, Jiang Che is obviously blackmailing him, so why don't these guys do anything about it? Collusion between officials and businessmen, absolutely collusion between officials and businessmen. Chapter 20. Xiao Chen was so angry that he vomited blood and teased Xiao Yi. You are colluding with officials and businessmen. Xiao Chen was filled with rage, his eyes widened, he gritted his teeth, a faint blush appeared on his dark face, he was so angry that he was half dead. This world is so dark. He has no power or influence, so should he just let Jiang Che, that bastard, bully him? Mind your words. Otherwise, the body camera will run out of battery again. A police officer behind Wang Mu spoke coldly, raising the electric baton in his hand to signal. They had seen many troublemakers like Xiao Chen before, so they naturally had their own ways of dealing with them. Verbally insulting a public official is an aggravated offense. Another police officer also spoke at the right time. This one sentence silenced Xiao Chen instantly, even though he was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. But the situation was not in his favor, and despite his immense rage, he had to endure it. He had already tried the 100,000 volt baton once, and he didn't want to try it again. I want to apply for a lawyer to defend me. Taking a deep breath and suppressing the anger in his heart, Xiao Chen spoke in a deep voice. Are you kidding me? Asking him to pay Jiang Che 1 billion for medical expenses? How is that possible? Even if he threw all the 10 billion away, there was no way he would give it to that bastard Jiang Che. By now Xiao Chen had finally realized what was happening. It was obvious that all of this was a trap set by that bastard Jiang Che in order to get him here. Xiao Chen just didn't believe it. He didn't believe that those lawyers couldn't get him out of here. As long as the money is enough, there are plenty of people willing to do it. Of course, it's your right. After returning to Qingting Villa and just parking the car, Jiang Che heard a series of system prompts in his mind. After being sent in this time, Xiao Chen contributed a total of 30,000 points of emotion to Jiang Che. This shows how angry this guy is now. Faced with the sky-high compensation of 1 billion, Xiao Chen naturally could not give in easily, but Jiang Che was not panicked at all. He had plenty of means to make Xiao Chen obey. Stealing the 1 billion renminbi from Xiao Chen was only the first step of the plan. When Xiao Chen came out of the police station, the real show had just begun. I'm only 50,000 points away from 10 consecutive draws. I need to keep working hard. After checking his gains for the day, Jiang Che nodded with satisfaction, feeling very happy. After taking out his cell phone, he called his grandfather directly. After the last time we parted ways at the Jiang family, the old man had something urgent to do and had already returned to the imperial capital. Now that there is something that requires the old man's help, Jiang Che naturally won't be polite. After a busy tone, the call was quickly connected and a strong voice came through. Hello. Grandson, how come you have time to call grandpa? If you have to fart, fart now. Your grandpa is busy now. Jiang Jiangwo spoke carelessly and was not polite at all to Jiang Che. Jiang Che was already accustomed to this. Knowing that the old man's time was precious, he didn't waste any time and directly expressed his thoughts. Grandpa, how much influence does our family have overseas? As the leading chaebol in Zhuzhou, Xingqiang Group has many branches all over the world. Jiang Che naturally knew about this. But he had no idea how much influence the Jiang family had overseas. Why are you asking that? There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, and then Jiang Zhengwo's hesitant voice came. Nothing, it's just that a guy named Xiao Chen pissed me off. He is the leader of a group called Blood Wolf Mercenary Group in Black Continent. My grandson wants to use the power of our family to get rid of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Group, so I asked this question. Jiang Che did not hide anything and directly revealed all the bad things Xiao Chen had done abroad. The Blood Wolf Mercenary Group has committed all kinds of evil in the Black Continent. The mercenaries in it are all desperate criminals from various countries and are not good people. Jiang Che would not feel any psychological burden in killing this group of people. Although the Jiang family's overseas influence is not as strong as that of the Zhuzhou kingdom, it is still no problem to crush a small mercenary group. Just wait for my news on this matter. Is there anything else? I'm hanging up now. By the way, Grandpa, remember to send me a copy of Xiao Chen's file. Jiang Che spoke quickly. Although Jiang Che possesses god-level hacking skills and can use his own abilities to invade official agencies and access confidential documents, he cannot do such a thing. He still has a bottom line in his heart. Got it, I'll send someone to deliver it to you. Jiang Jiangwo responded and then hung up the phone. Xiao Chen, are you ready to receive the great gift I'm giving you? Jiang Che laughed strangely in his heart, called Xiangzi again and gave him some instructions. After Xiao Chen goes in tonight, remember to arrange for him to have a few masters with superb swordsmanship, so that he can experience the feeling of being faced with a challenge. Don't worry, master. I will make sure Xiao Chen has an unforgettable night. After completing the arrangements, Jiang Che headed straight towards the villa. Xiaoyi was not seen in the hall or bedroom. After asking the maid, Jiang Che learned that the little Loli was practicing in the back garden. Without hesitation, he quickly came to the garden. The sun sets in the west, and the afterglow of the setting sun pours down, illuminating the earth, casting halos and spots of light. Xiaoyi was wearing a purple long dress, her long black hair fluttering in the wind, her expression was cold, and she was meticulously practicing various steps that could leave no trace in the snow. In the setting sun, Xiaoyi's beautiful figure is like a dancing butterfly. Her movements are smooth and seamless, extremely graceful, and pleasing to the eye. Jiang Che did not make any noise to disturb them, but just watched quietly. After finishing her training, Xiaoyi stopped and looked back inadvertently, only then did she discover Jiang Che's presence. An inexplicable glint flashed in the eyes of the little Loli in purple, and she took small steps to Jiang Che. No matter how cold her personality is, she is still a human being. After what happened last night, Xiaoyi has developed an inexplicable attachment to Jiang Che. How's your training going? Is it going well? Jiang Che naturally stretched out his hands, put his arms around Xiao Yiru's slender waist, and asked with a smile. Xiaoyi shook her head slightly. Walking on snow without leaving any trace is the most advanced form of light martial arts, and it is obviously not something that can be easily mastered overnight. Even though she was talented, she had only grasped the basics after practicing for an entire afternoon and had not even reached the entry level. Practice is not something that can be done overnight. You must pay attention to combining work and rest. Jiang Che lowered his head and leaned over to the little Loli's ear and spoke softly in a low voice. Finally, he kissed Xiaoyi's delicate earlobe. Although Xiaoyi's expression remained calm, she was far from being as calm as she appeared on the surface, and was extremely flustered. She just has a cold personality and doesn't know how to express her feelings, so naturally she still has some basic mood swings. Xiaoyi's heart ripples, emotional value plus 3,344. Jiang Che smiled softly as he listened to the prompt sound from the system in his mind. Teasing this cold and innocent girl always makes Jiang Che feel a lot of pleasure and is very fun. It's getting late, let's go back and eat. Chapter 21 The King of Soldiers was punished. After dinner, Jiang Che picked up the little Lolita princess in purple and went straight to the room upstairs. Being held in Jiang Che's arms, Xiaoyi had a blank expression on her face, as if she didn't care at all, but her slightly trembling eyelashes still betrayed her inner nervousness. Hall. Looking at the departing figures of Jiang Che and Xiaoyi, the maids began to whisper to each other. Wow, is the young master going to dote on Xiaoyi again? I don't know how strong the young master is in combat, and whether Miss Xiaoyi can withstand it. I'm so envious. I wish the young master could love me like this Tilda. A maid in a bunny ears uniform stared blankly towards the stairs with peach blossom eyes. While Jiang Che was experiencing a wonderful night, Xiao Chen was also experiencing a night that he would never forget. Because Xiao Chen refused to negotiate privately, the lawyer he hired was arguing fiercely with Ling Xiao Capital's legal team. Xiao Chen cannot leave the police station until the matter comes to a conclusion. Because it was classified as a criminal case, Xiao Chen was directly detained in a cell in the detention center. 0077, you will live here from now on. Don't get into conflict with anyone, or you'll suffer the consequences. A prison warden sent Xiao Chen to cell number 3, gave him a few warnings, and quickly turned and left. Xiao Chen looked around, took the daily necessities he had received, walked to an empty bed with a look of despair on his face, and sat quietly on the bed in a daze. Hello, little brother. Are you interested in getting to know me? Seeing the delicate and tender Xiao Chen coming in, a strong man swallowed his saliva, his eyes shining, and he spoke in a delicate voice, taking the initiative to greet Xiao Chen. Not interested, stay away from me. Listening to the big man's coquettish voice, Xiao Chen felt so disgusted that he almost vomited out the food he had eaten the previous night, his face full of disgust. Having been living abroad for many years, Xiao Chen is naturally no stranger to the group of sword masters. After all, he had been approached by people like this before when he was in Heizhou. Therefore, when Xiao Chen saw this big man for the first time and saw his pretentious appearance, he was 100% sure of his identity. At this moment, Xiao Chen felt like crying but had no tears. The inside story. There must be something fishy going on. If it weren't for that bastard Jiang Che behind the scenes, Xiao Chen wouldn't believe that he would be locked up with a group of masters by such a coincidence. Although the other 5 people did not come up to talk to him directly, their eyes showed something very wrong. As a warrior in the late Ming Jin stage, Xiao Chen had sharp ears and eyes, and had obviously noticed all this a long time ago. Thinking of Jiang Che, Xiao Chen's eyes were bloodshot, his face flushed with anger, his chest heaved, and he felt like he was about to explode. He swore that if he could get out of here, he would skin the bastard who framed him and torture him to death. Brother, don't be so cold, Tilder. It's a long night, and I can't sleep anyway. How about we have a good chat? The big man was not angry about Xiao Chen's refusal. Instead, he became more and more excited and reached out to pat Xiao Chen. Get away from me, you pervert. Xiao Chen could no longer tolerate it and slapped the big man in the face. Although he was extremely angry, Xiao Chen still controlled the strength in his hands. Otherwise, with his strength in the late Ming Jin stage, the big man would have been killed with just one slap. If he killed someone here, he wouldn't be able to get out even if he had great connections. Xiao Chen was not that stupid. How dare you hit me? You little bastard, you really don't want to drink the toast and then drink the forfeit. Brothers, come together and teach him a lesson. The big man was stunned by Xiao Chen's slap. After coming to his senses, a ferocious smile appeared on his face, and he called on the remaining 5 people to attack Xiao Chen. A trace of contempt flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes, and his face was full of disdain. When dealing with ordinary people like this, he naturally had a good grasp of the situation and was completely at ease. He was so angry that he had no place to vent it. These guys were so ungrateful, so Xiao Chen naturally didn't mind helping them to relax their muscles. The 6 big men soon started fighting with Xiao Chen, but how could they be Xiao Chen's opponent? He was soon beaten beyond recognition and lay on the ground begging for mercy. Grandpa, stop hitting me. Woo woo woo, brother, I was wrong. Even though several big men had already begged for mercy, Xiao Chen still did not stop his actions and continued to hit the big men in the face frantically. The miserable wails quickly attracted the attention of patrolling security guards. 2 security guards armed with batons quickly walked in and shouted loudly. Stop it. However, Xiao Chen seemed to be possessed by a demon. He continued to move his hands and ignored the words of the 2 security guards. He finally had a window to vent his anger, and his heart was not yet completely relieved. How could Xiao Chen stop so easily? Anyway, he has already hit someone, so what if he hits them a few more times? Seeing this, the 2 security guards didn't say anything more. They pulled out the 100,000 volt batons at their waists and smashed them towards Xiao Chen. When Xiao Chen was sent here, Wang Mu had already told them about Xiao Chen's identity as a warrior. In order to deal with this troublemaker, they always carry a super baton with a voltage of 100,000 volts. Feeling this piercing pain that went straight to his soul once again, Xiao Chen let out a miserable wail, his eyes rolled back, and he fell straight to the ground in an instant. After dealing with the troublemaker Xiao Chen, the two security guards turned their gaze towards the several big men lying on the ground and asked with frowns. "How are you guys? Do you want to go to the infirmary for treatment?" "No, no, no. It's just some minor injuries." The leading big man waved his hands quickly, smiling brightly, vaguely excited, and looked at Xiao Chen, who had fainted with burning eyes, gritting his teeth in hatred. This guy humiliated him so much, and now that he finally fainted, he naturally wanted to take revenge. Therefore, even though he was in pain all over, he still rejected the suggestions of the two security guards. "What about you?" The two security guards looked at the remaining people again and received the same answer. "Master, we are all fine. Yes, yes, no need to go to the infirmary." They all knew what the boss was thinking. After all, someone had specifically told them to take good care of this guy named Xiao Chen here. "That's good, help him to the bed and don't make trouble." The two security guards gave a few instructions and then turned around and left to continue their patrol. Knowing Xiao Chen's identity as a warrior, the two of them were not worried about any problems with this guy's body. After all, warriors have come here before, and they already have relevant experience in dealing with it. They know that these warriors are thick-skinned and will not get into trouble easily. After the security guard left, the big man ordered several of his men to put Xiao Chen on the bed, with a grim smile on his face. "I'll go first, you guys line up." Chapter 22. If she is young, I will take her to see the world. The next day, early morning. The scorching sun shone into the prison cell through the window. Xiao Chen leaned against the wall in a daze, his eyes dull and his pupils dilated. The former radiance was no longer in his eyes, as if life had completely lost its color. Recalling the unforgettable experience of last night, Xiao Chen retched again and his face changed drastically. He, Xiao Chen, the leader of the Wolf-Fang mercenary group, was actually killed by 6 big men. If other people knew about his glorious deeds, how would he have the face to continue living in this world? If his enemies knew about this situation, wouldn't they die of laughter? Although he gave those guys a good beating after he woke up this morning and has been transferred to a new cell. But how could the humiliation brought to him by those 6 big men be erased so easily? "Jiang Che, I will kill you." Thinking that all the humiliation he suffered now was caused by Jiang Che, Xiao Chen was so angry that the 3 corpse gods jumped up and down, veins on his forehead bulged, and he roared angrily. Xiao Chen swore that after he left here, he would find an opportunity to take revenge on Jiang Che. Let Jiang Che experience all his pain personally. He would never be able to get rid of the hatred in his heart unless he cut Jiang Che into pieces. "What are you arguing about? No loud noises are allowed in the cell. Do you want to be beaten again?" Just when Xiao Chen was feeling helpless and furious, a security guard opened the cell door and brought in 6 more big men. They glanced at Xiao Chen and shouted at him harshly. "Call. New." Xiao Chen took a deep breath, suppressing his heart that was about to explode. His face turned red and his fists were clenched. "I will endure it. Patience brings peace, taking a step back brings a brighter future." Xiao Chen tried hard to remind himself not to take action, and then he slowly calmed down. "These will be your new roommates from now on, so get along well with each other. If there are any more fights, you won't be able to afford the consequences." The security guard was very satisfied with Xiao Chen's submissive attitude. After warning him again, he turned around and went back on patrol. Xiao Chen. For some reason, Xiao Chen always had a bad feeling in his heart. Because the way these new guys looked at him was almost exactly the same as the previous 6 guys. Chintung Villa, in the bedroom on the 2nd floor. After waking up, Jiang Che took Xiaoyi to the bathroom and took a hot bath for 2.5 hours. It was not until noon that the two of them dressed neatly and appeared in the lobby on the 1st floor. At this moment, Xiaoyi's face was flushed, with a touch of charm and coldness between her brows. Her little face was still cold, but when she looked at Jiang Che, there would always be a hint of tenderness in her eyes. Looking at the little Loli in front of him, Jiang Che was also filled with emotion. Sure enough, what a certain philosophical master said was right. The shortest way to a woman's heart is. Xiaoyi is a cold girl with no emotions and is extremely indifferent. But after these 2 days' experience, her personality has quietly changed a little. This is a good sign. Jiang Che firmly believed that as long as he continued to express his strong and passionate love to Xiaoyi day and night, one day he would be able to completely melt this iceberg. Moreover, Xiaoyi always maintains this expressionless look, which at certain moments also has an indescribable temptation to Jiang Che, which can greatly stimulate his heart. Baby Xiaoyi, do you want to go out for a walk with me? Jiang Che reached out and picked up a strand of Xiaoyi's purple hair, and suggested with a smile. If she is inexperienced, take her to see the world's prosperity. If she's experienced a lot, take her on a carousel. If you want to completely win the heart of this little Loli in purple, warm companionship is still necessary. Although Xiaoyi is 100% loyal to him, it is more of an unconditional obedience of a subordinate to his master. There may be some love between men and women involved, but it is definitely not much. In Jiang Che's opinion, although Xiaoyi has experienced many vicissitudes of life, she is still young and inexperienced. She needs both the prosperity of the world and the carousel. Although Xiaoyi, who was born as a killer, has mastered the master-level assassination skills, is proficient in various fighting techniques, has experienced countless life and death crises, and has gone through all kinds of storms, her life is nothing but missions, and she has never had time to take a good look at the world. She just stood here, but seemed out of tune with the world. Hearing this, Xiaoyi's eyes flashed with a hint of intention, and she nodded slightly, agreeing. She always obeyed Jiang Che's orders 100%. Since Jiang Che wanted to take her out for a trip, Xiaoyi naturally agreed. Over the years, she has traveled all over the world, but she just passed by in a hurry and never stopped for anyone or anything. Now that she has successfully left the organization, Xiaoyi also wants to try to make changes. In that case, let's go. Jiang Che took Xiaoyi's delicate hand and left the villa surrounded by a group of maids. After arriving at the garage, Jiang Che drove a Koenigsegg and took Xiaoyi directly out of Qingting Villa and headed towards the center of Linjiang City. After Jiang Che left, Qiangzi, along with a dozen men in black, followed far behind in 5 Maybachs. Koenigsegg was speeding on the road, and cars gave way wherever he passed. The journey was smooth, and about an hour later, Jiang Che brought Xiaoyi to the most luxurious shopping mall in Linjiang City, the Nebular Building. The Nebular Building is also one of the properties under the Xingqiang Group and is the most luxurious building in the entire Linjiang City. Here, you can buy almost every kind of luxury item you can think of. Girls usually have no resistance to beautiful skirts. Since we are taking Xiaoyi out for a walk, shopping for clothes is naturally an indispensable part. The building was crowded with people coming and going. Xiaoyi seemed a little uncomfortable with this bustling atmosphere, and subconsciously stretched out her little hand to hold Jiang Che's big hand. Jiang Che held Xiaoyi's hand tightly, interlocked their fingers, and led her to the clothing area on the 6th floor. After arriving at the 6th floor, Jiang Che came to a high-end women's clothing store and spoke with a smile. Take a look at these clothes, is there anything you like? As he spoke, Jiang Che waved to a female shopping guide not far away. Seeing Jiang Che's gesture, the female shopping guide hurried over and greeted him respectfully. Young master. Nebular Building is one of the many industries under the Starry Sky Group. When they first started their job training, the first lesson was to familiarize themselves with all the interests and hobbies of the young master Jiang Che. When he occasionally visits the Nebular Building, she will provide him with the utmost gentle service. In the past, Jiang Che had brought other women here to buy clothes several times, so these shopping guides were very familiar with Jiang Che. Chapter 23. After 3 years of licking the dog, the goddess fell into the arms of the evil boy. Help her pick out some suitable clothes. Jiang Che pointed at Xiaoyi beside him. Okay, master. Miss, please come this way. The shopping guide smiled sweetly, looked at Xiaoyi enviously, and then took her to the clothing area not far away. Before leaving, Xiaoyi glanced at Jiang Che and said nothing, yet it seemed as if she had said everything. Don't worry, I'm here waiting for you and I won't leave. Jiang Che understood the meaning in Xiaoyi's eyes, reached out and touched the purple-clothed little Lolita's head, and spoke with a smile. I didn't expect that the cold and aloof killer girl would have such a side to her. She's really cute. After getting Jiang Che's assurance, Xiaoyi followed the shopping guide and headed towards the clothing area not far away. After Xiaoyi left, Jiang Che rejected several women who came to chat with him and asked for their WeChat accounts, and began to look around boredly. Just when Jiang Che was losing interest and wanted to look away, he was attracted by a scene not far away. Lin Ming, let's break up. A beautiful woman with heavy makeup on her face snuggled happily in the arms of a man in an Armani suit, and proposed to break up with a delivery boy in a yellow jersey not far away. Yeah, why? Please don't be like this. You can just tell me what I did wrong. How can I live without you? Hearing these chilling words coming out of Liu 37's mouth, Lin Ming was dumbfounded, and tried to persuade her to stay in a panic. Lin Mingben was an ordinary junior student in the computer science department of Linjiang University. He came from a poor rural family. After entering college, he developed a great liking for his classmate Liu and began to pursue her vigorously. After being a bootlicker for 3 years, I finally got the goddess of my dreams. In the end, before they even held hands, the goddess turned around and threw herself into the arms of another man. Who could tolerate this? Even if you want to break up, at least let him experience it, you bastard. Otherwise, what would his actions over the past 3 years mean? Is this a joke? Why? Can you give me the happiness I want? I want LV and Chanel bags. Can you afford them? Can you give me the new iPhone 16 Pro Max that I want? If you can't give me these, why should I be with you? Liu spoke sarcastically, with a look of disdain on his face. As she spoke, Liu's expression relaxed, and she leaned into the arms of the man in the Armani suit with a tender face, her eyes full of affection and her tone delicate. Only young master son can give me what I want. Lin Ming, you and I are from 2 different worlds. Let's part ways amicably. The only one I love in my heart will always be young master Sunday. You're breaking up with me just because of money. Then what are my efforts over the past 3 years worth? Liu, don't you know that this guy is a famous playboy and a dandy young man? After hearing Liu's answer, Lin Ming was completely dumbfounded, his voice trembling a little, and he pointed at Sun Zi beside him, his face full of anger. What's that? You're a stupid lickspittle, you deserve to never get a woman in your life. Liu's tone was still full of disdain, and he fired directly at his face. Liu is not a good woman, as she was able to keep Lin Ming like a monkey for 3 years. Morality. She doesn't possess this quality. You? Lin Ming's face turned red with anger, and his voice became more trembling. In the past, Liu always looked like a shy college student in front of him. How could she have shown such a bold side? It's his fault for being so blind that he kept pestering such a woman for 3 years. If he had known this would happen, he would have gone and been a bootlicker for the school beauty Xiao Wanwan for the past 3 years. Apart from anything else, Xiao Wanwan's appearance is at least 10 times better than Liu's, and she is more pleasing to the eye. You what? Boy, yeah is my woman now. If you know what's good for you, get out of here right away, or I'll make you pay. Sun Zi stood up, his nose in the air, looking arrogant, not even looking at Lin Ming straight in the eye, a typical villain face. Although Sun Zi did not have much feelings for Liu, she was still his woman after all. He certainly would not allow his woman to be coveted by a poor boy like Lin Ming. He and Liu had met at a campus exchange meeting before. Sun Zibuli is a wealthy second-generation boy from Linjiang University. His family has assets worth hundreds of millions, and he has played with many female students over the years. When Sun Zi saw Liu for the first time, he fell in love with her from the bottom of his heart and secretly made up his mind to get this woman. I just spent tens of thousands of dollars to buy Liu a Chanel bag, and he was on base that night. Sun Zi knew at the time that Liu had a boyfriend. Originally, he wanted Liu to keep the secret from this useless toady man in order to satisfy some of his little quirks. But now that Lin Ming has discovered it, he is too lazy to hide it anymore. After all, in his eyes, Lin Ming was just a useless turtle man. In the past, he had no idea how many girlfriends he had snatched from men like this. I can only say that this guy lives up to his name, he's really a bastard. He doesn't do anything that has anything to do with people. You dare to humiliate me like this today, I will repay you 100-fold in the future. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Don't look down on the young and poor. Seeing Sun Zi's arrogant look and the way he didn't regard himself as a human being at all, Lin Ming couldn't help but explode. He opened his mouth with a powerful bomb and said that classic quote directly. Har har har. It's really hilarious. You're a poor delivery guy and you want to pay me back 100-fold. You little bastard, do you want to make me laugh to death and inherit my bank card balance? Seeing Lin Ming's tough look, Sun Zi was stunned for a moment, and then he started laughing loudly towards the sky. His smile was so unrestrained that tears were almost coming out of his eyes. What a joke! A country bumpkin who delivers takeout wants to take revenge on him? Even if he were to deliver takeout for another 10 lifetimes, he would never be able to have everything he has now. You really don't know your own limitations. Yeah, young people nowadays haven't experienced the harshness of society, so they dare to say anything. Who understands, my family? I ran into Pushin's guy again while shopping today. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Has this idiot read too many novels? The onlookers around also began to whisper to each other, their words full of ridicule and disdain for Lin Ming. HMPH, let's wait and see. Under the pointing and criticizing from the people around him, Lin Ming's face turned red with embarrassment. He snorted coldly and then left everyone's sight in disgrace. Not far away, Jiang Che, who had witnessed all this, fell into deep thought. Jiang Che was inexplicably familiar with this kind of melodramatic scene. When Lin Ming shouted out that classic quote, he knew it was a sure thing. After 3 years of being a dog licker, the goddess turned around and fell into the arms of a playboy? Isn't this definitely the innate holy body of the protagonist? Chapter 24, One More Per Night, Will You Be Elected as the Concubine? Subconsciously, Jiang Che used a detection technique on Lin Ming in the distance. Protagonist, Lin Ming. Age, 21. Charm, 67. Cultivation, none. Plot, after breaking up, I awakened a god-level takeaway system. After checking Lin Ming's information, Jiang Che seemed to be thinking about something and gave instructions directly to the system. System, instill his plot into me. This is an urban world that integrates countless online novels. Except for the protagonist, like the reincarnation of the immortal emperor, various other types of protagonists may appear. Therefore, Jiang Che was not surprised at all that Lin Ming, a poor junior student who worked part-time as a delivery boy, would suddenly awaken his system. Ding, deducting 1000 emotion points, instilling. Almost in an instant, Jiang Che completed the indoctrination of all the plots related to Lin Ming. It was basically the same as he had guessed before. After being broken up with by Li Yu, the White Lotus, he went home at night and drank to drown his sorrows. The next day, Lin Ming awakened the god-level takeaway system and reached the peak of his life. Just by delivering food, you can get various rewards, such as billions in cash, supercars, company shares, luxury villas, etc. After becoming rich, Lin Ming immediately started a life of pretending to be cool and then getting slapped in the face. Although the god-level takeaway system can help Lin Ming quickly reach the peak of his life, it also has obvious shortcomings. If Lin Ming fails to complete the delivery task on time, he will receive various system penalties. With Jiang Che's status and position, it would be too easy for him to kill a minor character like Lin Ming. As long as Jiang Che gives the order, the two major food delivery platforms will instantly put Lin Ming on the permanent blacklist, and he will not be able to deliver food. However, Jiang Che did not intend to kill Lin Ming directly, but planned to have some fun with him. This guy is definitely a leak that thrives on its own. Wouldn't it be more interesting to let Lin Ming confirm the authenticity of the system first, and then let him fall into the despair of being endlessly punished by the system? With this thought in mind, Jiang Che waved behind him. 20 meters away, Xiangzi noticed Jiang Che's gesture, took 2 steps at a time, and ran to Jiang Che with a smile on his face and a very flattering tone. Master, may I ask what you want me to do? As long as you open your mouth, I will go through fire and water and die for you. Stop being poor. Find a few people to keep an eye on that guy named Lin Ming. After tomorrow, as soon as he starts delivering food, you will sabotage him in every way you can so that he can't deliver a single order. Do you understand? Jiang Che cursed with a smile and pointed at Lin Ming's back in the distance. Jiang Che found it very interesting when he thought of the scene where Lin Ming was punished by the god-level takeaway system. As long as Lin Ming feels despair and doubts his life, won't the emotional value come rolling in? Jiang Che was relatively relieved about Xiangzi. Although this guy had thick eyebrows and big eyes, he was very careful in his work and could easily arrange such a small matter. Understood, master. I promise to complete the task. Although he felt a little puzzled by Jiang Che's order and didn't understand why his eldest master suddenly noticed a poor delivery man, he didn't ask any more questions and agreed without hesitation. Xiangzi has always been straightforward and never objected to Jiang Che's orders, so naturally he wouldn't ask any more questions. Having said that, Xiangzi planned to leave immediately. His young master came out today to accompany the young mistress on a shopping spree, so he naturally wouldn't be a third wheel. By the way, how is Xiao Chen doing in there? Have you let go? Jiang Che seemed to remember something and suddenly asked. When Jiang Che woke up this morning, he realized that he had harvested another 20,000 points of Xiao Chen's emotional value last night. Without thinking too much, Jiang Che knew that Xiao Chen must have experienced an extremely wonderful night that was destined to be unforgettable for him. Hey hey! Speaking of Xiao Chen, Qiangzi rubbed his hands excitedly with a lewd smile on his face. Master, I arranged for 6 sword masters to look after Xiao Chen last night, so that he could have an extremely wonderful night. But this kid is very stubborn and hasn't given in yet. 7 people will visit him tonight. If Xiao Chen still disagrees, 1 more person will be added every night. Jiang Che. Well done, keep up the good work. Jiang Che thought for a while, and finally just patted Qiangzi on the shoulder and said a few words of praise. If this trend continues, Xiao Chen will probably have to reconcile with himself within 3 days. How could the protagonist, the king of soldiers, endure such a great humiliation? I have to say, Qiangzi is such a talented guy. There is 1 more person in 1 night. Will you be elected as the concubine? Xiao Chen must be wanting to cut himself into pieces right now, right? Thinking of Xiao Chen's helpless and furious look in the police station, Jiang Che wanted to laugh. After Qiangzi left, Xiaoyi quickly changed her clothes and appeared in front of Jiang Che. Xiaoyi usually only wears purple long skirts, but now she has changed into a pure white dress, which perfectly outlines her graceful figure, making her look graceful and charming. She is like a stunning fairy walking out of a painting. Yes, very beautiful. Except for this and that, pack up the rest and send them to Qingting Villa. Jiang Che nodded in satisfaction and gave instructions to the shopping guide beside him. They are all his own things, so Jiang Che wanted to be polite. Okay, master. The shopping guide smiled sweetly, bowed slightly, and then started to make arrangements. Seeing Jiang Che's generosity, some passers-by around were also attracted and shocked. What shocked them the most was the salesperson's attitude. She actually called this man young master. Could it be that he is the young master behind the nebular building? After humiliating the loser Lin Ming, Sun Zi felt refreshed and relaxed. Just when he was planning to drag Li Yu to their hotel for another 300 rounds of battle, he was attracted by the conversation of passers-by around him. He subconsciously turned his head to look, wanting to see who this big man who booked the whole place was. Buy all the clothes in the entire clothing store at once? You have to know that this is in the nebular building, and it is impossible to do this without tens of millions of dollars. After seeing Jiang Che's face clearly, Sun Zi was slightly stunned, and then he was ecstatic. He simply left Li Yu, who was looking at him affectionately, and ran quickly towards Jiang Che. Hello, Mr. Jiang. It's been a while since we last met. Young Master Jiang is still as charming as ever. Young Master Jiang is indeed worthy of being the best young master in Linjiang. He is truly handsome, suave, and unique. He is rich and talented. Sun Zi's smile was extremely flattering. He used almost all the words of praise he had learned in his life and was servile. What's up? Jiang Che raised his eyebrows and looked at Sun Zi, who was talking incessantly like a grandson in front of him, with a strange expression on his face. Although he is also a celebrity in Linjiang University and is rated as the school idol, I don't have the impression that he is familiar with this guy Sun Zi. Chapter 25 Brother Jie, don't. Nothing. I just saw you here, Mr. Jiang, so I came over to say hello. These are all arrangements made for us by Boss Cheng Feng. It's said that no matter where we see you, young Master Jiang, we need to greet you immediately. Sun Zi kept nodding and bowing with a bright smile. After taking a look at the cold and beautiful girl in a white dress beside Jiang Che, Sun Zi quickly withdrew his gaze, lowered his head, and felt emotional. As expected of Mr. Jiang, the food is really delicious. The cold and beautiful girl in front of him was no less beautiful than the beauties at Linjiang University, and even more beautiful. I'm afraid only someone like young Master Jiang has the chance to get close to her. If it were him, he wouldn't even dare to think about it. Sun Zi is very self-aware. Although he has a fortune of hundreds of millions, it is nothing in front of a real rich man. Although he likes to bully men and women, he only bullies ordinary people. Boss Cheng Feng, Li Chengfeng. Jiang Che seemed to be lost in thought. Li Chengfeng was one of his younger brothers, a scoundrel from the rich second generation who was rich but unkind. His reputation in Linjiang University had always been bad. He was a well-known playboy in Linjiang City, with a group of friends who loved to eat, drink and have fun. It seems that Sun Zi is one of them. Yes, it's Boss Cheng Feng. Master Jiang, if you don't have any other instructions, I'll leave first. After saying hello, Sun Zi wanted to leave immediately. He just wanted to make himself familiar to Jiang Che. Now that his goal had been achieved, he naturally couldn't stay any longer. He is not a tactless guy, and he will not stay here as a light bulb and affect Jiang Che's career of picking up girls. Looks like I can't escape the fate of being slapped in the face for pretending to be awesome. Looking at Sun Zi's departing back, Jiang Che felt speechless. Although there is no plot of his own in the trajectory line about Lin Ming, according to the routine of urban novels, if he leaves Lin Ming alone and allows him to continue to grow, he will probably not be able to escape the fate of being slapped in the face in the end. After all, the little villain Sun Zi has already offended Lin Ming. He is the boss of his boss. Judging from the nature of these protagonists, how could he not be implicated? As for the villains, they beat the younger ones first, then the older ones come, the older ones get beaten, then the older ones come. Jiang Che shook his head and put aside the messy thoughts in his mind. Without thinking any more, he took Xiaoyi's delicate hand and started a shopping spree. At this moment, Jiang Che transformed into a domineering president. Jiang Che would take anything that Xiaoyi had taken a look at. Time passed and soon it was night. Let's talk about it tomorrow. I'm a bit busy right now. Okay, that's it. Walking hand in hand with Xiaoyi on the bustling street, Jiang Che hung up the phone and an inexplicable light flashed in his eyes. The collapse of Lanzi Group is imminent, and it is a good time to buy at the bottom. At the beginning, Jiang Che only wanted to use 1 billion to acquire 15% of the shares of Lanzi Group. Now, 15% of the shares can no longer satisfy his appetite. From the very beginning, Jiang Che's target was not the Lanzi Group, but Ling Qingqiu. 5 sisters, top-notch mature women, 29 years old, and an iceberg president. How could Jiang Che miss a woman like Ling Qingqiu who was full of buffs? Tomorrow is your chance to enter the market and reap the rewards. Let's go to the movies. Jiang Che was in a good mood. He took Xiaoyi's hand and went straight into the cinema not far away. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening when Jiang Che and Xiaoyi returned to Qingting Villa. During this day, Jiang Che took the little Loli in purple for a stroll and did almost everything that a couple could do. How is it, do you feel happy? Jiang Che held the purple-haired little Lolita in his arms, rested his head on Xiao Yiru's boneless shoulders, sniffed the fragrance of the little Lolita's hair, and looked a little intoxicated. Xiaoyi has a light and refreshing body fragrance, mixed with the scent of lavender shampoo, which is very intoxicating. Xiaoyi nodded slightly and snuggled obediently in Jiang Che's arms. Although he still had a blank expression on his face, ripples had already begun to form in his heart, and his calm and composed attitude was no longer there. Being with Jiang Che and being held in his arms like this, Xiaoyi feels extremely at ease. It was as if Jiang Che was her eternal safe haven, the bay where her soul could rest, protecting her from the wind and rain, and weathering all storms. So good, Tilda. It's getting late. Elbow, go to bed. I want to see you wearing white stockings tonight, Tilda. Jiang Che kissed the little Lolita's delicate, flawless, fair and tender face, then carried Xiaoyi upstairs and began to enjoy this wonderful night. 2 flowers bloom, each showing its own beauty. While Jiang Che was enjoying Xiaoyi's utmost tenderness, Xiao Chen also welcomed his second night that he would never forget. At this moment, in cell number 7, Xiao Chen leaned against the wall alone, looking warily at 7 burly men sitting together not far away, whispering to each other and discussing something. After the miserable experience last night, Xiao Chen had no intention of sleeping tonight. He was really scared, afraid that these guys would do something unspeakable to him while he was sleeping, just like they did to him before. As a warrior in the late Ming Jin stage, Xiao Chen had sharp ears and eyes, and could easily hear what these big men were discussing. He almost collapsed. These bastards actually want to force themselves. Moreover, I actually want to. Forcing down the rage in his heart, Xiao Chen closed his eyes, covered his ears, and stopped paying attention to what these men were discussing. He was afraid that if he continued listening, he would burst out and hit someone again. Thinking of the 100,000-volt super baton, Xiao Chen couldn't help but shudder and began to tremble unconsciously. If it happened again, Xiao Chen was really afraid that he would die on the spot. Xiao Chen thought that as long as he didn't sleep and didn't give these big men a chance to succeed, he would be safe. But facts proved that he had overthought it. These big men were ordered to come here specifically to take good care of him. How could they give up so easily? The 7 big men exchanged glances, formulated a battle plan, and walked towards the bed where Xiao Chen was without saying a word. 4 men controlled Xiao Chen's limbs, while the other 3 men had grim smiles on their faces and were ready to fight. "Don't come over here." Xiao Chen's eyes were filled with fear and he began to struggle frantically. The 2 previous experiences of being shocked by the super baton had caused him to suffer a lot of internal injuries. His injuries have not yet recovered, and he does not have much strength to mobilize now. Therefore, Xiao Chen's struggle at this moment seemed so helpless and completely useless. At this moment, Xiao Chen felt both aggrieved and angry, and was almost going crazy. "Hey, handsome boy, don't be so cold. Be good and let me see." The big man in the lead had a lewd smile and spoke in an unquestionable tone. Xiao Chen's face was filled with horror and his heart was filled with despair. "Brother Jie, don't." Chapter 26, Dark Power Late Stage, Weird System Rewards. The next day, early morning. Jiang Che leaned on the sofa in the villar's living room with an inexplicable smile on his lips. Last night, all the emotional values from Xiao Chen directly flooded his system, giving Jiang Che a lot of benefits. Adding the more than 10,000 emotion points I got from Xiaoyi, the total has reached 100,000, which is enough for a 10-pull game. Judging from the extent of Xiao Chen's current inner devastation, it won't be long before he obediently hands over the 1 billion renminbi. At that time, I can use Xiao Chen's money to finance Lanzi Group and seduce the woman he likes. Wouldn't that be wonderful? System, give me 10 consecutive draws. Jiang Che suppressed all the evil thoughts in his heart, immersed himself in it, and gave orders to the system directly in his mind. Ding, deduct 100,000 emotion points, start the lottery. Congratulations to their host for obtaining Shadow Guard X10. Congratulations to their host for obtaining Shadow Guard X10. Congratulations to their host for obtaining 3 Destiny Child location cards. Child of Destiny location card, can locate the Child of Destiny that their host has not yet encountered and accept the relevant plot. Congratulations to their host for obtaining a cultivation level upgrade card X1. Congratulations to their host for obtaining a cultivation level upgrade card X1. Congratulations to their host for obtaining 10 bad luck charms. Silently reciting someone's name can bring bad luck to that person for 3 consecutive days. Congratulations to their host for winning 10 hummingbird robots. Hummingbird robot, a technological achievement from a century in the future, 3 mm in size, hidden in darkness, silent, capable of real-time monitoring, transmitting high-definition 4K 360-frame images, and powered by sunlight and moonlight. Note, undetectable to those below the Celestial Warrior level. Congratulations to their host for winning Sao is Crazy X100. Congratulations to their host for obtaining 10-100-year-old iceberg snow lotuses. Congratulations to their host for winning 3 Splatoon package experience cards. Splatoon package trial card. Use this trial card to transform into a Splatoon, pissing and spitting like a madman, uncontrollably, endlessly, for 7 days. Note, once this trial card is active, it cannot be terminated, so please use with caution. After checking out the various prize items won in this lottery, Jiang Che's face turned a little strange. Sows are crazy too. Splatoon set. Damn, why does it feel like this damn system is getting more and more extreme? But these things can be arranged for those sons of luck. When the son of luck starts showing off, just give him a Splatoon meal, and the emotional value will flow to you, right? As for this hummingbird detection robot, it's also a good thing. It is entirely possible to send it to Xiao Chen, take those pictures and then upload them to the external network and the dark web. If these videos were seen by Xiao Chen's mortal enemies, wouldn't they be so happy that they would die? Over the years, Xiao Chen has been domineering and bullying in a small country in Black Continent, causing trouble to the people and offending many enemies. By then, the name of the leader of the Wolf-Fang mercenary group will be famous all over the world. Oh, no, it's the former leader. Jiang Che glanced down at his phone. The screen was showing a report titled, "The Wolf-Fang mercenary group was wiped out overnight." Jiang Che raised the corners of his mouth slightly. He just hoped that when Xiao Chen saw this report, his mental state would not be too bad. System, give me the cultivation level up card. Without thinking about it, Jiang Che continued to give orders to the system. Ding, in use. As the system's prompt sounded, Jiang Che felt a huge and pure energy inexplicably appear in his dantian area. It began to flow through the limbs and bones and all the major acupuncture points throughout the body. It goes on, in a cycle, and finally all gathers at the dantian position in the lower abdomen. Jiang Che only felt a warm and comfortable feeling sweeping over his body. He couldn't help but squint his eyes slightly, enjoying the moment of tranquility. After a while, when this pure energy was completely integrated, Jiang Che's cultivation level directly broke through two realms. From the initial stage of dark energy, he broke through to the late stage of dark energy. Sure enough, this method of cultivation is suitable for me. Feeling the enormous energy coming from his body, Jiang Che sighed. System, open my properties panel. Host, Jiang Che. Identity, destined villain, Lin Jiang's #1 young master. Age, 21. Charisma, 99. Cultivation, late dark power. Kung Fu, 9 yang magic and treading on snow without leaking. Skills, proficient in 18 languages, God-level piano skills, God-level hacking skills, advanced tea art, advanced investment capabilities, advanced management skills. Items, disguise charm 10, golden desert eagle, hummingbird detection robot 10, destiny child location card 3, crazy sow 100, Splatoon package experience card 3, 100-year iceberg snow lotus 10, bad luck charm 10. Personal wealth, 13.66 billion. Emotional value, 1314. After checking his current attribute panel, Jiang Che smiled with satisfaction. With a thought, he directly took out 2 hummingbird detection robots from the system space. One of them went to the police station to monitor Xiao Chen, and the other went to monitor Lin Ming, the protagonist who was about to awaken the system. After arranging everything, Jiang Che enjoyed the massage from the delicate hands of the maid behind him and waited quietly. Jiang Che believed that by noon at the latest, Xiao Chen would obediently hand over the 1 billion yuan. After Xiao Chen's funds arrive, he can start his plan to conquer Ling Qingqiu. Xiao Hua, please be a little stronger. Yes, my dear young master Tilder. In the police station, solitary confinement room. Because of the continuous fights, Xiao Chen has been held in solitary confinement here. Of course, this is only temporary. He will have to return to cell number 7 at night and face the inhuman torture again, except that a new group of people will be in charge. At this moment, Xiao Chen was leaning against the wall with a look of despair. His eyes were dull and his pupils were dilated. He had fallen into a long daze and his legs were shaking constantly. He wanted to squat down and rest for a while, but for some reason he couldn't do it, so he could only force himself to lean against the corner of the wall. The miserable life of the past 3 days dealt a severe blow to Xiao Chen, and his eyes had long lost their former luster. At this moment, Xiao Chen already had the idea of compromising with Jiang Che in his mind. Xiao Chen would rather give away 1 billion funds to that damn bastard Jiang Che than return to cell number 7 again. His will to resist is no longer as firm as before. Otherwise, let's just compromise like this? Anyway, he still has 3 billion left in his overseas account. After laundering all the money through various channels, he will be able to get 2.5 billion, which is more than enough to finance Ling Qingqiu's company. Thinking of Ling Qingqiu, the hesitation in Xiao Chen's eyes slowly turned into determination. The Lanzi Group has long reached a critical moment when it is in turmoil and on the verge of collapse. If he stayed here and couldn't leave at this moment, and if that bastard Jiang Che took advantage of the opportunity and broke in, wouldn't he be completely cut off from Ling Qingqiu? No. Absolutely not. Chapter 27. Xiao Chen is so depressed that he wants to die. Just by imagining the scene of Ling Qingqiu snuggling in Jiang Che's arms in his mind, Xiao Chen felt so heartbroken that he could hardly breathe. Security officer, I want to go out. I agree to reconcile with Jiang Che, let me out. Just like that, Xiao Chen was brought back to the interrogation room. The settlement agreement was signed in the presence of lawyers from both sides and several police officers. At the moment of signing, Xiao Chen's fingers trembled wildly and his heart was bleeding. 10 billion. That's a full 10 billion. How much arms would he and his brothers need to sell to make the profit back? Very good, 0077, you made the right decision. Wang Mu smiled slightly, expressing his appreciation for Xiao Chen's tactful behavior. Although Wang Mu was extremely surprised that Xiao Chen could really come up with 1 billion in liquid funds at once, he had no intention of exploring it. After all, this person is someone that young Master Jiang values. He has no control over how young Master Jiang wants to deal with the other person. He only needs to obey orders and do his job. Transfer the money. Here's the bank card number. Ling Xiao Capital's legal representative directly stated the company's public account. Xiao Chen was detained by several police officers and completed the transfer procedures. The moment he confirmed the remittance, Xiao Chen's fingers were shaking wildly and his heart was bleeding. Seeing this, the chief lawyer walked out of the interrogation room and called Jiang Che. After receiving a positive answer, he returned and said goodbye to Wang Mu with a smile. Captain Wang, since the matter has been resolved, we will leave first. Go ahead. After the lawyers representing both parties left, Xiao Chen looked at Wang Mu with anticipation. He has already signed the settlement agreement, so he can finally leave now, right? Facing Xiao Chen's extremely expectant gaze, Wang Mu smiled slightly, showing his professional ethics, but the words he said made Xiao Chen's brain crash and he was completely dumbfounded. According to paragraph 2, article 36, and note 108 of the Regulations on Public Security Administration Punishments, you will now need to remain in detention for 4 days. What? We still have to wait for more days. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen's eyes widened, his face turned pale and blue, his facial features twisted together, and he was shaking with anger. He has already paid the sky-high settlement fee of 1 billion yuan, and now he wants to detain himself. Where is justice? It's Jiang Che again. The more Xiao Chen thought about it, the angrier he became, and the angrier he became, the more he thought about it, and his face turned red. Finally, after spitting out a mouthful of blood with a pu sound, the whole person fainted. Chintung Villa. The sun is shining and the breeze is not dry. After receiving the 1 billion transfer from Xiao Chen, Jiang Che felt in high spirits. He changed into a well-tailored custom suit, put on a limited edition Vacheron Constantine watch, and, surrounded by a group of maids, headed straight for the parking lot. Jiang Che had already agreed with Ling Qingqiu to have a cooperation discussion at 2:30 this afternoon, so he naturally would not go back on his word. After all, Xiao Chen's funds have been successfully received, and there is no need for him to delay any further. He took Xiao Chen's money and used his own name to raise funds for Ling Qingqiu's Lanzi group. This way, Xiao Chen can feel a sense of participation, right? TSK, I am such a good person. Accompanied by the roar of the engine, the Pagani Zonder flew out with a whoosh like an arrow from a bow. 40 minutes later, Jiang Che arrived at Ling Xiao Capital's headquarters building. After parking the car, I entered the company and took the president's exclusive elevator directly to the top floor on the 26th floor. Entering the president's office, Jiang Che sent someone to call Han Yang over, leaning back in the spacious boss chair, and asked casually, "How's the secretary recruitment going?" "Mr. Jiang, the job fair has been arranged and will officially begin in about 7 days." Han Yang skillfully made coffee for Jiang Che while reporting on the progress of secretary recruitment. Although Jiang Che did not say it directly at the time, Han Yang had already figured out Jiang Che's true intentions and would naturally take it seriously. Otherwise, it's just finding a female secretary, why would it be so troublesome? Well done, go down. Jiang Che looked at Han Yang with appreciation. It was easy to get along with smart people. He really liked subordinates who could understand his thoughts. While it was still early, after sending Han Yang away, Jiang Che lowered his head and began to deal with the various documents that had accumulated over the past few days, including endorsements for various investment plans and projects. As the eldest grandson of the Jiang family, Jiang Che received the highest standard of education since childhood. He has dabbled in finance, investment, talent management and other aspects, and can be said to be well versed in all aspects. As he will inherit the entire Xingqiu group in the future, it is always a good idea to familiarize himself with the company's various processes in advance. Before I knew it, time had flown by and it was soon 2:30 when I had agreed to discuss cooperation with Ling Qingqiu. After finishing the work at hand, Jiang Che looked down at his watch and asked someone to invite Ling Qingqiu over from the reception room. Not long after, Ling Qingqiu, dressed in a suit and small skirt, appeared in the president's office. After Han Yang brought Ling Qingqiu here, he nodded slightly to Jiang Che and left directly, closing the office door considerately. "Sorry, I just finished work. I've been very busy these past 2 days. Please take a seat, President Ling." Jiang Che smiled and gestured for Ling Qingqiu to sit opposite him. "Thank you, Mr. Jiang." After saying thank you, Ling Qingqiu sat down gracefully, with a faint smile on his face, which was very forced. Compared to 3 days ago, Ling Qingqiu now looks a little haggard, with heavy dark circles under his eyes and a slightly pale face, as if he had not slept well for several days. After years of hard work, the group she founded is about to go bankrupt. It would be strange if she could sleep well. After sitting down, Ling Qingqiu took a sip of the coffee that Han Yang had prepared in advance to refresh himself, and then he felt a little more relaxed. Chapter 28 All Men Are Pigs. Mr. Jiang, what about the planned investment? After perking herself up, Ling Qingqiu pursed her red lips, bit her teeth, looked at Jiang Che who was sitting opposite her with her beautiful eyes, and spoke tentatively. Since Jiang Che is willing to let her come, it means that there is still room for negotiation regarding the investment, and the outcome is not too bad. Despite this, Ling Qingqiu was still feeling quite nervous and uneasy. Shouldn't President Ling show some sincerity first? Jiang Che had a playful expression on his face, looking at Ling Qingqiu with a half smile. Now that the initiative in the negotiations is in his hands, Jiang Che is naturally not in a hurry. Last time at Yushin restaurant, Jiang Che gave Ling Qingqiu a very obvious hint. He didn't think that this cold and beautiful CEO would not be able to hear the hidden meaning in his words. It's natural. Hearing Jiang Che say this, Ling Qingqiu felt a little relieved. He took out the contract he had prepared in advance and handed it to Jiang Che, then spoke softly. To express my apology to you, Mr. Jiang, if you are willing to continue investing in Lanzi Group, I am willing to give you 20% of your shares. Although he appeared calm on the surface, Ling Qingqiu's heart was bleeding and aching at this moment. After the unpleasant experience last time, Ling Qingqiu understood that if he wanted to continue to attract Jiang Che's investment, he would have to give up some of his interests. Thinking of this, Ling Qingqiu was filled with depression, and his hatred for the bastard Xiao Chen increased a little more. If this guy hadn't suddenly jumped out to disrupt the situation last time, why would she have fallen into such a passive situation? Ling Qingqiu personally owns 67% of the shares in Lanzi Group and has absolute control. It can be said that Lanzi Group is a one-man show, and she has the final say on all matters big and small in the company. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Ling Qingqiu naturally didn't want to sell his shares. Although she still remains the largest shareholder and has absolute say after selling 20% of her shares to Jiang Che, her actions will be constrained in many ways. If you want to make some major decisions at that time, you have to discuss everything with Jiang Che, the second shareholder. As for the remaining 33% of Lanzi Group's shares, they are all held by veterans of the board of directors, both big and small, and the proportion is very low. I can sign this contract, but I need President Ling to agree to a small request of mine. After reading the contract and making sure there were no loopholes, Jiang Che spoke like this. What do you want? Mr. Jiang, please feel free to ask. As long as Qingqiu can do it, I will definitely not refuse. Seeing Jiang Che agreed, Ling Qingqiu was delighted. The corners of her lips rose slightly, and a beautiful smile appeared on her pretty face. She blinked her beautiful eyes, and curiosity flashed in her eyes. It's simple. As long as President Ling agrees to be my woman, I will agree to the financing. How do you think? Jiang Che spoke freely, completely revealing his true fangs. Today, the Lanzi Group has completely reached the end of its rope, and I am Ling Qingqiu's only salvation. Jiang Che would not easily miss such a great opportunity. As for whether doing so is a bit like taking advantage of someone's misfortune. After learning about his identity as a villain, Jiang Che had long since abandoned all so-called morality and naturally didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. They are all villains, so what morality is there to talk about? When facing a domineering and career-oriented CEO like Ling Qingqiu, he had to act stronger than her. Ordinary pursuit methods simply don't work for Ling Qingqiu. After graduating from university, he started from scratch in just a few years and created a group with a market value of tens of billions. What kind of people has Ling Qingqiu not seen over the years? If you want to control such a cold and beautiful CEO, you must use some unconventional means. He would not be like those other rich second-generation lickers who pursue Ling Qingqiu relentlessly. Now, Xiao Chen, the mercenary king, has been imprisoned by his own design, suffering humiliation, and has completely broken off with Ling Qingqiu. The goal has been achieved. The relationship between the male and female protagonists is completely broken and there is no possibility of repair. Moreover, there are no other outsiders in the entire office. Only then did Jiang Che completely remove his disguise. As for the question of Ling Qingqiu having no feelings for him, it's simple, love grows over time. What? Mr. Jiang, are you sure you're not kidding me? Upon hearing this, the smile on Ling Qingqiu's face stopped abruptly, his eyes widened, and the expression on his face was first astonishment and then anger. The delicate curves on the chest began to rise and fall, revealing the owner's inner restlessness. Fortunately, she had a good impression of Jiang Che before, thinking that he was a gentle and modest gentleman. This is only the second time I've met him, and he's just going to stop pretending. As expected, all crows are black, and all men are pigs. Ling Qingqiu has always had a natural liking for Jiang Che. If he used normal means to pursue her, she might try to date him. But Jiang Che chose to take advantage of her misfortune and use such despicable means to force her. How could she not be angry? Of course not, I'm serious. Jiang Che shook his head with a serious expression. In that case, there's no need to talk about investment. Ling Qingqiu glared at Jiang Che angrily, stood up from her seat, stretched out her beautiful legs in black stockings, and made to turn around and leave. Jiang Che still maintained his unhurried attitude, picking up the coffee and taking a sip, speaking calmly and playfully. President Ling, if you leave this office today, the Lanzi Group will be finished tomorrow. If I spread the word, President Ling, do you think anyone in Linjiang City would dare to provide you with financing? Ling Qingqiu stopped walking and sat back down reluctantly, feeling extremely depressed. Of course, she understood that what Jiang Che said was true, and that he had every intention of destroying her group in an instant. Neither Lingxiao Capital nor Xingqiu Group are people that Ling Qingqiu can provoke. In front of a top dignitary like Jiang Che, even if she is a billionaire CEO, she has to lower her proud head. Ling Qingqiu is extremely depressed, emotional value plus 999. Ling Qingqiu thinks you are worthless, mood value plus 2233. At this moment, Ling Qingqiu felt like crying but had no tears. He even regretted agreeing to negotiate with Lingxiao Capital. It's just that Jiang Che hid himself so well. Who would have thought that this famous and renowned #1 young master in Linjiang would have such a face in private? Why, President Ling is willing to sit down and have a good talk with me now. Jiang Che found it very interesting to see Ling Qingqiu looking depressed and angry. The beauty is slightly angry, as if she is both angry and resentful, and she is full of charm. Even when she is angry, she still looks so beautiful and charming. She is worthy of being the famous cold and beautiful president. Her reputation is well deserved. Have you been eyeing me for a long time? Ling Qingqiu looked at Jiang Che with shame and anger, and spoke with gritted teeth. Seeing Jiang Che's playful smile, she wanted to punch him twice. She has such outstanding looks and temperament, why does she act so despicably? Chapter 29 Ling Qingqiu surrenders. After accepting the plot about Ling Qingqiu, even though today was only the second time they met, Jiang Che already knew this cold and beautiful president very well. Ling Qingqiu is an out-and-out workaholic who only cares about his career and has no romantic feelings. Lanzi Group has a very special meaning to Ling Qingqiu and weighs very heavily in her heart. She will agree to her request. Why are you laughing? Seeing the smile on Jiang Che's face getting brighter and brighter, Ling Qingqiu's expression became more depressed. He rolled his eyes and asked speechlessly. Nothing. I just think your question, President Ling, is a bit stupid. You're the famous cold and beautiful CEO in Linjiang City. People who like you can line up from Qianbei Road to Qiannan Road. Isn't it normal for me to target you? Everyone has a love for beauty. A gentleman longs for a beautiful lady. You're using cooperation to pressure me into submission. Can you really call your current behavior a gentleman? Ling Qingqiu sneered, his words sarcastic and full of disdain. In fact, when Jiang Che made the request, Ling Qingqiu knew that he was probably doomed today. No matter how hard he struggled, he had to give in the end. In Linjiang City, is there any woman that Jiang Che can't get? Perhaps if I had always maintained a tough attitude, Jiang Che would not have done anything to me, but the Lanzi Group would have been destroyed. Lanzi Group is a company she has built up through years of hard work. She had been planning this bit by bit since college, and had devoted almost all her efforts in the first half of her life to it. Naturally, Ling Qingqiu attached great importance to Lanzi Group. It was the most important thing in her life besides her 4 younger sisters and brother. Jiang Che used the Lanzi Group to threaten Ling Qingqiu, which could be said to have hit her sore spot. Jiang Che stood up from his seat and approached Ling Qingqiu little by little. What do you want to do? I'm not ready yet, can you give me a few days? Seeing Jiang Che's actions, Ling Qingqiu thought that it was his own sarcasm that completely annoyed this man. He was startled and subconsciously put his hands on his chest. His face was full of vigilance, his voice was trembling, and his tone was full of pleading. "So, you agreed to my request?" Jiang Che raised his eyebrows, not smiling. Ling Qingqiu pursed her red lips and remained silent. She wanted to open her mouth to refute something, but she was afraid of completely angering Jiang Che and dared not speak. At this point, Ling Qingqiu began to come to his senses. Just as Jiang Che admitted himself, this guy had probably been eyeing him for a long time and had ill intentions towards him, so he suddenly wanted to invest in Lanzi Group at this time. First give yourself hope, then keep yourself hanging, making yourself lose other financing opportunities during this critical period, and finally use the investment plan to completely force yourself to submit. Ling Qingqiu even felt that the reason why she felt guilty towards Jiang Che 2 days ago was all due to the other party's calculations. It was precisely because of the guilt she felt for being suddenly interrupted by that idiot Xiao Chen, and because she was afraid of Jiang Che's revenge, that she had been looking forward to cooperating with Ling Xiao Capital and had not looked for financing from other people. He stepped step by step into the trap designed by Jiang Che, and finally came to Ling Xiao Capital alone, like a sheep walking into the tiger's mouth. But why would Xiao Chen help Jiang Che act out such a drama? Could it be that this guy has been Jiang Che's man from the beginning? If that's the case, then everything makes sense. No wonder this bastard barged into the box without saying a word. It seems like it was all planned in advance. At this moment, Ling Qingqiu's mind was full of thoughts, and he thought of many things. He became even more angry at Xiao Chen, the traitor, and hated him with gnashing teeth. She had some admiration for that guy at the beginning, and this is how he repays her? While feeling angry, Ling Qingqiu also felt a deep chill sweeping through his body, and he swallowed with some fear. They have gone to such great lengths to force me to submit, taking every step carefully, but I had no idea about it beforehand. Can I really escape from the clutches of this great devil Jiang Che? If Jiang Che knew what Ling Qingqiu was thinking, he would definitely be amused and admit it without hesitation. Yes, that traitor Xiao Chen is mine. He was an important part of me getting you. Ling Qingqiu hates Xiao Chen to the core, emotion value plus 9,999. Ling Qingqiu is extremely afraid of you, emotional value plus 3,344. Jiang Che felt puzzled as he listened to the prompt sound in his mind. What has this woman imagined? Why did you suddenly hate Xiao Chen so much? Although he was a little confused, Jiang Che did not delve into it. After all, for him, this was a completely good thing. Seeing Ling Qingqiu remain silent and hesitant, Jiang Che raised his eyebrows and continued to ask. Why, President Ling hasn't thought about it yet. I can promise to be your woman. But I also have 3 small requests. Taking a deep breath and suppressing his fluctuating emotions, Ling Qingqiu sighed inwardly and finally compromised. What else can she do now? Watching all your years of hard work being destroyed. Ling Qingqiu couldn't do such a thing at all, so she could only agree to Jiang Che's request. Since she is determined to compromise, Ling Qingqiu naturally wants to maximize her interests. After all, she is a business queen and an iceberg president, so she naturally puts interests first. Although she felt extremely aggrieved and depressed, Ling Qingqiu had no choice but to accept Jiang Che's extremely special pursuit. Besides, she has always been indifferent to love between men and women, and she had never thought about finding a boyfriend before. She already had some feelings for Jiang Che, the bastard, so it was not impossible for her to agree to him. Anyway, boyfriends and other things are not important to her at all. After trying hard to convince himself in his heart, Ling Qingqiu finally forced himself to accept the fact before him. Oh. What are your requirements? Tell me. Jiang Che signaled Ling Qingqiu to speak frankly, and he was also a little curious in his heart. Chapter 30. Invite Ling Qingqiu to eat lollipop. First, after signing the contract, I will publicly announce your investment in Lanzi Group and will not deliberately conceal it. Second, when you're with me, you can only be with me. Third, I hope you can give me 10 days. After 10 days, I will completely give myself to you. Ling Qingqiu thought for a while, then opened her red lips and slowly spoke, putting forward her request. Afraid that Jiang Che might misunderstand her, she continued to explain. In these 10 days, I will find ways to fall in love with you, don't worry. After saying that, Ling Qingqiu's long and delicate eyelashes trembled slightly, and she looked at Jiang Che nervously. Ling Qingqiu naturally made these three requests after careful consideration. There is no need to explain Jiang Che's status in Linjiang City. If the news of Jiang Che's investment in Lanzi Group is made public, what kind of cooperation will Lanzi Group be able to find in the future? Don't give too much consideration to others, but consider the Buddha's face. As long as Jiang Che's investment in Lanzi Group is finalized, there will naturally be a lot of corporate CEOs coming to her to beg for cooperation. As for the second requirement, it can be regarded as satisfying the fantasy of love that I had during my adolescence. After knowing Jiang Che's true identity, Ling Qingqiu knew that it was impossible that she was the only woman in his life. Ling Qingqiu is a smart woman who has a clear understanding of her own position. Naturally, she will not be like those little girls who cry, make a fuss, or even threaten to commit suicide. She also disdains to do such cheap things. I just hope that when Jiang Che is with me, there won't be other women around him. As for whether he could keep Jiang Che hanging and not give him the chance to succeed, Ling Qingqiu had thought of this possibility, but she rejected it in an instant. Jiang Che is a greedy wolf. If he is not allowed to eat meat for a long time and is pushed into a corner, who knows what he will do? Therefore, Ling Qingqiu could only force herself to fall completely in love with Jiang Che within 10 days. Even if you can't fall in love with the other person completely, you should at least develop a good impression of him so that you won't be too resistant when doing that kind of thing. Moreover, Ling Qingqiu really needs some time to accept this fact. After all, she had been single for 29 years, and suddenly she had a boyfriend and had to do such embarrassing things. Ling Qingqiu naturally found it a little hard to accept. No problem, I can promise you. Jiang Che smiled brightly and accepted Ling Qingqiu's proposal without thinking. It's only 10 days, he can still wait. Besides, Ling Qingqiu only told him not to break through to the last step within these 10 days, but he didn't say that he couldn't do other things. In that case, it would be reasonable for me to take her to do things that both boyfriends and girlfriends like to do, right? So I'm your girlfriend. Seeing that Jiang Che agreed, Ling Qingqiu's slightly pale face flushed slightly, and her delicate earlobes were also stained with a blush. She bit her teeth lightly, and her voice became soft and tender, no longer as cold as before. Although Ling Qingqiu had fantasized about having a sweet love in his occasional free time outside of work, it was just a thought and he never put it into action. Despite having many suitors, Ling Qingqiu has never been attracted to anyone. Now, by some strange coincidence, she had become Jiang Che's girlfriend, and she couldn't help but feel a little shy. This kind of thing was really too much of a shock for her, a woman who hadn't been in a relationship for 29 years. Since she has already confirmed this special romantic relationship with Jiang Che, and has to make herself fall completely in love with this man within 10 days, Ling Qingqiu will naturally take action. After all, she has always been a decisive person. With this thought, Ling Qingqiu quickly made up her mind. Under Jiang Che's extremely astonished gaze, she took the initiative to move forward and offered her tender and tempting red lips. Although his actions were bold, Ling Qingqiu had never had any experience in kissing, so his movements seemed very clumsy and particularly immature. After a long time, their lips parted. Just when Ling Qingqiu felt that she was about to suffocate to death, Jiang Che finally let her go. Call. Ling Qingqiu's pretty face flushed even more, her eyes were pale pink, and her whole body fell limply into Jiang Che's arms, breathing in the fragrance, her mind blank. Jiang Che sat in the spacious boss chair, picked up Ling Qingqiu's beautiful black silk legs, let the Ling beauty sit in his arms in a cuddling position, reached out and twisted the other's black hair, and chuckled. How does the kiss feel? It feels pretty good. It's a little sweet tilder. Ling Qingqiu licked his lips and answered subconsciously, his expression slightly unnatural. This was the first time she had such an intimate behavior with a man, and she instinctively felt a little at a loss. Before, Ling Qingqiu had never thought that kissing could be such a pleasurable thing. Just like what the book says, it tastes sweet. Could it be that I really have feelings for that bastard Jiang Che? Ling Qingqiu's heart is slightly moved by you, emotion value plus 1314. Listening to the timely system prompt sound in his mind, Jiang Che smiled slightly, feeling happy. Although it was just a slight heartbeat, it was at least a good sign. What he wanted was not only Ling Qingqiu, but also her heart. He wanted both. Ling Qingqiu is breathtakingly beautiful, cold and aloof, and unparalleled in her coldness and beauty, which always inspires a man's inner desire to conquer. Everyone has vanity, and Jiang Che is no exception. Seeing the icy CEO who was admired by thousands of people nestling in his arms so obediently, Jiang Che felt a surge of sourness and a burst of sense of accomplishment. You're so lucky, this is my first kiss Tilda. Her thoughts gradually came into focus. Ling Qingqiu gave a coquettish cry and rolled her eyes at Jiang Che. Logically speaking, with Jiang Che forcing and threatening her like this, she should have been full of resistance to this man in her heart. Why would she subconsciously say such coquettish words? Could it be that this guy's charm is so great that he can influence me subtly? Ling Qingqiu, who couldn't figure it out, could only attribute her changes to Jiang Che's amazing looks. This was also my first kiss. Jiang Che looked serious and solemn. Real. Ling Qingqiu looked at Jiang Che with suspicion, and didn't believe what Jiang Che said at all. Of course, first kiss today. Jiang Che nodded. Wouldn't he something like a first kiss automatically refresh in the early morning? Asshole. Ling Qingqiu stretched out her little pink fist and punched Jiang Che in the chest, feeling speechless and at a loss for words. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Since you have become my girlfriend, I will naturally not be stingy. Today, I'll treat you to a sweet lollipop. Jiang Che held Ling Qingqiu's delicate hand, smiling. Hearing this, Ling Qingqiu was stunned for a moment, but then quickly understood. Although she is still single and has never been in a relationship, Ling Qingqiu has a lot of experience and is not an ignorant girl who knows nothing. Naturally, she understood the implication of Jiang Che's words. Although she was extremely reluctant, at this point, she was at the mercy of others and had no choice but to agree. Chapter 31 Ling Qingqiu's Charm. Ahem. Ling Qingqiu glared at Jiang Che fiercely, then staggered and hurriedly headed towards the bedroom not far away, his back looking a little embarrassed. Jiang Che's office and bedroom are extremely luxurious, with a dressing room, bathroom, kitchen, etc., and there are special cleaning staff to clean every day. The bathroom was fully equipped with all kinds of daily necessities. Ling Qingqiu planned to brush his teeth a few times first. After all, she is feeling very uncomfortable now. It was originally intended for Jiang Che to take a rest, but now it is convenient for Ling Qingqiu. Ling Qingqiu is filled with shame and anger, emotional value plus 3,344. Ling Qingqiu thinks you don't want billion, mood value plus 2,233. Looking at Ling Qingqiu's embarrassed escape figure and listening to the system prompt sounding in his mind, Jiang Che's lips curled up slightly and he was in a good mood. I have to say, it's so much fun to bully the cold and beautiful CEO. Jiang Che found it very interesting to see Ling Qingqiu, who was extremely reluctant and resisted but had to follow his orders with a look of disgust on her face. System, refine 5 marrow cleansing pills and 5 rejuvenating pills for me. Jiang Che was in a good mood and communicated with the system directly in his mind. Since Ling Qingqiu fulfilled his little wish, Jiang Che naturally would not be stingy with the reward. This cold and beautiful president is destined to not escape from his grasp, and the elixir must be given to him. Giving the rejuvenating pill to Ling Qingqiu at this time can completely reduce the resentment in Ling Qingqiu's heart, increase his favorability, and make this cold and beautiful president curious about himself and slowly fall for him. Once a woman becomes curious about a man, she will be attracted to him unconsciously, and she will not be far from falling for him completely. Jiang Che naturally understood this simple and popular truth. About a quarter of an hour later, Ling Qingqiu's pretty face turned cold as ice, and she sat down opposite Jiang Che again. His eyes were filled with resentment, his phoenix eyes were slightly narrowed, and he didn't say anything, just staring at Jiang Che. Angry. Jiang Che chuckled, stood up from his seat, leaned over slightly, and directly lifted Ling Qingqiu's delicate and flawless chin. What do you think? You actually. Ling Qingqiu glared at Jiang Che in annoyance. Being teased by Jiang Che in this way, the cold and beautiful CEO lost her composure in a second. Her face puffed up and she spoke angrily with a very resentful expression. When he got to the end, Ling Qingqiu was completely unable to continue. After all, she is not Jiang Che, a dog man who doesn't want billion. She can't remain calm about such things, so it is naturally difficult for her to talk about it. Well, I'll apologize to you, okay? Jiang Che apologized, but the smile on his face became brighter. No need, just sign the contract quickly, I still have work to do this afternoon. Ling Qingqiu gave Jiang Che a coquettish look, and had a deeper understanding of Jiang Che's bad taste. This guy appears to be a serious and upright gentleman on the surface, but he is actually full of evil and sinister intentions. If she believed Jiang Che's words, she didn't know how many times she would be tricked by this bastard. Because of this special relationship between him and Jiang Che, Ling Qingqiu's tone of voice became much tougher than before. Jiang Che didn't hesitate. He took the pen and wrote his name directly on the document prepared by Ling Qingqiu, and said with a smile, "I will arrange for the finance department to transfer the 1 billion to Lanzi Group later." Seeing that Jiang Che kept his promise and signed the contract very neatly, Ling Qingqiu finally breathed a sigh of relief. The heavy stone that had been hanging in his heart finally fell to the ground. For the sake of this contract, she had no choice but to accept Jiang Che's alternative confession and paid a lot for it. Her cheeks still hurt slightly. If Jiang Che went back on his word at this moment, she would have no place to cry. Fortunately, her worries were completely unnecessary. Although Jiang Che didn't have much moral integrity, his character and credit were still good. "If that's all right, I'll leave first." After putting away the documents, Ling Qingqiu stood up from her seat quickly and neatly, straightened her suit and skirt, looked at Jiang Che who was in front of her and spoke with a complicated expression. No matter how cold and distant her personality was, Jiang Che was the first man to have close contact with her. He and I had such a special behavior. There is no doubt that Jiang Che has left a very deep impression on Ling Qingqiu. Even though she was forced to do so, Ling Qingqiu couldn't help but develop a liking for Jiang Che. After all, the other person was so handsome that it was hard not to be moved. Jiang Che also perfectly fits the image of the Prince Charming in her mind, but she is very unhappy with the coercive tactics he used. Ling Qingqiu knew in her heart that she would probably be entangled with this man for the rest of her life. "This is for you." Jiang Che nodded slightly, then took out a marrow cleansing pill and a youth preserving pill and handed them to Ling Qingqiu, and gave a brief explanation. Although Ling Qingqiu did not believe Jiang Che's words and thought that this bastard was just talking nonsense, he did not question him directly. He just accepted it silently. After taking one last look at Jiang Che, he wanted to turn around and leave. When couples say goodbye, shouldn't they hug and kiss? Jiang Che raised his eyebrows and spoke meaningfully. "You guy." Ling Qingqiu paused as she was about to leave. Seeing Jiang Che's serious look, she felt a little amused but didn't refuse anything. She walked up to Jiang Che with her beautiful legs in black stockings, opened her arms, hugged Jiang Che, raised her cold red lips, gently kissed that perfect side face, and leaned close to the man's ear, her voice low and magnetic. "Baby, I have to go back to work Tilda. See you tomorrow, my dear baby Tilda." Having said that, without giving Jiang Che a chance to react, Ling Qingqiu left the man's strong and spacious embrace in an instant, glanced at Jiang Che triumphantly, with a smug smile on her face, and left the president's office with elegant steps. This bastard only knew how to tease her, but now she finally got a chance to win back. Ling Qingqiu was in a good mood, the corners of her lips unconsciously rose, and a beautiful curve was outlined on her pretty face. Ling Qingqiu is in a good mood, emotional value plus 1314. Call. What a deadly seductress. After Ling Qingqiu left, Jiang Che took a deep breath and finally calmed down his fluctuating emotions. Jiang Che had to admit that he was indeed attracted by Ling Qingqiu just now. Especially when Ling Qingqiu said such extremely ambiguous words in her cool and beautiful royal sister voice, Jiang Che felt like his bones were about to go soft and he was instantly overwhelmed. This is an extremely terrifying woman, exuding infinite charm in every frown and smile. It is hard to imagine how tempting such an iceberg would be after it completely melts. Jiang Che stretched out his fingers and gently touched the cheek that Ling Qingqiu had kissed, then put it up to his nose and sniffed it. Well, it tastes sweet and soft, with a hint of toothpaste fragrance, no strange smell Tilda. Chapter 32, The Soldier King Who Will Become Famous. After instructing the finance department to transfer 1 billion yuan to Ling Qingqiu's Lanzi Group and finishing processing the documents that had accumulated at Lingxiao Capital over the past few days, Jiang Che also walked out of the building. The Pagani Zonder was speeding along the road. About half an hour later, Jiang Che returned to Qingting Villa. Although it was the evening rush hour and there were many vehicles on the road, this matter had nothing to do with Jiang Che. After all, when others see his limited edition super sports car, they will stay away from it as if it were a plague. Even an uninformed person, seeing the license plate Jiang.99999, would know that the person in the car must be some important person. The sun sets in the west, dusk falls, and the afterglow of the setting sun spreads over the earth, illuminating everything. After returning to Qingting Villa, Jiang Che parked the car and then went straight back to their villa in the center of the villa. After entering their hall, Jiang Che looked around and soon spotted Xiaoyi. The little Loli was wrapped in an elegant white dress, with her purple hair draped over her shoulders and a pair of delicate legs wrapped in white silk dangling. She was leaning casually on the sofa with a focused expression, staring at the TV screen in the living room without blinking. The purple-haired little Lolita was watching very seriously, with a meticulous expression, and didn't even notice Jiang Che approaching. Until she was suddenly hugged in someone's arms, Xiaoyi came back to her senses instantly, her whole body tensed up, and she subconsciously wanted to struggle and escape. After smelling the unique fragrance on Jiang Che's body, Xiaoyi quickly relaxed again. She did not resist and lay softly in Jiang Che's arms. She raised her eyes slightly and looked at Jiang Che with her youthful, tender, and flawless face. Her eyes were calm without any emotional fluctuations. After spending these days together, Xiaoyi already knew Jiang Che very well and knew that this young master really liked to hold her in his arms like a little child. Although Xiaoyi was puzzled by Jiang Che's behavior, she still obeyed and never refused Jiang Che. "Just watch TV and don't bother with me." Jiang Che chuckled, reached out to stroke Xiaoyi's soft and smooth purple hair, sniffed the little Loli's faint body fragrance, took out his cell phone and started chatting with another little Loli Liu Mingxi. As for the content on TV, Jiang Che lost interest instantly after just one glance. It's a fat otaku romance drama without any substance. Only a cold and aloof killer Loli like Xiaoyi would be interested in this kind of TV series. "Brother, Mingxi really misses you tilde. It's a pity that my sister, this bad woman, won't let me go out, woo woo tilde. Brother, after school starts, we can start living together. I'll stay at your Qingting Villa permanently, okay? As long as your sister agrees, I have no problem with that. After school starts, I will give you a youthful pill." Looking at the reply from the little girl on the phone screen, Jiang Che smiled lightly and typed quickly. "Start a wonderful cohabitation life with Liu Mingxi?" Jiang Che naturally wouldn't refuse such a thing. Anyway, his villa is big enough, so there will be no problem even if 100 women live there. Jiang Che had once promised Liu Mingxi to leave her a rejuvenation pill, so he naturally would not go back on his word. In front of outsiders, he may not keep his promise, but when it comes to his promise to his woman, Jiang Che will naturally do what he says. This is the responsibility that a man should have. Really? Wow, I love my brother the most, Mumer tilde. With the rejuvenating pill, my sister definitely won't stop me from dating my brother, he tilde. After chatting with Liu Mingxi for a while and harvesting several thousand points of emotion from the little Loli, Jiang Che put down his phone, turned Xiaoyi in his arms over, and made her face him. After taking out the rejuvenating pill and the marrow cleansing pill from the system space, Jiang Che handed them to Xiaoyi and gave a brief explanation. Since Xiaoyi will naturally have what Ling Qingqiu has, Jiang Che is fully capable of treating them equally and never favoring one over the other. After all, the palms and backs of the hands are all flesh. Whether it is the cold and beautiful President Ling Qingqiu or the killer Loli Xiaoyi, Jiang Che is very curious about them. Moreover, Xiaoyi's cultivation has now reached a bottleneck period, and she has long been on the verge of breaking through to the Dan Jin realm. After taking the Shisui Dan, her tendons and marrow were cleansed, and her martial arts aptitude was further enhanced. Xiaoyi was completely able to break through to the Dan Jin realm in a natural way. After listening to Jiang Che's explanation, although Xiaoyi still had no expression on her face, her heart was filled with waves and ripples, and she took the initiative to kiss Jiang Che passionately. She didn't know how to express her inner gratitude, but she knew that her young master liked to kiss her, so she chose this most simple and unpretentious way. Xiaoyi's heart surges, emotional value plus 3,344. After the passionate kiss, Xiaoyi's face flushed and a little blush appeared, but her expression was still clear and cold, forming a special contrasting beauty. "Go to the bathroom and take it. This time you can definitely break through to the Dan Jin realm in one go." Jiang Che pinched the little girl's smooth, fair and flawless face and spoke with a smile. Jiang Che was not surprised to see no change in expression on Xiaoyi's pretty face. After all, this purple-haired little Loli was completely expressionless. Her mood might change, but her face would not show it at all. Moreover, Xiaoyi always maintained this cold and aloof look, with no expression on her face, which really tickled Jiang Che's chest. It would be even better if there was a hint of disgust in his eyes. Xiaoyi nodded slightly, stood up from Jiang Che's arms and left, then took small steps and went straight to the room upstairs. After Xiaoyi left, Jiang Che took a tablet from the side and began to check the status of the two protagonists, Xiao Chen and Lin Ming, through their hummingbird detection robot. Xiao Chen was still the same as always, in a daze, leaning against the wall of cell number 7 with a look of despair on his face, his eyes dull, his hair disheveled, and his appearance was extremely miserable. Not far away from him, 8 burly men were gathered together, whispering and discussing something. From time to time, they would glance in the direction of Xiao Chen with meaningful eyes. Xiao Chen seemed to have become accustomed to this situation. His expression was numb and he pretended not to hear anything in order to numb his heart. Their hummingbird detection robot transmitted back 4K 360-frame high-definition images, and even the conversations of those big men were recorded. Jiang Che could naturally hear clearly what these guys were discussing. Unable to contain the expression on his face any longer, Jiang Che burst out laughing. It is really interesting that a military king has to face such a dark and miserable life every day after returning to his country. I have to say, Xiangzi is really a talented person. Jiang Che really couldn't understand where this guy found so many philosophy masters. Could it be that he raided the lair of philosophy masters in Linjiang City? After today, Xiao Chen will become completely famous. After tonight, when the hummingbird robot has recorded all the footage, Xiangzi will find someone to edit it and share it on the internet and the dark web, and invest $100 in traffic. Wouldn't Xiao Chen, the former leader of the Wolfang mercenary group, become completely famous? Imagining Xiao Chen completely breaking down and crying, Jiang Che smiled evilly, not paying too much attention to him, and turned to check on Lin Ming's condition. After all, the next scene was bound to be very shocking to the eyes, and Jiang Che had no intention of watching it. Chapter 33, Do All Men Like Black Stockings? The scene changed, and Lin Ming's real-time status was displayed on Jiang Che's tablet. After delivering food for a day and confirming the authenticity of the super food delivery system, Lin Ming had obtained a Ferrari sports car worth 5 million yuan and 3 million yuan in cash through the system. At this moment, Lin Ming was lying in a somewhat shabby rental house, staring at the bank arrival text message on the mobile phone screen without blinking, his eyes shining, his breathing rapid, and he looked extremely excited. It's all really true. Har har har. From now on, I, Lin Ming, will be very successful. Li Yu, you bitch, sooner or later I'll let you know what kind of super rich you missed out on. Lin Ming began to laugh loudly and unrestrainedly. His smile was so bright that it seemed as if he wanted to sweep away all the haze brought about by the poverty in the past 20 years. After the excitement, Lin Ming forced himself to calm down and began to think seriously. As a poor loser and a poor junior college student, Lin Ming doesn't have many friends. Apart from his passionate pursuit of Li Yu, his favorite thing is to read some novels about rich people on the internet, fantasizing that one day he will be able to live a beautiful life with women on both sides. Lin Ming is naturally familiar with the system, a product unique to novels, and knows that it is a standard feature of the protagonist. Now that he has risen to prominence and successfully awakened the super takeaway system, isn't this the fate of a novel's protagonist? After only delivering food for half a day today, he won a supercar worth 5 million and a cash reward of 3 million. If he continues delivering food, he become a billionaire soon. By then, wouldn't all the beauties at Linjiang University be easily at his disposal? Xiao Wanwan, Yi Mengyao, Chu Yuchan. Hey, get ready to meet your future husband. After fantasizing for a while in his mind and imagining a wonderful life with all kinds of school beauties in the future, Lin Ming hummed a little tune and walked into the bathroom in a happy mood. Qingtung Villa. After seeing Lin Ming enter the bathroom, Jiang Che immediately turned off the screen of his tablet computer with a scornful smile on his face. Rise to prominence. Trash is trash. You'd better be a low-class loser fantasy man for the rest of your life. As long as I'm here, Lin Ming will have to wait until his next life to become successful. Now that Lin Ming has confirmed the authenticity of the super takeaway system, he can start to make plans and begin to reap the benefits. As long as Lin Ming falls into the abyss and continuously accepts the system's punishment, won't the emotional value flow to himself? Jiang Che had already made arrangements for this, and he was very confident in Xiangzi's work. When Lin Ming's luck reaches zero and he can no longer provide himself with emotional value, that will be his doom. Jiang Che had already asked the system before. These sons of luck came into being, all of them accompanied by enormous amounts of luck. When their luck is cleared, they will naturally lose the fate of being the sons of luck, and completely become ordinary people, lost in the crowd. If Lin Ming follows the predetermined route he set, Jiang Che can let him live a little longer. If Lin Mingqian jumped out of the trap he set, Jiang Che wouldn't mind sending him off early. After all, Jiang Che really disliked the feeling of being out of control. With the halo of being the destined villain, Jiang Che can brutally kill these sons of destiny anytime and anywhere, ignoring the halo of the protagonist and the protection of destiny. Their night is as deep as ink. At 10 o'clock in the evening, after finishing a whole day's work, Ling Qingqiu drove back to his villa in Lanwen Royal Mansion. Over the years, except for occasional reunions with a few sisters, Ling Qingqiu usually lives alone. Eat alone, read alone, work alone, sleep alone. Such days may be dull and boring, but Ling Qingqiu enjoys them and is quite immersed in them. She has long been accustomed to loneliness and also enjoys it. It is precisely because of this that Ling Qingqiu developed his current personality of being highly career-oriented, domineering, and resolute. After returning to the villa, Ling Qingqiu turned on the lights in the hall, reached out to hold the door frame, lifted her beautiful legs wrapped in black stockings, took off her high heels, revealing a pair of exquisite, flawless, white and tender jade feet. Ling Qingqiu took out a pair of pink rabbit ear sandals from the shoe cabinet beside her and put them on. Then she walked past the entrance and placed the food she had packed on their way back on the dining table in the living room. Xiaoari-san. After washing her hands, Ling Qingqiu sat elegantly on her seat, her beautiful legs together, and called on the artificial intelligence to help her turn on the air conditioner and TV, and switch to the news channel. A billionaire CEO like Ling Qingqiu naturally pays close attention to any government action. Ling Qingqiu would deliberately take an hour every night to look up major events in Linjiang City, Jiangsu Province, and even the entire Zhuzhou Kingdom, including various international current affairs. Ling Qingqiu fed small mouthfuls of rice into his mouth, his eyes fixed on the news on TV. Seeing Jiang Chenju on TV leading a group of leaders to inspect the neighboring Tianhai city, Ling Qingqiu suddenly thought of Jiang Che, that bastard, lecherous and filthy hooligan. The father is such an admirable person, why is the son such a pervert? Ling Qingqiu muttered, put down his dishes, and subconsciously reached out to touch his slender legs wrapped in black stockings, feeling the smooth and delicate touch of the high-end stockings. Do these men really like black stockings so much? Ling Qingqiu muttered to herself. This afternoon, Ling Qingqiu naturally felt Jiang Che's gaze lingering on her legs more than a dozen times, but he just didn't poke it. She likes to wear black stockings because this kind of clothing is really slimming and can prevent static electricity, but she also understands these men's enthusiasm for black stockings. She occasionally watches short videos in her spare time and is also familiar with some popular internet memes. So what if I like it? You can only look, you can't touch, you'll be so greedy. Snort. Ling Qingqiu snorted arrogantly, as if she imagined Jiang Che being humiliated and aggrieved, and couldn't help laughing out loud. It's so strange, how could I even think of this damn man? Can't think. Eat, eat. After forcibly ending the fantasy in his mind, Ling Qingqiu continued to concentrate on eating, trying to divert his attention, but Jiang Che's figure in his mind not only did not blur, but became more solid. After all, everything that happened in Lingxiao capital today was too much of a shock to Ling Qingqiu, an elderly woman who had lived alone for many years. Jiang Che forcefully broke into her heart without giving her any chance to react. Recalling the passionate kiss in the afternoon, Ling Qingqiu licked his lips as if possessed, savoring the taste of the food. Chapter 34, Go to see the white moonlight of the Soldier King. After dinner and watching the news, it was already 11 o'clock in the evening. Tilde. After stretching and clearing the table, Ling Qingqiu walked with her round, tight, slender and white legs in black stockings and quickly returned to the bedroom on the second floor. After taking off her suit, skirt and black stockings, Ling Qingqiu was about to go into the bathroom when she suddenly thought of the 2 pills Jiang Che gave her this afternoon. Subconsciously, he took small steps and took out the 2 crystal clear pills that exuded an infinite fragrance from his bag. Is it really as magical as that perverted little bastard said? Looking at the 2 pills in her hand, Ling Qingqiu blinked her beautiful eyes, her eyes full of curiosity, and she felt a little hesitant in her heart. Reason told her that Jiang Che's words were completely misleading and could not be true, but she still couldn't help but want to give it a try. What if? What if this guy wasn't deceiving himself? I gave you my first kiss, it can't be poison Tilde. Ling Qingqiu muttered to himself, and suddenly laughed out loud, feeling that he was worrying too much. Without further hesitation, he put the 2 pills into his mouth, chewed them, and then turned and went into the bathroom. After taking a bath, Ling Qingqiu wrapped himself in a bath towel, dried his hair, and stood in front of the floor-length mirror in the room. This is truly amazing. Looking at herself in the mirror, Ling Qingqiu was stunned with shock, her face full of astonishment, her cherry lips slightly opened in disbelief. Reflected in the mirror was a flawless, stunningly beautiful face that could captivate everyone. The features were delicate and exquisite, with red lips and white teeth, black hair, eyebrows like willow smoke, and skin as white as snow and as delicate as a baby's. Ling Qingqiu keenly noticed that her skin was much better than before, becoming snow white and delicate, as smooth as a peeled egg. The obvious dark circles under her eyes had disappeared, and her appearance and temperament had also improved significantly. Ling Qingqiu stretched out her slender hand and clenched it into a fist. She felt as if she had endless energy. She casually slapped the dressing table, and obvious cracks immediately appeared on the table. So, what the little pervert said is true. Can these 2 pills really keep me young forever and improve my physical condition? After personally noticing the various miraculous changes in himself, Ling Qingqiu couldn't help but believe it. Ling Qingqiu's expression became a little complicated, and his heart was filled with mixed feelings. At this moment, she finally realized what a miraculous opportunity she had obtained. As a billionaire CEO, Ling Qingqiu's vision is naturally incomparable to ordinary people, but she also knows nothing about this magical elixir and has never heard of it. This shows how precious these 2 pills are. Jiang Che is willing to give her the elixir that can drive all the women in the world crazy. Doesn't this explain everything? Originally, Ling Qingqiu thought that Jiang Che was only interested in her for a short time and just wanted to play with her, but now she has quietly changed her mind. If Jiang Che just wanted to have fun with himself, there would be no need to spend so much money. Ling Qingqiu felt a warm current flowing through her heart, and her favorability towards Jiang Che began to increase rapidly, because she had long forgotten the resentment brought about by the unbearable experience in the afternoon. Ling Qingqiu's pretty face blossomed into a beautiful smile. She was in a particularly good mood and felt unprecedented comfort. This little bastard Tilda. It seems that the charm of an old lady like me is still as strong as before, Tilda. I'm looking forward to meeting you next time, Tilda. The next day, early morning. Qingting Villa, 2nd floor bedroom. Xiaoyi's face was flushed, her hair was a little messy, and she snuggled softly in Jiang Che's arms, her little head resting on the man's chest, her eyes closed and dozing off, enjoying a moment of tranquility. If you're tired, take a rest. Jiang Che reached out, wiped the tears from the corners of Xiaoyi's eyes, and spoke softly. Even though Xiaoyi is now a warrior in the early stage of Danjin, she is still not good enough in front of the great devil Jiang Che. Although Jiang Che's cultivation level was far behind Xiaoyi's, he had practiced the 9-yang divine art, and the 9-yang qi was endless and flowing. Combined with his Chilean kidneys, he could naturally suppress the purple-haired Loli with ease. HMPH tilde. Xiaoyi stretched lazily, letting out a cute, barely audible moan from her nose. She took the initiative to place a gentle kiss on the side of Jiang Che's face, then curled up in the silk quilt and began to rest. After staying up all night, Xiaoyi was very sleepy and soon fell into a deep sleep. After Xiaoyi fell asleep, Jiang Che tiptoed away from the soft big bed. He walked into the bathroom, washed up, took out a set of casual clothes from the closet, put them on, then turned and left the bedroom. Coming to the lobby on the first floor, enjoying a delicious breakfast and casually browsing his phone, Jiang Che soon noticed the several messages Ling Qingqiu had sent him last night. Her words were full of gratitude and admiration, no longer as cold and distant as before. It seems we must strike while the iron is hot and strive to pick this high-ranking flower as soon as possible. Jiang Che smiled lightly, replied casually, and then called Xiangzi. Master. The call was quickly connected, and Xiangzi's respectful and flattering voice was heard. Let's start the plan. Go after Lin Ming. Remember to make sure he can't deliver a single takeout order. Understood, Master. After hanging up the phone and finishing breakfast, Jiang Che leaned leisurely on the comfortable and soft sofa, enjoying the massage from the tender hands of the little maid behind him. To deal with a loser protagonist like Lin Ming, Jiang Che naturally doesn't need to show up in person. Xiangzi can easily discipline him and make him doubt his life. Xiao Chen is still in the police station and will be released in 3 days, so there is no need to be too anxious. Ling Qingqiu's plan of seizing the girl went very smoothly. The next time they met, he would continue to flirt with her. With his endless tricks to seduce girls, Jiang Che was completely confident that he could make Ling Qingqiu break the so-called 10-day agreement and climb into his bed obediently. As for Li Yangran, the bad girl, Jiang Che had his own plans and was not in a hurry. The other party was destined to not escape from his grasp. Now, it's time to meet the white moonlight in Xiao Chen's heart. After Xiao Chen is released from prison, what kind of expression will he have when he sees the unattainable Bai Yueguang in his arms? Jiang Che found it very interesting just by imagining it. By then, after harvesting the last wave of emotional value, Xiao Chen, the protagonist of The Soldier King, will officially be offline. According to the plot, the Divine Doctor and Crazy Dragon are about to go down the mountain, and Jiang Che doesn't have much time to play house with Xiao Chen. Having made up his mind, Jiang Che turned and went upstairs, took out the top secret file containing detailed information about Xiao Chen from the study, and then left the Villa Hall. After arriving at the outskirts of Qingting Villa, Jiang Che got into a Rolls-Royce Phantom. With a Maybach leading the way, the convoy headed towards the Sunshine Orphanage. Chapter 35, Girls' Feelings Are Always Poetry. The convoy drove for an hour and a half and finally stopped in front of an orphanage under construction. After the bodyguard parked the car, he got out swiftly and respectfully opened the back door for Jiang Che. Jiang Che got out of the Rolls-Royce Phantom and looked at the scene in front of him. He frowned and felt quite strange inside. In the plot of The Cold and Beautiful CEO's Close Combat Soldier, there is indeed a mention of the renovation of the Sunshine Orphanage, but that was only after Xiao Chen and Shen Yuxuan recognized each other. As far as Jiang Che knew, Xiao Chen had been following Ling Qingqiu around since he returned to China, and now he was sent to the police station and hasn't come out yet. Who paid for the renovation of this dilapidated orphanage? Could it be that some other protagonist has set his sights on Shen Yuxuan and wants to please and pursue her in this way? As soon as he thought of this, Jiang Che fell into deep thought. In this urban novel, various protagonists emerge one after another. It is completely normal for Shen Yuxuan, as the second female protagonist of The Soldier King's Bodyguard, to attract the attention of other protagonists. What type of protagonist is most common in urban novels? Of course, there are all kinds of super rich protagonists. As the protagonist, of course he would not be short of money. It is completely normal for him to spend tens of millions to help renovate the orphanage. Go and find out who paid for the renovation of this orphanage. Jiang Che waved to the bodyguard beside him and gave instructions. Master, this money was used to fund the renovations from your Rainbow Charity Fund. In addition, several other orphanages in Linjiang City have already begun renovations. The bodyguard looked at Jiang Che strangely and immediately replied respectfully. Rainbow Charity Fund. After hearing what the bodyguard said, Jiang Che was stunned for a moment. The clown was actually me. The Rainbow Charity Foundation was founded by Jiang Che 3 years ago and has been managed by professional managers arranged by the Jiang family. Jiang Che is only responsible for transferring 1 billion yuan every year and is not responsible for anything else. After all, the reason he did this was just to gain a good reputation. The title of Linjiang's #1 philanthropist came from this. Moreover, Jiang Jiangguo often taught him to give back to society, contribute to society, and give back to the motherland. Influenced by the old man, Jiang Che came up with the original intention of establishing the Rainbow Charity Fund. The fund is managed by professional managers arranged by the family, and Jiang Che is not worried that the money will be embezzled by certain people. It can be used to fund some poor mountainous areas and orphanages to improve the lives of these poor children. However, Jiang Che did not expect that the Sunshine Orphanage where Xiao Chen and Shen Yuxuan were located was also arranged by the Rainbow Charity Foundation. It's true that there is no coincidence in the world. Jiang Che sighed, without thinking anything else, and walked straight into the depths of the orphanage. With this relationship, it would be much easier to get close to Shen Yuxuan and sow discord between her and Xiao Chen. After all, the Rainbow Charity Foundation is his property, and he was the one who paid for the renovation of the Sunshine Orphanage. After entering the orphanage, Jiang Che looked around at the dilapidated buildings. Due to the construction work, all the children in the orphanage had already been transferred away, leaving only a group of workers working hard and busily. Who are you looking for? Jiang Che withdrew his gaze and was about to turn around and leave when a soft, sweet voice sounded in his ears. Jiang Che subconsciously looked back and saw a beautiful figure. The girl was about 18 or 19 years old. She wore a short-sleeved shirt with cartoon patterns on it and a pair of jeans that had become a little pale from washing. The girl has a pretty face, bright eyes, white teeth, lips like red clouds, dark eyebrows like distant mountains, a tall and delicate nose, long and fine eyelashes, watery eyes, and a hint of timidity between her eyebrows, which can easily arouse people's inner desire to protect her. She has a petite figure, a slim body, exquisite curves, a slender waist, and is slender enough to be held in one hand. She has a gentle temperament like a beautiful girl from a small family. A pure and innocent girl, the girl next door. Seeing the graceful girl in front of him, Jiang Che knew without a doubt that she must be the target girl of his trip, Shen Yuxuan. Jiang Che used the silent communication system to perform a detection operation directly on Shen Yuxuan. Character, Shen Yuxuan. Age, 20. Identity, sophomore at Linjiang University. Charm, 94. Cultivation, none. Plot, the cold and beautiful CEO's personal soldier, urban hunting records. After checking Shen Yuxuan's attribute panel, Jiang Che smiled faintly. Before he could speak, Shen Yuxuan spoke first, her tone excited. You are Senior Jiang. Looking at the man in front of her who was so familiar yet so strange, Shen Yuxuan's voice trembled slightly, and her pretty face was full of uncontrollable excitement. Shen Yuxuan is excited, emotional value plus 999. Shen Yuxuan is overjoyed, mood value plus 3344. Does the schoolgirl know me? Jiang Che looked extremely surprised on the surface, but in fact he didn't care at all. After all, he was a big shot in Linjiang University, so it was completely normal for Shen Yuxuan to know him. It's just that in the past, Jiang Che and this little white rabbit heroine had never had any intersection. After all, they were from two different worlds. Looking at Shen Yuxuan's extremely excited and even somewhat excited expression, and listening to the system prompt sound ringing in his mind, Jiang Che's face became a little strange, and he thought to himself. Could it be that because the Rainbow Charity Fund under his name invested in and supported the renovation of the Sunshine Orphanage, this little white rabbit heroine has so many good feelings towards him? Apart from this, Jiang Che couldn't think of any other reason. After all, today was only the first time he and Shen Yuxuan met. Ordinary college students at Linjiang University naturally have no way of knowing Jiang Che's true identity, but they also know some of his other halos, such as the god of investment, charity tycoon, etc. Jiang Che had previously publicized these things in a high-profile manner in order to establish a good image for himself. If Shen Yuxuan wanted to find out, she could easily find out. Yes, Senior Jiang. Shen Yuxuan's pretty face was rosy and charming. She stretched out her hand to lift the black hair by her ear in an unnatural manner, and her voice was stuttering. Only at this moment did Shen Yuxuan realize the inappropriateness of her actions. I was so excited, just like those crazy girls in school. Could it be that I left a bad impression on Senior Jiang? Thinking of this, Shen Yuxuan couldn't help but feel a little annoyed, and her mood became extremely uneasy, for fear that she would leave a bad impression in Jiang Che's mind. Although it was the first time she met Jiang Che, Shen Yuxuan had already heard of this handsome boy from Linjiang University and often paid attention to this brilliant man in private. Jiang Che has all the good qualities and temperaments of a tall, rich and handsome man. He is rich and handsome, easygoing, knowledgeable and loving. A girl's feelings are always poetic. Faced with a top-notch, tall, rich and handsome man like Jiang Che, few women can resist. Like other young girls in love, Shen Yuxuan, who is in adolescence, has fantasized about her true love countless times, and the object of her fantasy is Jiang Che in front of her. Now that her dream has come true, she, a little Cinderella, has somehow come into contact with Jiang Che. How can she not be excited? Moreover, Jiang Che also invested in the renovation of the Sunshine Orphanage, which she regarded as her home and cherished it very much. Naturally, Shen Yuxuan's affection for this man was even stronger. Chapter 36 revealing his true colors in front of Xiao Chen and Bai Yueguan. After the excitement, Shen Yuxuan quickly suppressed her fluctuating emotions and forced herself not to think about anything random. Jiang Che was high and mighty, so brilliant, that was something a low-class Cinderella like her could never hope for. Only in fairy tales can Cinderella and Prince Charming truly be together. Even though Shen Yuxuan knew that she was good-looking and was named one of the campus beauties of Linjiang University, she still instinctively felt inferior and a little timid when facing Jiang Che. After all, she and Jiang Che are from two different worlds. After putting aside all the messy thoughts in her mind, Shen Yuxuan pursed her red lips, bit her teeth, and asked tentatively. Senior Jiang, what brings you to the orphanage? Subconsciously, Shen Yuxuan thought that Jiang Che came to the orphanage to inspect the progress of the renovation project. After all, in her impression, Jiang Che is such a gentle and loving person. She had occasionally heard from her female classmates about the charitable work that Jiang Che had done. It's to find the dean. Do you know where she is? Jiang Che pretended to be silent for a while before he slowly opened his mouth and stated his purpose. No. I'll take you to see the dean's grandmother. Although she was a little surprised by Jiang Che's words, Shen Yuxuan didn't think much about it. She just thought that Jiang Che wanted to discuss the reform work with the director's grandmother. She smiled sweetly and took the initiative to propose. Okay, I'll trouble you, Junior. No trouble, no trouble. Senior Jiang has done so much for the children in the orphanage, and I should do this for them. Shen Yuxuan shook her head slightly, turned around and walked forward, leading Jiang Che and a group of bodyguards in black suits in one direction. About 20 minutes later, Shen Yuxuan and Jiang Che stopped at a residential building in an old neighborhood. Senior Jiang, the dean's grandmother lives here. Let me take you to see her. Jiang Che nodded slightly, gave a look to the group of bodyguards behind him, and then followed Shen Yuxuan into the residential building and stopped in front of a resident's door. Shen Yuxuan reached out and rang the doorbell. Soon, an old voice came from inside the door. Who's coming? The door was quickly opened, and an old lady with grey hair, a kind face, and who looked to be about 70 years old appeared in their sight. Xiaoxian, it's you, come in quickly. Seeing Shen Yuxuan standing at the door, the dean's smile became even more amiable, and he warmly invited her into their house. Grandma, I came here to talk to you about something. This is Senior Jiang Che Jiang, the owner of the orphanage. Shen Yuxuan reached out to support the old woman, pointed at Jiang Che beside her and introduced him. It turned out to be Boss Jiang. Please come in. The old woman did not dare to delay and quickly welcomed Jiang Che into their house. After entering the room, Shen Yuxuan brought Jiang Che a glass of warm water in a paper cup with a slightly apologetic expression. Senior Jiang, Grandma only has white water here, please bear with me. It doesn't matter, it's all the same. Jiang Che chuckled and shook his head, his expression showing no trace of disgust. He reached out to take the paper cup, took a sip, and then spoke. I came here this time because I want to confirm something with the dean. I wonder what Boss Jiang wants to confirm. Hearing Jiang Che say this, the old woman was a little confused and spoke in confusion. Does the dean still remember a person named Xiao Chen? Jiang Che took out a file from the briefcase he was carrying and placed it on the table, then spoke in a calm tone. Xiao Chen. Of course I remember. I wonder if Boss Jiang wants to know about Xiao Chen. The old dean asked tentatively. Xiao Chen suddenly disappeared after the college entrance examination 6 years ago and there has been no news of him for many years, but the old dean had a very deep impression of Xiao Chen. After all, Xiao Chen also grew up in an orphanage, and was one of the few children who went to high school back then. She was melancholy for a long time because of Xiao Chen's sudden disappearance. The old dean still has many feelings for these children who grew up under his care, and Xiao Chen is no exception. Shen Yuxuan also looked at Jiang Che curiously, quietly waiting for his next words. When he was young, Xiao Chen was the king of the children in the orphanage. He often played games with a group of little kids, and Shen Yuxuan was naturally among them. Later, she grew up with Xiao Chen, went to school together, and came from the same orphanage. Naturally, they had a deep relationship and always regarded each other as her brother. When Xiao Chen disappeared, Shen Yuxuan was sad for a long time. Therefore, when Shen Yuxuan suddenly heard Jiang Che mention Xiao Chen who had disappeared for 6 years, her attention was immediately drawn to him. Jiang Che picked up the paper cup and took another sip of boiled water before speaking calmly. A week ago, on behalf of Lingxiao Capital, I went to discuss cooperative financing with Ling Qingqiu, the president of Lanzi Group, and met Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen was one of President Ling's bodyguards. At a critical moment in the negotiation between President Ling and I, Xiao Chen suddenly appeared and injured several of my bodyguards, severely injuring them. He then barged into the private room without explanation, disrupting the cooperation between Lingxiao Capital and Lanzi Group. After calling the police, Xiao Chen was taken away by the police. I also investigated Xiao Chen's information and got some unexpected results. Having said that, Jiang Che paused, glanced at the old dean and Shen Yuxuan, whose expressions suddenly became extremely nervous, and continued speaking. According to my investigation, Xiao Chen is the leader of a group called Blood Wolf Mercenary Group in Black Continent. Over the years, the Blood Wolf Mercenary Group has been trafficking in slaves, smuggling human organs and arms, and assassinating leaders of small countries in Black Continent. They've committed almost every atrocity in Black Continent. According to the Skynet system, the leader of this Blood Wolf Mercenary Group is none other than Xiao Chen, who ran away from the Sunshine Orphanage in Linjiang City 6 years ago. Xiao Chen is a vicious and dangerous man. I'm here today to inspect the progress of the Sunshine Orphanage renovations. I'd also like to remind you that if you ever encounter Xiao Chen, stay away and call the police. As he spoke, Jiang Che opened a sealed file, which showed a detailed introduction about Xiao Chen, the leader of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Group. Then, Jiang Che took out 3 forged second-level serious injury appraisal reports from his briefcase, turned on his mobile phone, and played the video of Xiao Chen beating people and being arrested, with a serious expression. After listening to Jiang Che's story, Shen Yuxuan's brain froze, her mind went blank, and her expression became numb in an instant. Chapter 37. The world kisses me with pain, but I respond with song. Shen Yuxuan's pupils suddenly shrank, and she reached out her hand tremblingly, picked up the file on the table and started to look at it. Character, Xiao Chen. Identity, leader of the Black Continent Blood Wolf Mercenary Group. Danger level, S. Experience, smuggling and trafficking human organs, assassinating the leader of Japan and other countries, assassinating politicians from various countries, trafficking in arms with the intention of provoking war in Africa. The top secret file clearly records the crimes committed by the Blood Wolf Mercenary Group in Black Continent, as well as the life resume of the group leader Xiao Chen. It is very detailed. The seal of the Jiangsu Provincial Public Security Department is printed at the bottom of the file, ensuring the authenticity of the top secret file. The top secret file slipped from Shen Yuxuan's fingertips with a click. The girl's already pale face became even paler, with fear flashing in her eyes. She staggered back a few steps, as if she was unable to accept the established facts before her. Although she didn't know why Jiang Che was able to obtain a top secret file sealed by the provincial department, Shen Yuxuan no longer had any doubts about Jiang Che's words. The hopeless mentality in my heart no longer existed, and the huge rock that had been hanging in my heart fell to the ground. Unprecedented fear and desolation began to spread in Shen Yuxuan's heart. 6 years have passed in the blink of an eye, and everything has changed. Shen Yuxuan had imagined countless times what Xiao Chen had been doing during the years he was away, but she never imagined that he would become the leader of a foreign terrorist organization and the type of person she feared and hated the most. The world kisses me with pain, but I respond with song. This sentence is the best interpretation of Shen Yuxuan's character. Although life has not been satisfactory over the years, Shen Yuxuan has never complained about herself, but has always been optimistic and full of hope for life. Shen Yuxuan was very grateful to the orphanage that took her in and to the old director, so she regarded Sunshine Orphanage as her home. A young girl with normal values, a cheerful personality, and a bit of timidity and inferiority complex would naturally not have any good feelings towards an evil organization like the Blood Wolf Mercenary Group that does all kinds of evil. In the original plot, after recognizing Shen Yuxuan, Xiao Chen did not dare to reveal his true identity and kept it secret for a long time. He only dared to tell her the truth after he won Shen Yuxuan's heart. But now, he has no such chance at all. Shen Yuxuan is extremely disgusted with Xiao Chen, emotion value plus 6,666. Shen Yuxuan hates Xiao Chen to the core, emotion value plus 9,999. Why? I didn't expect Xiao Chen to end up like this. After the old dean finished reviewing the various evidences that Jiang Che brought out, his expression became extremely complicated and he sighed softly. Xiao Chen was the child she had watched grow up. The old dean never imagined that the sunny and cheerful big boy would eventually become such a demon who kills people without blinking an eye. She couldn't calm down for a long time. Thank you, Mr. Jiang, for telling us these facts. If Xiao Chen really returns to the orphanage, I will call the police immediately. After all, he had lived a lifetime, so the old dean quickly adjusted his mood. His tone was full of gratitude, and he bowed slightly to Jiang Che. You're too polite, old dean. Jiang Che smiled faintly, helped the old woman in front of him up, and sat her down on a seat nearby. Then he looked at Shen Yuxuan and spoke to comfort her. People change. The Xiao Chen of today is no longer the Xiao Chen you remember. You don't need to take it too seriously. Seeing Shen Yushuan's distraught look, Jiang Che knew that his plan had been completely successful. He is now looking forward to it. He is looking forward to Xiao Chen being released from the police station in 2 days. He can't wait to return to the orphanage to see his childhood sweetheart who has accompanied him throughout his youth, but the other party wants to call the police to send him back in. By then, what kind of dead horse face would Xiao Chen have? Thank you, Senior Jiang. Shen Yushuan sniffed, forcing a smile onto her face, and her eyes became more gentle as she looked at Jiang Che. Senior Jiang is such a gentle person. Not only did he fund the renovation of Sunshine Orphanage, but after learning about the close connection between Xiao Chen and the orphanage, he not only did not stop funding, but instead came specially to tell them Xiao Chen's true identity and remind them. Senior Jiang is such a gentle and kind person, but Xiao Chen deliberately targets him. At this moment, Shen Yushuan's hatred for Xiao Chen grew stronger. Similarly, because of Xiao Chen, Shen Yushuan always feels a little guilty when facing Jiang Che again. Jiang Che is so passionate about charity, but he is targeted by Xiao Chen, an executioner who walked out of an orphanage and became a vicious executioner. Is this what it means that good people will never be rewarded? Thinking of this, Shen Yushuan, the sentimental girl, felt more and more guilty. Shen Yushuan feels extremely guilty, emotional value plus 2233. Shen Yushuan's heart is moved, emotional value plus 4455. Since there is nothing else, I will leave first. After chatting with the two of them for a while, Jiang Che glanced at the watch on his wrist and found that it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. He wanted to leave immediately. Xiao Chen's image in Shen Yushuan's heart has been completely destroyed, making it impossible for the two of them to be together. Jiang Che also has no intention of staying here for long. Catching a naive heroine like Shen Yushuan is not something that can be done overnight, so Jiang Che is not in a hurry. After all, porridge is most delicious when it is cooked slowly over low heat. Different strategies are needed to conquer different women. When facing Ling Qingqiu, he must be domineering enough and strong enough to leave a deep impression on her heart, and then start to conquer her. When facing a bad girl like Li Yangran, he can easily control her by using threats, inducements, kindness and force. In front of Shen Yushuan, the little white rabbit heroine, Jiang Che doesn't need to be deliberate at all. He just needs to maintain his gentle and elegant gentleman persona. Sooner or later, the little white rabbit will throw herself into his arms. After all, Shen Yushuan already had a good impression of herself, and after investing in the renovation of the orphanage and what just happened, her impression of her was naturally even stronger. Having just gained 20,000 points of emotion from Shen Yushuan, Jiang Che was already impatiently returning to Qingting Villa to make 10 consecutive draws. Besides, the scene of Xiao Chen being pounced on last night had been recorded by the hummingbird robot, and Jiang Che still needed to arrange for someone to edit and release it, so that this guy would become a big hit on the internet. Well, not only the external network, but also the dark web and some orange websites need to be released. Jiang Che thought with some evil interest that after Xiao Chen was released from prison, he felt lonely and unbearable late at night. He opened a small website to relieve his loneliness, but found that the main content on the homepage was about himself. In this case, wouldn't he, the king of soldiers, be angry to death? Chapter 38, The Little White Rabbit Heroine Works as a Maid. After saying goodbye to Shen Yushuan and the old dean, Jiang Che turned around and left the room. Looking at Jiang Che's departing back, Shen Yushuan hesitated several times. She wanted to say something, but the words were on the tip of her tongue and she couldn't open them. Xiaoxian. If you like someone, you should be brave enough to express your feelings. Some people, once missed, may really be missed for a lifetime. Looking at Shen Yushuan's hesitant and extremely conflicted look, the old dean beside her spoke up and reminded her at the right time. His face was full of sighs and lamentations, as if he was reminiscing about his past. Grandma I. Hearing the old dean's straightforward words, Shen Yushuan's face turned red, her cheeks rosy, her pair of tender white hands clenched tightly, and her heart was in turmoil. Is it really so obvious what I am showing? The director's grandmother actually saw through it right away. Xiao Xian, Boss Jiang looks like a busy man with a lot of things to do every day. It's impossible for him to come to the orphanage every once in a while. If you miss this opportunity, you won't know when you'll be able to meet again. Seeing that Shen Yushuan was still hesitating, the old dean continued to speak. As an experienced person, she could naturally see that Shen Yushuan had a lot of good feelings towards Boss Jiang, and she wanted to instigate something. After all, Jiang Che gave her an extremely good first impression. Grandma, I understand. I'll go right away. Seeing the old dean's extremely serious tone, Shen Yushuan's eyelids twitched and her heart skipped a beat. Knowing that what Grandma said was true, Shen Yushuan no longer hesitated and took small steps to quickly chase after her. After walking out of the residential building, Jiang Che called out to the dozen or so black-clad bodyguards accompanying him and wanted to leave. As soon as I moved, I heard Shen Yushuan's soft, crisp and pleasant voice coming from far away. Senior Jiang Tilder. Jiang Che subconsciously turned around and looked back, and saw Shen Yushuan jogging towards him. When Shen Yushuan came to him, Jiang Che looked at her slightly rosy, very cute and beautiful oval face, with a smile that made people feel like spring breeze on his face. Schoolgirl, is there anything else? Senior Jiang, I have something I want to discuss with you. Shen Yushuan's long, delicate eyelashes trembled constantly, and her voice was stuttering. What's up? Just tell me what you want, junior sister. Seeing Shen Yushuan's funny look, Jiang Che's smile widened. He asked patiently, feeling extremely amused inside. There are not many sweet words in this world, and a girl's blush is better than a long confession. Seeing Shen Yushuan's amorous look, Jiang Che already had some guesses in his mind. Senior Jiang, can I work as a maid in your villa? I can do laundry, cook, clean, water the flowers and raise fish. Shen Yushuan suppressed her inner shyness, mustered up her courage, and finally put forward her request. The treatment of maids in Qingting Villa is extremely generous. Many female college students who have a secret crush on Jiang Che want to sign up after graduation, pass various tests, and go to Jiang Che's Qingting Villa to work as maids. Shen Yushuan had also had such a fantasy before, and she heard the news from her female classmates. Without waiting for Jiang Che to answer, Shen Yushuan continued to speak and defend herself. I want to be a maid at my senior's Qingting Villa because he pays me a really high salary. I want to work and earn money to improve the lives of the children in the orphanage. After saying that, Shen Yushuan raised her eyes slightly and glanced at Jiang Che nervously, then quickly lowered her head, stretched out her tender white hands and clenched the corner of her clothes, her heart beating faster and her face flushed, waiting for Jiang Che's verdict. Although these words seemed to be an attempt to cover up one's true intentions, and Shen Yushuan could not think of any better excuse. After all, being a maid at Qingting Villa was the closest distance to Jiang Che. Moreover, she really wanted to use this money to improve the quality of life of the children in the orphanage. It's just that Shen Yushuan used to think about applying for a maid position at Qingting Villa after graduating from university, and now this plan has just been brought forward. The group of black-clad bodyguards standing neatly behind Jiang Che looked at each other, and began to challenge themselves to hold back their laughter, trying hard to control the serious expressions on their faces. They have all received professional training and usually don't laugh unless they can't help it. Any man could see the shy look on Shen Yushuan's face as she was in love for the first time. Working as a maid for the young master is to improve the food for the children in the orphanage. You better be. Seeing this, the bodyguards could only sigh in their hearts that the young master was truly extremely charming. Whenever you visit the orphanage to inspect the work, you can win the heart of a pure and innocent girl. Okay, since the junior sister has this intention, the senior will naturally not refuse. But being a maid in my place is very hard. Schoolgirls still need to be mentally prepared. Jiang Che agreed with a smile and reminded meaningfully. The little white rabbit heroine obediently comes to work as a maid. Jiang Che would have to be crazy to refuse such a good thing. Senior agreed. Then I'll go pack my bags now. Seeing Jiang Che agreed, a look of surprise suddenly appeared on Shen Yushuan's face. Being looked at by Jiang Che with a rather strange smile, Shen Yushuan felt more and more shy. After agreeing, he quickly turned around and left, fleeing in a hurry. As for Jiang Che's reminder, Shen Yushuan didn't take it to heart at all. In order to study, she often went out to work during the winter and summer vacations over the years. What kind of hardship has she not endured? Shen Yushuan is completely confident that she can do the job of a maid. Looking at Shen Yushuan's slender figure fleeing in panic, Jiang Che chuckled, immersed himself slightly, and communicated directly with the system in his mind. System, give me 10 consecutive draws. Ding, deduct 100,000 emotion points, start the lottery. Congratulations to their host for obtaining Shadow Guard X10. Congratulations to their host for obtaining 10-100-year-old iceberg snow lotuses. Congratulations to their host for obtaining a cultivation level upgrade card X1. Congratulations to their host for obtaining a cultivation level upgrade card X1. Congratulations to their host for receiving 100 million in cash already transferred to their host's account through legal procedures. Congratulations to their host for obtaining the Crazy and Stupid Talisman X3. Crazy and Stupid Talisman. Anyone who is struck by this talisman will fall into a state of madness every day, their IQ will be reduced to 0, and they will do things that are incomprehensible to ordinary people. This will last for 3 hours, and then they will be clear-headed for 3 hours, repeating over and over again. The effect can last for 3 days. Note, it is useless for warriors at the Hua Jin level and above. Congratulations to their host for obtaining the top-grade Earth-level martial arts, Flame Sword Technique. Congratulations to their host for obtaining God-level stock trading skills. Congratulations to their host for winning the World S Limited Edition Supercar, Koenigsegg 1:1. Congratulations to their host for obtaining the lower-grade Heavenly Sword, Qingxuan Sword. Chapter 39, Achievement of Hua Jin, Borrowing Flowers to Offer to Buddha. 80,000 verifications have been opened. Please help the reviewers at the following book tags: System, Villain, School Beauty, Multiple Heroines, Opening, etc. Thank you very much. Remind the host, the novice protection period has ended. From now on, their host's 10 consecutive draws will return to normal probability. After checking the various rewards he had received this time, Jiang Che smiled brightly with satisfaction. Jiang Che didn't pay too much attention to the system's reminder. After all, after using the cultivation improvement card this time, he can completely improve his cultivation to the initial stage of Hua Jin in one go. A martial artist with Hua Jin energy can release his true energy, climb walls and jump over rooftops, pick flowers and leaves, and kill people invisibly. Now it is only the initial stage of the development of the destiny trajectory line. There will be no extremely powerful Sons of Destiny in Linjiang City. At most, they are just in the initial stage of Hua Jin like him. With the cultivation base of the initial stage of Hua Jin, coupled with the perfected 9-yang divine art and the snow walking without leaking technique, Jiang Che is completely confident that he can remain invincible even if he faces these Sons of Destiny alone. System, Initiation of the Flame Sword Technique. Use the cultivation level up card. Jiang Che suppressed the various thoughts in his mind and immersed himself in giving instructions to the system. Ding, usage successful. As the system's prompt sounded, a familiar feeling swept over his body again. A huge amount of pure energy began to flow through Jiang Che's limbs and acupuncture points all over his body, and finally all gathered at the dantian position in his lower abdomen. With this huge influx of pure energy, Jiang Che's cultivation progressed very smoothly. Without any bottlenecks, he broke through 2 realms from the late stage of dark energy and instantly reached the early stage of transformation energy. After receiving the initiation of the Flame Sword Technique, Jiang Che's proficiency in this martial art instantly reached perfection, and various Flame Sword Technique moves appeared in his mind. Reaching perfection and the pinnacle of achievement. After getting familiar with the vast energy in his body, Jiang Che's mind moved, and he mobilized the true energy in his body to gather at his fingertips. He put his fingers together with the sword and pointed at the ruins in the distance. In an instant, an extremely sharp and razor-sharp fiery red blade light burst out from Jiang Che's fingertips and rushed towards the distance at lightning speed. Whoosh! A sound of breaking air was heard, and slight ripples appeared in the air. A huge wall 20 meters away exploded instantly and collapsed completely, raising a gust of flying sand and dust. Seeing this situation, Jiang Che remained calm and his face showed little expression. However, the group of bodyguards behind him looked at each other in confusion, and they all saw deep shock in each other's eyes. The true chi is released, and the air flows into the sky. This is clearly a method that only martial artists with Hua Jin can possess. These people have been with Jiang Che for many years and naturally understand Jiang Che's situation. They know that their young master has never practiced any ancient martial arts and is an absolute loser in cultivation. How come he suddenly possesses the strength of a Hua Jin warrior now? There are not many martial arts masters in the secular world. A martial artist with Hua Jin is already an extremely outstanding existence. It requires years of hard training, as well as certain opportunities and luck to achieve such an achievement. Could it be that their young master has been hiding his abilities all along? Jiang Che naturally felt the various gazes from the group of bodyguards. He was too lazy to explain anything and continued to give instructions to the system. System, view my properties panel. Host, Jiang Che. Identity, destined villain, Lin Jiang's number 1 young master. Age, 21. Charisma, 99. Cultivation, early stage of Huajin. Kung Fu, 9 Yang magic, treading snow without trace, flame sword technique. Skills, proficient in 18 languages, God-level piano skills, God-level hacking skills, God-level stock trading skills, advanced art, advanced investment capabilities, advanced management skills. Items, disguise talisman 10, golden desert eagle, hummingbird detection robot 8, destiny child location card 3, crazy sow 100, splatoon package experience card 3, 100-year iceberg snow lotus 10, bad luck talisman 10, crazy stupidity talisman 3, green frost sword. Personal wealth, 13.66 billion. Emotional value, 10124. Noticing the Qingxuan sword in the item column, Jiang Che became thoughtful and immersed in his thoughts, starting to check the heavenly sword that was quietly floating in the system space. The Qingxuan sword is about 3 feet and 2 inches long, snow white all over, with a slender blade and crystal clear appearance. Looking closely, a cold and icy air rushed towards him, with a cold light flashing in it. The word Qingxuan was engraved on the hilt of the sword, which was vigorous, powerful, magnificent and domineering. The Qingxuan sword, which ranks at the lower level of the heavenly rank, can definitely be called a divine weapon, rare in the world. However, although the Qingxuan sword's blade was sharp, it was filled with a sense of elegance and grace. The texture of the scabbard was light green, and some beautiful mountains and rivers were engraved on it. It was obviously a sword used by a woman. I can give flowers to my elder sister. After taking a look, Jiang Che gathered his thoughts and quickly made a decision. He has not practiced any sword skills yet, so it is useless for him to hold the Qingxuan sword. Besides, it was really too eye-catching to let a 1.86-meter tall man wield such a delicate sword. Jiang Guantang has an extraordinary talent in martial arts. He is proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, wine, flowers, and tea. Naturally, he has some attainments in swordsmanship and is quite proficient in it. The Qingxuan sword can only play its greatest value in her hands. Such a delicate and graceful sword with an ethereal air could only be worthy of his beautiful and independent sister. After waiting for about 20 minutes, Shen Yuxuan finally reappeared in front of Jiang Che. Senior Jiang, I've packed everything. Let's go. Shen Yuxuan's face flushed slightly, her tone was full of shyness, and her mood was full of excitement. When Shen Yuxuan thought about living in Qingting Villa in the future, being a maid for Senior Jiang and taking care of his daily life, she was very excited and overjoyed. Even though she knew that there was no possibility of anything happening between her and this gentle and refined senior, as long as she could see Jiang Che every day and admire his peerless beauty, Shen Yuxuan was already extremely satisfied and no longer desired anything else. Jiang Che nodded with a smile, glanced at the suitcase Shen Yuxuan was carrying, and without saying anything, took her to the Rolls-Royce Phantom not far away. After having the bodyguard put Shen Yuxuan's luggage in the trunk, the two of them got into the back seat of the Rolls-Royce. With the roar of the engine, the convoy quickly left the Sunshine Orphanage and headed towards Qingting Villa. Sitting in the back seat of the Rolls-Royce Phantom, Shen Yuxuan sat upright with a serious expression and a dignified posture, her small hands nervously clenching the corners of her clothes. Shen Yuxuan doesn't know much about luxury cars and doesn't recognize these brands. But since it is one of Senior Jiang's cars, and it is so luxurious, it must be worth at least several million, right? It was the first time in her life that Shen Yuxuan sat in such a luxury car, so she naturally felt very restrained. Seeing Shen Yuxuan like this, Jiang Che found it extremely interesting and subconsciously called out to her. Shen Yuxuan. Arrive. Shen Yuxuan seemed to have some kind of stress reaction. She thought it was the teacher calling her name and blurted out the answer subconsciously. After realizing the situation she was in, Shen Yuxuan blushed and felt embarrassed. She lowered her head shyly. Chapter 40 Lin Ming becomes a eunuch. 2 flowers bloom, each showing its own beauty. Jiang Che gained a lot and returned to Qingting Villa with the little white rabbit Heroine. However, Lin Ming had completely doubted his life and broke down in tears. Everything starts from the early morning. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Lin Ming washed up and went out without even having time to eat breakfast, starting his takeaway journey. The time for school to start is getting closer and closer. Thinking about driving a luxury car to Linjiang University to show off when school starts, slapping the faces of all the rich second-generation playboys, meeting all kinds of campus beauties, and hugging them left and right, Lin Ming is full of energy. In the past, Lin Ming would not even dare to think about such a thing. Now he not only dares to think, but also dares to do it. The super takeaway system is his greatest confidence. Set a small goal, make 100 million first. With great excitement, Lin Ming put on his yellow battle robe, turned around and quickly went downstairs. When he arrived downstairs in the community, Lin Ming saw a group of people gathered in front of his Ferrari, pointing and talking, discussing something. Wow, this is a Ferrari sports car. There's actually a super luxury car like this in our neighborhood. I didn't notice it before. Could it be that some wealthy person moved in recently? Listening to their various discussions ringing in his ears, Lin Ming felt relaxed and a smile appeared on his face. If he hadn't already accepted the order in the system and triggered the delivery task, he would have definitely shown off to these poor guys. Restraining the urge to show off in his heart, Lin Ming hummed a little tune and walked towards the electric scooter parked downstairs not far away. Lin Ming has also thought about driving his super sports car to deliver food and enjoy the feeling of being the center of attention. But this thought only appeared for a moment and was quickly rejected by him. The tasks assigned to him by the God-level takeaway system have time limits, and there will be penalties if he fails to complete the delivery task within the specified time. If you want to complete the task within the specified time, it is obviously more appropriate to deliver the food on an electric scooter. After all, the electric scooter is invincible and can handle any terrain, which is more convenient. Although he didn't know what the system's punishment was, Lin Ming instinctively resisted it and felt a little resentful in his heart, but he didn't dare to say a word. MMP, what era is this? There are penalties for failing to complete tasks. What a wisdom system. Although he felt a little unhappy, he was lucky to be able to awaken the system, so Lin Ming just complained. After riding the electric scooter out of the old community, Lin Ming rode for 10 minutes and arrived at the first food pickup point, a Wallace hamburger set meal. After taking a look at the delivery information and packing the food, Lin Ming left the hamburger shop and headed towards the delivery address. Lin Ming has been delivering food for 2 months and is very familiar with the surrounding terrain. He can always find various small paths. While waiting for the red light, Lin Ming had just parked his electric scooter when an old lady in her 70s with a cane lay down in front of him under Lin Ming's confused gaze. Ouch, that hurts. I'm an old man, and I'm going to die if you hit me like that. How do you ride a bike? Do you have any sense of public morality? The old lady was lying right in front of Lin Ming's electric scooter, wailing continuously, which soon attracted the attention of passers-by, who also began to point at Lin Ming. After a brief moment of confusion, Lin Ming quickly came back to his senses, his face became gloomy, and his nose was almost crooked with anger. He really didn't check the almanac before going out. He encountered such a bad thing just after delivering his first order. This old woman is really clueless. How much money can a delivery guy like him make? Although he now has a cash flow of 3 million, Lin Ming will not admit defeat in this matter. Get up. I didn't hit you. You were the one who laid down. Lin Ming's face was unhappy and his voice was low. Ouch. You are a grown man, but you dare not admit it. Are you a man? Hearing Lin Ming say this, the old lady started cursing loudly, her face flushed and her neck thick, seeming to be very unhappy with Lin Ming's denial of his fault. This young man has no sense of public morality. This old lady is already in her 70s or 80s. Is it possible that she would deliberately blackmail you? How about we go to the relevant department and retrieve the surveillance footage? Listening to the pointing and talking of the people around him, although Lin Ming was very depressed and aggrieved, he had no choice but to accept defeat at this moment. I can only say that this old woman chose the right time to extort money. He was carrying out a system task. If he checked the surveillance at this time, the food delivery task would definitely not be completed, and he would then face system punishment. Lin Ming didn't want to experience the system's punishment, so he could only swallow his anger. After getting off the electric scooter, Lin Ming took out his mobile phone and scanned 10,000 yuan directly for the old lady. After receiving the money, the old lady had a bright smile on her face and left on her own without any help from others. The crowd around her also gradually dispersed as if nothing had happened. It happened that the green light was on at this time. Lin Ming did not suspect anything and rode his electric scooter quickly towards the delivery address. It's only about 10,000 yuan. The bonus he can get for completing a delivery task is more than that. It's nothing to be ashamed of. Only by comforting himself in this way did Lin Ming's depressed mood ease. Feeling indignant, Lin Ming accepted 5 more takeout orders from the system. Seeing that it was still early for delivery, he headed towards the first delivery location. After arriving at the residential complex, Lin Ming opened the food delivery box on the back of the electric bike and was stunned. Oh shit! Who is so unsportsmanlike as to steal his takeaway? It must be that when he was being blackmailed just now, a guy who didn't want to be blackmailed secretly took his takeaway. Before Lin Ming could think about it, the system prompt that sounded in his mind instantly broke his defense. Ding! It was detected that their host did not complete the delivery task within the specified time, and the system issued a penalty. Punish the host to experience a 60-second premium electric current package. System dad. Before Lin Ming could even open his mouth to beg for mercy, the system's punishment came instantly. Lin Ming was instantly struck by lightning, his skin burnt on the outside and tender on the inside. The light blue electric current swept through his whole body. In just a moment, Lin Ming's skin turned charcoal black under the crazy running of the electric current. Lin Ming's eyes rolled back, his body trembled constantly, his hair stood on end, and he was instantly knocked unconscious by the electric shock. When the 60-second punishment was over, Lin Ming lay straight on the ground, unconscious. Today, Lin Ming is just an ordinary person who is powerless and naturally cannot withstand the high-voltage current punishment of the system. Time passed minute by minute, and about an hour later a passerby found Lin Ming lying on the ground. He immediately called the police and dialed an ambulance. Dangerous building. Dangerous building. Half an hour later, when the ambulance finally arrived, a group of nurses in white got off the car, carried the still unconscious Lin Ming onto the ambulance, and headed towards Linjiang City First People's Hospital. At the same time, the God-level takeaway system also punished Lin Ming for not completing the delivery task on time. Before he fell into a coma, Lin Ming took 5 food delivery tasks in one go. Correspondingly, failure to complete the task will naturally result in 5 penalties. Ding! It is detected that their host has not completed the takeaway delivery task within the specified time, and the punishment has begun. Host's brothers are shortened by half. Host's brothers are shortened by half. Ding! It's detected that their host has no brothers. Confiscate their host's Ferrari supercar and 3 million cash reward. Their host will be punished by running naked on the street for 10 minutes, with a time limit of 7 days. If their host disagrees, the system will enforce the punishment. Host IQ reduced by 50. Chapter 41. Lin Ming breaks through the defense. Where is my second brother? After being sent to Linjiang First People's Hospital by ambulance, the doctor conducted a full-body examination on Lin Ming and finally found that he fell into a coma because he accidentally touched high-voltage current. Generally speaking, ordinary people would die instantly when exposed to high-voltage current, but Lin Ming miraculously survived, which left all the doctors and nurses puzzled. However, before the doctors could continue thinking about it, they discovered something even more shocking. Doctor, this patient seems to be a woman. One of the cute little nurses covered her mouth and spoke in surprise. Don't talk nonsense. This gentleman has very obvious male characteristics, both in appearance and in his hormones. How could he be a woman? The leading doctor in a white coat frowned and corrected him in a serious tone with a hint of displeasure in his voice. He is a man of high moral principles and would never make fun of any patient in private. But the doctor doesn't have a small cone tilde. The female nurse blinked her eyes, her tone aggrieved. Hearing this, the surgeon almost stumbled and fell to the ground. Without suspecting anything, he subconsciously looked in the direction of the female nurse's finger, and then he saw a flat area. The doctor's facial muscles twitched violently and he was shocked. He has been practicing medicine for many years. What kind of people has he not seen? Male lady, philosopher, submissive, she-male, transgender. But this was the first time he encountered a situation like Lin Ming. Through various previous examinations, the doctor can be absolutely sure that the person lying on the hospital bed is definitely a biological male. But for some unknown reason, his tools were gone. Generally speaking, this situation only means that the patient took the initiative to request the removal of the tree roots. Otherwise, it will exist no matter how small it is. After the shock, the doctor quickly came to his senses. His eyes suddenly lit up with a little bit of heat. He stared at the flat part of Lin Ming without blinking, and exclaimed in amazement. It's amazing, it's really amazing. There's not even a single scar, not even the slightest trace. It's simply a miracle, a work of art beyond belief. Which master made this move? He was originally a male doctor, and the most common thing he performed was minimally invasive surgery such as leopard skin removal. Therefore, he could naturally see that the medical skills of the person who performed the operation on Lin Ming were very high, which was far beyond his reach. If possible, he really wanted to find this senior, exchange relevant experiences with him, and improve his professional level. Call. Xiaoli, you stay here to take care of this patient. Let me know as soon as he wakes up. Taking a deep breath to suppress his inner excitement, the doctor gave instructions in a deep voice. He planned to wait until Lin Ming woke up and then personally ask the other party about it, find out which master was responsible, and then pay him a visit. Okay, Dr. Liu. By the way, remember to protect the patient's privacy and don't tell anyone about this. Before leaving, Dr. Liu gave some worried instructions. Although he didn't know what motivated the patient to undergo this cutting surgery, Dr. Liu still wanted to maintain the last bit of dignity for the patient. Understood, Dr. Liu. The little nurse agreed readily, looking very cute and well behaved. After Dr. Liu left the ward, Shirley's expression quickly changed. She curled her lips, picked up her phone and started taking photos of Lin Ming, then opened the green bubble group chat. Family, I met another Puxin man today. He is so disgusting. What's wrong, Xiaoli? Did another patient take advantage of you again? Is that old Dean still harboring evil intentions and wants you to be his lover? Neither, today's guy is a little special, he doesn't have a small cone. As she spoke, Xiaoli sent all the photos to the group chat. After a brief silence in the group chat, a heated discussion soon broke out. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Lin Ming, who had been in a coma for the whole day, finally woke up. Where am I? Looking at the ceiling above his head, Lin Ming was confused. His memory was still stuck on the moment when he was punished by the system's electric current. Are you awake? I'll go call Dr. Liu over. Seeing Lin Ming wake up, Xiaoli, who had been guarding the bedside, stared at him strangely, then got up from her seat and left. What a beauty tilder. Looking at the little nurse's back as she left, Lin Ming licked his lips excitedly, his mind distracted. Although this young nurse's appearance is slightly inferior to Liu's, her figure is really good. Lin Ming fell into a state of fantasy, but soon noticed something unusual. Something is wrong, very wrong. He used to be full of vigor and confidence. Why doesn't he have any reaction at all now? Lin Ming suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. Regardless of the pain in his body, he directly lifted the quilt. After seeing his current situation clearly, Lin Ming's eyes widened, his mind went blank, and he was stunned for a moment. Oh shit! Where is my second brother? How come my second brother suddenly disappeared? Damn system, Tell me, where did you take my brother? Lin Ming was almost mad with anger. His face turned blue and purple, his skin was shaking with anger, his eyes were wide open, veins on his forehead were bulging, and he was roaring at the air. Only the system can be able to quietly and without making him feel any pain away from his brothers. Replying to their host, your tools have been confiscated by the system. The system's cold and emotionless voice echoed in Lin Ming's mind, and it kindly helped Lin Ming list all the previous system punishments. Dog system, Seeing the various punishments the system inflicted on him, Lin Ming completely lost his defenses. His face flushed with anger, his eyes were bloodshot, and he completely lost his mind. His body began to tremble wildly, and he jumped off the hospital bed, roaring and swearing at the air again. He accepted other system punishments. Even if his IQ was reduced by 50, Lin Ming didn't care. But the damn bastard system actually made him a eunuch. How could Lin Ming tolerate this? After being Xiao Chunan for 20 years, he now has an awakening system. He thought his life would take off completely and he would live a fairy-like life surrounded by beauties. Now that his good life has just begun, the bastard system has confiscated his tools. How can Lin Ming not be defeated? Unfortunately, the God-level takeaway system is just an intelligent program without any emotional fluctuations. It only assigns tasks, rewards and punishments to Lin Ming, and naturally turns a deaf ear to Lin Ming's cursing. System, I'm Namu. Lin Ming gritted his teeth, his mind already overwhelmed by anger, and he didn't even think about whether he would be punished by the system again for doing this. How could Lin Ming remain calm when his brother, who had been with him for 20 years, disappeared without a trace. Replying to their host, "The system has no mother. You." Lin Ming was so angry that the three corpse gods jumped up and down, his expression kept changing, and finally he spat out a large mouthful of bright red blood with a puff sound, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted directly from the anger of the system. Chapter 42, Women Dress to Please Themselves. After returning to Qingting Villa with Shen Yuxuan, Jiang Che asked other maids to arrange a room for Shen Yuxuan and familiarize her with the work environment and tasks. He leaned on the soft sofa in the hall, took out his tablet computer, and checked the recent situation of Lin Ming and Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen was still the same as before, leaning against the solitary confinement cell in the police station in a daze, his eyes dull, as if his life had completely lost its color, and his expression numb. After the experience of being constantly teased in the past few days, Xiao Chen has now become somewhat accustomed to it. At first, he would fight back desperately, but now he is too lazy to fight back at all. Because he knew that once he hit someone, the security guards would use their 100,000-volt super batons on him. All I can say is that Xiao Chen is worthy of being the son of destiny and the protagonist of the King of Soldiers. Most people would have collapsed if they encountered such a thing, but Xiao Chen was able to endure humiliation and persevere. This perseverance alone is something that ordinary people cannot match. After checking Xiao Chen's recent situation, Jiang Che sent all the footage recorded by the hummingbird detection robot last night to Jiangzi, asking him to arrange a few people to edit it and then post it on the external network, the dark web, and some shady orange websites. By the way, I transferred 10 million activity funds to Jiangzi, which is bound to make Xiao Chen famous in all three sectors. Jiang Che forced himself to suppress his curiosity and ultimately did not press the play button on the video. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would vomit out the leftover food. After all, Mr. Jiang has normal sexual orientation and has no interest in this kind of video. After checking Xiao Chen's recent situation, Jiang Che checked what happened to Lin Ming today. "I was blackmailed, my takeaway was stolen, I was punished with an electric shock from the system, my tools were confiscated, and I was even passed out by the takeaway system." After reviewing Lin Ming's experiences throughout the day, Jiang Che burst out laughing. No wonder Lin Ming suddenly contributed a full 20,000 points of emotion to him just now. I'm afraid no one can remain calm when faced with something like this. Moreover, this food delivery system actually forces Lin Ming to run naked on the street for 10 minutes. In this regard, Jiang Che expressed that he was looking forward to it. By then, just arrange a few people to shoot the video, and Lin Ming will definitely become popular on the entire internet. After all, as the last eunuch of the 21st century, this topic itself has huge traffic. After arranging everything, Jiang Che used his cell phone to chat with Ling Qingqiu and Liu Mingxi to keep in touch with them. Xiaoyi sat next to him, swinging her white silk feet and staring at the TV screen intently. Senior Jiang tilde. Suddenly, a soft, shy voice sounded in his ears, and Jiang Che subconsciously turned around and looked back. In his sight, Shen Yuxuan was wearing a pink bunny ear girl uniform, standing in front of him. Shen Yuxuan's little face flushed, her earlobes also turned red, her long and delicate eyelashes trembled slightly, her exquisite snow-white swan neck was revealed, her collarbone was clearly visible, and her skin was white and delicate. Her straight, slender, round and delicate long legs were wrapped in a pair of knee-length white stockings, which made her look even more charming, pure and seductive. The bunny ears on her head drooped down, and the uniform fit her body curves perfectly, showing off her slim and graceful figure to the fullest, adding a touch of unique temptation. Although her breasts are not majestic enough, it is not a big deal. After all, Mr. Jiang is never picky about food. Schoolgirl, you. Jiang Che looked at Shen Yuxuan in front of him with surprise, admiring the graceful figure of the little white rabbit heroine openly. Since Shen Yuxuan has already given me such benefits, what is there to hesitate about? Just watch it. I have to say that a little white rabbit heroine like Shen Yuxuan looks really charming and beautiful when she puts on a bunny girl uniform. Could it be that this person is also a contrast? Xiaoyi was also attracted by the attention. She looked Shen Yuxuan up and down, then quickly shifted her gaze and continued to watch the brainless fat otaku romance drama with relish. When Jiang Che brought Shen Yuxuan back today, Xiaoyi had already realized that this woman must have a special relationship with him. Xiaoyi didn't care about this at all, so naturally she didn't feel jealous at all. Although she has a closer relationship with Jiang Che, deep down in Xiaoyi's heart, she has always regarded Jiang Che as her master. A slave naturally doesn't care about his master. Senior Jiang is one of the other sisters who asked me to dress like this. They said this is the work uniform that maids wear. Shen Yuxuan bit her teeth lightly, pursed her red lips, and spoke in a whisper as thin as a mosquito's. Being looked at by Jiang Che with such an unscrupulous gaze, Shen Yuxuan felt shy inside, but at the same time, she couldn't help but feel a little happy. After all, doesn't the fact that Senior Jiang looks at me like that just prove that he is interested in me too? If any other man looked at her with such eyes, Shen Yuxuan would definitely feel unhappy, but this man was Jiang Che, so it was a different matter. Women dress up to please themselves. Isn't he the reason why she dressed up so carefully just to show herself in front of Senior Jiang? Restraining her inner shyness, Shen Yuxuan reached out and lifted a few strands of black hair by her ear, her eyes shy and timid, full of affection. Yes, this dress suits you very well. You should wear this when you work in the villa from now on. Like everyone else, you get a monthly salary of 100,000 yuan, a year-end bonus of 1 million yuan, and 13 insurances and 8 housing funds. If you do well, you'll get a performance bonus. So, you better work hard. Jiang Che nodded with a smile and spoke meaningfully. 13 insurances and 8 funds, and a year-end bonus of 1 million. After hearing the conditions proposed by Jiang Che, Shen Yuxuan's beautiful eyes widened, she was dumbfounded, her cherry lips slightly opened in astonishment, her mouth formed an O shape, and her little head felt a little dizzy. Before, Shen Yuxuan only knew that she could earn a full 100,000 yuan a month as a maid for Jiang Che, and she didn't know much else. She never expected that there would be such hidden benefits. 13 insurances and 8 golds in total? Shen Yuxuan had never even heard of such welfare benefits. Companies outside that can help you pay social security and 5 insurances and 1 fund are considered conscientious enterprises. In other words, from now on, she is a social elite with an annual income of 2 million. 2 million may be just a drop in the bucket for Jiang Che, but it was a huge shock to a girl like Shen Yuxuan who had been through a lot since childhood, and she was completely stunned. Chapter 43 Shen Yuxuan's Self-PUA. Isn't this a bit too much, Senior Jiang? Shen Yuxuan blinked her beautiful eyes, pursed her red lips, and whispered softly. Being able to get a monthly salary of 100,000 yuan is already an astronomical figure for Shen Yuxuan, making her feel unreal. When Shen Yuxuan heard Jiang Che talk about such generous treatment, her first reaction was that she was not worthy of such a high salary at all. After all, she is just an ordinary junior student who hasn't even graduated yet. How can she deserve such a salary? Everyone else gets a year-end bonus of 500,000 yuan, but you are different. Jiang Che picked up the hot tea brewed by the maid, took a sip, and agreed. I am different. What do you mean, senior? Hearing Jiang Che's slightly ambiguous words, Shen Yuxuan's pretty face flushed slightly. She felt shy inside, but couldn't help feeling a little happy. From what the senior said, doesn't it mean that I have a higher status than other maids in his heart? Or does the senior also have a good impression of me? Even want to stick with yourself? Thinking of this, Shen Yuxuan's heart started beating wildly, her heart was pounding, and ripples were flowing in her heart. Her little head became more and more confused, and she could interpret Jiang Che's words in 800 different ways. What do you think? Jiang Che raised his eyebrows, hinting at something, and spoke meaningfully. As he spoke, he winked at Shen Yuxuan even more ambiguously. Senior, I'm going to work first. Shen Yuxuan stuttered, not knowing how to answer this question at all. Being stared at by Jiang Che with such an ambiguous look, she felt even more shy, and the rabbit ears on her head drooped down. The little white rabbit made up an excuse and ran away. Shen Yuxuan is extremely shy, emotional value plus 1314. Shen Yuxuan is overjoyed, mood value plus 3344. Looking at Shen Yuxuan's somewhat embarrassed back, Jiang Che raised the corners of his mouth, feeling a little emotional in his heart. As expected, a little white rabbit heroine like Shen Yuxuan is most to his liking. Just a few words of teasing can earn him thousands of emotional points. It's so easy. You can get this reward by teasing the little maid from time to time. Isn't this more interesting than plotting against the protagonist? According to the time, Xiao Chen should be out the day after tomorrow. Are you ready to receive the great gift I have prepared for you, my dear Lord Soldier? Imagining Xiao Chen's complete breakdown and doubt about life after he was released from prison, Jiang Che couldn't help but let out a strange laugh in his heart. Just imagining it makes people look forward to it. The next day, early morning, Jiang Che woke up from Xiaoyi's bed as usual. After comforting the purple-haired Loli's body and mind, he took a hot shower, changed into a clean and tidy suit, and then hurried downstairs. Good morning, Senior Tilder. Seeing Jiang Che coming down the stairs, Shen Yuxuan smiled sweetly, bowed slightly and greeted him. These were the etiquette that the maids taught her during training yesterday. A man who takes favors from others is grateful for what he has received. Since she was receiving Jiang Che's extremely high salary, Shen Yuxuan naturally obeyed Jiang Che's orders. Yuxuan, good morning. Jiang Che nodded with a smile and calmly withdrew his gaze. Sure enough, the little white rabbit is a little white rabbit. She is only slightly better than Xiaoyi and Liu Mingxi, two cute lolis, and is far behind Ling Qingqiu. Jiang Che could fully understand this. After all, Shen Yuxuan grew up in an orphanage and lived in poverty, with no food to eat, so it was natural that she would have some developmental problems. But these are all in the past. After arriving at Qingting Villa, Jiang Che would sooner or later make Shen Yuxuan, this little white rabbit, fat and plump. Senior, breakfast is ready. Do you want to eat now? Shen Yuxuan had a bright smile on her face, and her tone was soft and gentle, especially gentle. After a night, Shen Yuxuan was no longer as embarrassed as she was yesterday, but her eyes were still evasive when she looked at Jiang Che, not daring to look him in the eye. Jiang Che nodded slightly, walked straight to the large dining table, sat down, and began to enjoy the sumptuous breakfast carefully prepared by the maid. You did all this? Picking up the millet porridge and taking a sip, Jiang Che looked at Shen Yuxuan in front of him with surprise. Jiang Che knew exactly what his cook's cooking tasted like. Although today's breakfast tastes a little worse than the one prepared by the royal chef, it still has its own unique flavor and is very delicious. Yes, Senior. Are you used to eating this, Senior? Shen Yuxuan nodded slightly, her eyes full of anticipation, waiting for Jiang Che's evaluation. It's quite good. I like drinking this millet porridge. It nourishes my stomach. Let's sit down and eat together. Jiang Che gave his evaluation and motioned for Shen Yuxuan to sit down and eat together. Shen Yuxuan's cooking skills are naturally far behind those of her own state banquet chef, but compared to those so-called chefs outside, they are also very good. Jiang Che then remembered that when he checked Shen Yuxuan's attribute panel before, it was indeed marked as master-level cooking skills. Come to think of it, if someone can become a girl of luck and be born for the sake of destiny, who would be a complete vase? In addition to their outstanding looks, these women of luck usually have attainments in a certain field that far exceed those of ordinary people. This is true for Ling Qingqiu, and naturally so for Shen Yuxuan. No need, Senior. I've already had a work lunch with the sisters. Shen Yuxuan shook her head slightly and declined Jiang Che's kindness. Jiang Che didn't force anything. After breakfast, he drove the Koenigsegg 1:1 that he had won in a lottery from the system and left Qingting Villa with a group of bodyguards. Shen Yuxuan stared at the receding figure of the supercar with obsessed eyes until it completely disappeared from view, then she slowly withdrew her gaze. Why do I feel that Senior has become much more handsome today? Is this what it means when a lover sees beauty in others? But I just have a one-sided crush on you, Tilder. Shen Yuxuan muttered to herself, followed Jiang Che's instructions, took a breakfast, turned around and went upstairs to Xiaoyi's room. Shen Yuxuan is just a little silly, but she is not a stupid beauty who knows nothing. On the contrary, because she has been working part-time since she was a child, and has been working in society and doing various part-time jobs since she was 14 years old, Shen Yuxuan is more mature than college students of the same age and knows how to read people's expressions better. Although they had just arrived at Qingting Villa yesterday, after a brief observation, Shen Yuxuan had already discovered the unusual relationship between Jiang Che and the little Loli with purple clothes and purple hair. When secretly watching Jiang Che last night, Shen Yuxuan discovered that the senior's eyes were always full of doting when he looked at the little Loli. Does it feel like a domineering president is looking at his little wife? Naturally, Shen Yuxuan regarded Xiaoyi as their hostess of Qingting Villa and naturally wanted to establish a good relationship with her. Although she longed for Jiang Che's love and affection in her heart, she also knew her own limitations and only hoped to stay with her senior forever as a maid. After all, she was just an orphan, and there was a huge gap in status between her and Jiang Che. How could she actually accompany this man to appear on stage? If possible, Shen Yuxuan only hopes that she can get a share of her senior's love in the future, even if it is only a little bit. I can only say that, worthy of being the heroine in a cool urban novel. She has a natural ability to accept the idea of sisters sharing a husband. Before Jiang Che even started to exert his strength, Shen Yuxuan had already started to push herself forward. If Jiang Che knew these lovely thoughts in Shen Yuxuan's heart, he would definitely love her very much. Chapter 44 Li Yanran's Dog Boyfriend. After driving the Koenigsegg on the highway for an hour, Jiang Che finally arrived at the Lanzi Group building. After parking the sports car, Jiang Che went straight into the building. "Hello, sir. Excuse me, are you here to see me?" No, what I want to ask is, why are you here, sir?" The receptionist stuttered, and after realizing she had said something wrong, she quickly corrected herself. Her face flushed, and her eyes were shining as she looked at Jiang Che. "Wow! So cool! Mom, I met my Prince Charming. Jiang Che, chairman of Lingxiao Capital, is here to see your president Ling Qingqiu. Please inform him." Jiang Che smiled lightly and explained a few words without putting on any airs. In fact, with a good upbringing, Jiang Che has always been a very easygoing person, which is somewhat different from those other second-generation playboys. Okay. After the announcement, not long after waiting, Li Yanran, wearing a beige shirt, a grey hip skirt and high heels, appeared at the elevator entrance. "Mr. Jiang, President Ling is already waiting for you in the office, please." Li Yanran walked gracefully in black stockings, approached Jiang Che, and extended an invitation with a smile. She had heard about the cooperation between Lanzi Group and Lingxiao Capital yesterday. Facing Jiang Che, the second largest shareholder of Lanzi Group, Li Yanran was naturally respectful. Although Ling Qingqiu's words yesterday were vague, Li Yanran felt that there must be some unspeakable secret behind the cooperation between Jiang Che and her own CEO. "It's nothing, just a woman's intuition." Jiang Che nodded, and followed Li Yanran into the CEO's exclusive elevator and headed towards the top floor. "Servua, help me watch, I'm going to the bathroom." After Jiang Che and the other man left, the receptionist's face turned even redder. She said something to her colleague next to her and hurried towards the restroom. After entering the elevator and pressing the floor button, the atmosphere suddenly became silent and no one spoke. Li Yanran didn't know how to start or what topic to talk about, while Jiang Che was quietly admiring Li Yanran's exquisite, plump and graceful figure. Li Yanran is the best-looking female protagonist Jiang Che has ever seen. Even 5 Liu Mengses combined cannot compare to her. After looking at her for a long time, Jiang Che withdrew his gaze and took the initiative to start a conversation. "I heard that Secretary Li is dating Mu Feng, the young master of the Mu Group. Mr. Jiang, do you know my boyfriend?" Hearing Jiang Che suddenly mention Mu Feng, Li Yanran's face became a little unnatural, but she quickly restrained her facial expression and asked in surprise. "Mu Group is a real estate company with a market value of 5 billion. Mu Feng is the eldest son of Mu Group and also the one who pursued Li Yanran for 4 years in college." Li Yanran had no feelings for Mu Feng from the beginning to the end, but for some reason she had to force herself to agree to his pursuit. Even though they have been together for 3 years, Li Yanran still has no interest in Mu Feng. When she saw the other person's face, she felt nauseous and wanted to vomit, but she couldn't show it on the surface. Therefore, Mu Feng licked Li Yanran for 7 years and spent tens of millions, but in the end he didn't even hold Li Yanran's hand. Despite this, Mu Feng still enjoyed it and was quite immersed in it. In the relevant plot of The Divine Doctor Comes Down the Mountain, 18 marriage certificates at the beginning, it is no exaggeration to say that he, Mu Feng, is the #1 bootlicker. I've only heard of it, but I never thought this guy would actually win Secretary Li's favor. He's truly blessed. Jiang Che chuckled and shook his head, his tone teasing, with a hint of disdain. It is true that Mu Feng's identity is unattainable for ordinary people, but it is nothing in front of Jiang Che. Besides, he had never had any interaction with this big bootlicker before, and he didn't want to have any interaction at all. Mu Feng is from the protagonist's camp and is the target that Jiang Che will settle accounts with in the future. Jiang Che has no good impression of this dead bootlicker. However, the miracle doctor has not yet come down the mountain, so there is no rush to settle accounts with Mu Feng. Jiang Che already had a series of plans in his mind for this, and the key lies in the woman Li Yanran. He. Li Yanran smiled awkwardly, not knowing how to respond. She naturally heard the sarcasm and disdain in Jiang Che's words, but she did not refute anything. Fortunately, at this time, accompanied by a soft ding sound, the elevator had reached the top floor. Li Yangran breathed a sigh of relief, and couldn't wait to get out of this awkward atmosphere, so she quickly changed the subject. Mr. Jiang, President Leng has been waiting in the office for a long time. Please follow me. As she spoke, Li Yangran walked out of the elevator first and led Jiang Che towards the president's office where Ling Qingqiu was. President, Mr. Jiang is here. After knocking on the door and obtaining Ling Qingqiu's consent, Li Yangran pushed open the door and welcomed Jiang Che in. Then she turned and left, closing the office door calmly. One day without seeing you feels like 3 years. Beautiful Ling, do you miss your dear husband? Jiang Che pulled over a chair and sat opposite Ling Qingqiu, with a playful smile on his face and frivolous words. You are such a good taker. I haven't admitted that you are my husband yet. Ling Qingqiu put down the pen in her hand, gave Jiang Che a coquettish look, and spoke in a coquettish tone. Seeing Jiang Che's playful smile, Ling Qingqiu felt a little amused. She didn't expect that Jiang Che had such an unreliable side to him. It was really unexpected. Isn't this a matter of time? Come on, give your dear husband a passionate kiss. Jiang Che shrugged, speaking as if it was a matter of course, and pointed to his lips. The fastest way to enhance feelings between men and women is physical contact, no doubt about it. You don't have to do that kind of thing. Hugging, kissing, holding hands, etc. are all fine. As long as you can feel each other's presence physically, your hearts will get closer and closer. Of course, the prerequisite is that the man and woman have mutual affection for each other. Otherwise, like Mu Feng, who licked her for 7 years, wouldn't Li Yangran still be indifferent? Little pervert tilder. Ling Qingqiu muttered something, but didn't refuse anything. After taking the beauty pill and the marrow cleansing pill and feeling Jiang Che's affection firsthand, Ling Qingqiu no longer felt as resistant to this evil wolf as she did at the beginning. Besides, the last passionate kiss experience also made her linger and think about it day and night. After standing up from her seat, facing Jiang Che's extremely expectant gaze, Ling Qingqiu lowered her head and leaned over, actively offering her sexy red lips, kissing Jiang Che, her eyes gradually blurred. Chapter 45. Now that you're here, why not come up and sit down? After the passionate kiss, Ling Qingqiu snuggled softly in Jiang Che's arms, her eyes slightly closed, her long and delicate eyelashes trembling slightly, a blush on her pretty face, her expression lazy and charming, as if she was savoring the moment. Little bastard. The effect of the rejuvenating pill is so miraculous. Do you know the formula of this pill? After being immersed in it for a while, as if she suddenly thought of something, Ling Qingqiu raised her eyes to look at Jiang Che, opened her red lips slightly, and asked slowly. After personally experiencing the magic of the rejuvenating pill, Ling Qingqiu naturally became interested in it. After all, the effect of this elixir is really amazing. If it can really be mass-produced, once it comes out, it is hard to imagine how much of a shock it will bring to the cosmetics market. Why, you want to analyze the efficacy of the rejuvenating pill and then mass-produce it? Jiang Che reached out and lifted Ling Qingqiu's delicate and flawless chin, his tone playful. Jiang Che had completely expected Ling Qingqiu to have such thoughts. After all, the Lanzi Group is engaged in various cosmetics businesses. If the anti-aging pills can be mass-produced, they will surely quickly become popular throughout the Kyushu kingdom and become famous all over the country. Money is a tempting thing. For a workaholic with a strong sense of career ambition like Ling Qingqiu, being able to personally lead the Lanzi Group to break through the siege, become bigger and stronger, and create greater glory is naturally an extremely tempting thing, and she simply cannot refuse. That's right. So, what do you think? Ling Qingqiu did not hide his thoughts and nodded in agreement. The herbs needed to make the rejuvenating pill are hard to find anywhere in the world. I'm the only one who has them, and the quantity is limited. You don't have to worry about it. However, I have already asked the researchers at Xingqiu Group to study and analyze the anti-aging pill. After its effects are diluted dozens of times, they will still be able to develop some matching cosmetics. Jiang Che expressed his thoughts. Jiang Che could naturally think of what Ling Qingqiu could think of as well. The consumption power of women is obvious to all, not to mention the cosmetics industry, which is a highly profitable industry. Once the researchers at the Xingqiu Group have successfully improved the rejuvenating pill by diluting it dozens of times, Jiang Che will naturally start large-scale production. Even if the anti-aging pill is diluted dozens of times, it can still beat 99% of the cosmetics on the market in seconds. Once the improved version of the rejuvenating pill becomes popular, it will not be a problem to rake in hundreds of billions of dollars a year. Do you have a favorite candidate for the product agent of the rejuvenating pill? Ling Qingqiu looked at Jiang Che with burning eyes, her starry eyes full of expectation, and the words, "Give me the agency rights," were almost written on her face. You want this agency? Jiang Che chuckled and reached out to pinch Ling Qingqiu's smooth, fair and flawless face. Of course. This is obviously a good opportunity to make money. How could I not want the agency rights to the rejuvenating pill? Ling Qingqiu gave Jiang Che a coquettish look, her tone as if it was a matter of course. It's not impossible to give you agency power. But my dear President Ling, you have to understand that there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. If you want to get something, you must first give something. Jiang Che spoke with a hint of meaning, with a half smile on his face. Ling Qingqiu was slightly stunned, but then she quickly understood, and her face became even redder. With her previous experience at Lingxiao Capital, Ling Qingqiu had already gained a new understanding of Jiang Che's shamelessness, and naturally understood the implication of the dog man's words. After some hesitation, the sensible Ling Qingqiu decided to prioritize his career. Half an hour later, Ling Qingqiu reached out and hit Jiang Che hard on the chest, and spoke unhappily. Can you give me the agency rights for the rejuvenating pill now? Of course, after all, this is the book that my husband prepared for you, my dear baby. Jiang Che smiled and nodded, with the same matter-of-fact tone. You still have some conscience, Tilda. Ling Qingqiu complained silently. She didn't believe a single word Jiang Che said. If it weren't for the great effort I just made, how could that bastard give in so easily? It's getting late, let's go have lunch together. Jiang Che looked down at the watch on his wrist and suggested. Wait while I change my clothes. Ling Qingqiu didn't refuse. She responded and went straight to the changing room next to the office, intending to wash up first. After Ling Qingqiu changed her clothes, the two of them left Lanzi building hand in hand. Ling Qingqiu did not resist Jiang Che's ambiguous behavior and assertion of sovereignty, but simply acquiesced. After all, she had already done things that were even more difficult to talk about. Now she just appeared in front of the employees arm in arm with Jiang Che. What did it matter? After they walked out of the president's office, employees passing by kept stopping to look at the two of them, whispering and discussing in low voices. Oh my God, is our President Ling in love? It's really unexpected. By the way, who is that pretty boy next to President Ling? What merits do you have to win the favor of President Ling? He's not some gigolo. This gentleman is Jiang Che, the chairman of Lingxiao Capital. I heard that the company received funding from Lingxiao Capital a few days ago. I guess it was because of this that President Jiang and President Ling got together. A handsome man and a beautiful woman, a perfect match. A domineering CEO and his cool CEO, a powerful alliance, a business marriage. Oh, I'm obsessed with this couple. Various discussions were heard in the crowd. In a corner where no one paid attention, a young man wearing glasses and with a handsome face had a dark and gloomy face. After leaving Lanzi building, Jiang Che drove the Koenigsegg towards the famous couples restaurant on Tianbei Road. A GNC restaurant is a high-end couples restaurant with stylish decoration and low-key luxury. After entering the restaurant, Jiang Che asked for a seat by the window and sat down with Ling Qingqiu. Soon, when the waiter placed a series of exquisite dishes with good color, aroma and taste on the table, Jiang Che and Ling Qingqiu ate and chatted, sharing their experiences in life. After lunch, Jiang Che did not immediately send Ling Qingqiu back to Lanzi Group, but took her for a stroll around Linjiang City. Buy flowers, take a walk, chat, go shopping, and watch a movie. The two of them were like an ordinary couple, doing what ordinary couples would do. During this period, various intimate contacts are naturally unavoidable, such as kissing, hugging, and lifting up. Ling Qingqiu did not resist this at all, but instead enjoyed it and was reluctant to leave. When kissing, Ling Qingqiu was particularly fascinated by the feeling of suffocation, ecstasy, lingering fragrance on the lips and teeth, and a blank mind. Their night is as deep as ink. After dinner, Jiang Che drove Ling Qingqiu back to her villa in Lanwen Royal Mansion. Under the streetlight, in the shadows, a handsome young man held the steering wheel with one hand, smiling like a spring breeze. At this moment, seeing this scene, Ling Qingqiu suddenly felt her heart skip a beat, her heart was filled with ripples, and she spoke inexplicably. I'm already here. How about going up and sitting down?